Woo! Ah, God damn, that didn't sound right. Woo! There we go. There we go. Woo! Look at here. Yeah, we got it exact. Of course, we got Little Rock. Woo! Sketch. One. Woo! God damn, we even got me. Charles Salter Jr. Woo! The saying God. Woo! One G. Woo! Ah. Woo! Got Tyree. Oh, you know I had to speak about this with Tyree. Woo! Come on, man. What is it? Anticus. Woo! Mike. Woo! The snowman in the morning. Woo! What's up, bro? Hey, we got Adam Williams. Woo! Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You know, Tank. He can do a lot of good things. He just got to keep his nose clean, man. That's what I pray about it, man. I pray that he keeps his nose clean, stay positive, stay training. Actually, I'm probably going to start a mini workout after the show. I can only do upper body and I only do lower body when I'm my physical therapist. And if you saw some of the shit he had me doing, we'll have a blood pressure cuff on, and I have to do kickbacks and leg exercises. So imagine a blood pressure cuff on your thigh, and it stays on there locked during the whole duration of your exercises. It's made to fatigue your muscle without having to lift weight, so you could actually gain muscle or re-strengthen it. Higgy. We about to get down to the business. We definitely got to talk about Mr. Bradley. And part of the show, later on, we're going to talk about fit versus fat. Excuse me, thick versus fat. Number one, if you don't know me, I am the officer currently known as Charles Faulkner Jr. I don't accept cash apps. Excuse me, I accept cash apps, not yet super chats. When I feel a little bit more comfortable about super chats, hey, keep Google out of our buddy as much as we can, right? I've always said support your interests. Hit a brother up with a subscription. Hit that notification bell so you get every time I come live. And also, hit the cash app. Support your interests. Support the people who talk for you, by you, and with you. If you don't know my background, I've been a police officer for 14 years with the Baltimore Police Department. With the United States Army for 10 years. Served 18 months with the Quick Reaction Team in Iraq for 18 months. So, yeah, I'm experienced in knowing about what we're about to speak on. Probably more so than most college graduates. All right. I'm gonna put the link out there in a minute. Just gotta go through my little soliloquy and pole pitting. I'll just say this. This last episode of Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Woo! Shout out to Isaiah Bradley. Come to find out, new t-shirts coming out. Super Soldiers are from Baltimore. What do you mean, Officer Faulkner? I'll tell you, man. There's a scene in the latest episode of Falcon and the Winter Soldier where Falcon and the Winter Soldier went through their little investigation of these new super soldiers, and they arrive in Baltimore. Go figure. I'm just mad that nobody called me up. You know, before we go into this, let's start a hashtag campaign. If they come out with a mini series for Isaiah Bradley, can we hashtag Disney and Marvel so I can get the role as Isaiah Bradley, the younger version? Come on, brother needs some change. I'll play the part. But they come to the home of Isaiah Bradley. His grandson opens the door. Most likely, I think his son is named Elijah, who's Patriot in the Marvel Comics. Mr. Bradley introduces Falcon to him. And he says he was very feared as much as Steve was by Hydra. And they met in 51. What's funny about it is that he made the statement that if you mean met, you mean I kicked your ass. Which is funny. Somebody, hey, sketch, write that in. Hashtag hashtag Austin Faulkner is Isaiah Bradley. But he says I kicked your ass, and he said after that fight in Korea, I took half of your arm. And he said I was wondering if you grow it back. Not only was he at least equal to Captain America in strength, speed, durability, intellect, and a fighting prowess, he might even been better because if you really think about it, Cap really didn't look really was getting as much as he could handle by the Winter Soldier. Not only did he beat the Winter Soldier, he ripped part of his goddamn arm off. So yeah, let's start hashtagging that to Disney right now. So further into the story, we hear, Bucky saying there's not too many more us like that out there. Speaking of super soldiers. And he says, I don't want to speak about it. So he takes like a tin can and throws it so hard into the wall it becomes embedded. And he says, do you know what I got? He says, do you know what I got for being a hero? They locked my ass up for 30 years. They came in my cell doing experiments on me, taking my blood. So it's funny that he's saying this. And he said, not even your people would do that to you. Not even your people would do that to you. I want you to replay that. Not even your people. This guy has done something that Steve Rogers couldn't. Soundly defeat the Winter Soldier by his goddamn self. And you're right, Sketch, because in the comic book version, he was still physically fit and young, even though the older guy who played him didn't look like he was out of shape either. But in the comics, this character, Isaiah Bradley, was the first Captain America before Steve Rogers because they took a page out of history with the Tuskegee experiments, where they were injecting the black soldiers with super soldier serum prior to doing it to white soldiers to see if it's safe to give out. So he was basically a guinea pig. Sounds familiar, right? So When they were told to leave the house, Falcon, who's already pissed about his plight, has to hear about it. So there's a black super soldier no one knew anything about who's been here for decades. I'm paused for a reason to let you hear that. Not only did you not know anything about him, you got him living in nearly abject poverty. You got him living like some raunchy old man. Think about it. We go through this shit as black soldiers is one of the most thankless professions ever. You're looked down upon like you're too cowardly. You're looked at as if you don't have the brain capacity to be the finest soldier God ever created. When mission after mission, battle after battle, war after war, it's been proven otherwise. But like I was saying, the comic book version of Isaiah Bradley, as Sketch One pointed out, received even worse treatment, where he was left to be in jail for 30, 40 years after he bravely done something that America, and let's just say if white America was fearful to do. For all the heroism he's performed, they locked him up and let the effects of the super soldier serum, which were not administered properly, as you can see with Steve Rogers, mentally degrade his mind to that of a teenager or a child. If you remember the book, I think it's The Red, White, and Black, I believe. That's the book, the title of the book. If it's not, but please put the correct, if Bruce or you or anybody know the correct title to that book, please put it in the chat for those who never. Yeah. So we got to go back and think in real world times of how Isaiah Bradley literally, as they said, the fucking Winter Soldier was so deadly that people who went looking for him, they sent whole squads and platoons after him, and they never came back. This man single-handedly, behind enemy lines, not only won, but whooped his ass. Ripped off that metallic cybernetic arm of his and sent him running. As the old saying goes, there is no good deed left unrewarded. 30 years. And people treat you like a goddamn science experiment, defaming your humanity. If that would have been a white guy, he would have been held as the greatest American hero ever, eclipsing Captain America. It's so similar, and I like to say shout out to Artisan MC. When we talked about this, what was it, Sunday or Saturday? When we talked about this, Falcon is going through what the modern soldier, the modern black male soldier goes through today. Isaiah Bradley is what your forefathers went through decades ago. We can't jail you because social media and everybody will get to know. But you know what? We can prevent you from using credit. Truth. Thank you. There's the book if anybody want to read the comic story, which that's a damn good book. Thank you. But yet, when you do something and you take initiative or give it a mission and you perform it better without cowardice, without selfishness, you're rewarded with jail. You're rewarded with drugs and the abuse of them. You're rewarded by discrediting your honorable name. Hell, they would just kill you, but that would only make a martyr of you and actually inspire people. As they say, there are worse things than death. Think about this. Think about this. Falcon, not only wasn't the sidekick, he was the literal partner of Captain America, a bona fide Avenger. A PJ prior to being Falcon. If you're not familiar with the pararescues, they're the special forces unit of the Air Force that rescues special forces units and down pilots. These motherfuckers are so badass, they carry about 100 pounds, 50 to 100 pounds on their back while carrying a fucking soldier or sailor or pilot on their back as well. They have enough equipment to even perform certain surgeries on battlefields. He literally saved lives. Came back, fought in the War of Wakanda, was snapped away. You've seen the movies, no spoilers, so fuck you. Came back when they reversed the snap. With the help of his fellow Avengers, defeated Thanos soundly. And the only thing he could get from his sister was getting bit. You ran away with your life. Some truly, John. You ran away and you did. Shut the fuck up. Nobody. You were married to your husband. It's not by his fault that he died. He's a man. He's supposed to go journey. He's supposed to live his life, get his career started. He's not supposed to, unless he wants to, he's not supposed to stick around. He's supposed to start a family of his own. But if you were so good watching them suffer, why couldn't you get the loan? You were still there. This man was so highly respected by fucking America itself, Steve Rogers. Fuck Captain America. The man is pretty much America. Everything that's supposed to be right about it anyway. That he didn't give Thor the shield. He didn't give the Hulk the shield. Couldn't give Tony because Tony's dead. He didn't even give his best friend Bucky the shield. He gave it to the most honorable man the Avengers had, which was him. Goes to go get a goddamn loan to keep a fishing boat afloat. And guess what? The banker, the investor, actually fucking recognizes him as a member of the goddamn Avengers. Took a goddamn selfie with him. I'm glad you said it because we're gonna hit on that sketch. And still denied this motherfucker alone. I want you to think about that. He's given his very life to being an Avenger, to being a rescuer, so much so that he couldn't even get the loan, but he's recognized all around the world. Does that sound like the plight of the current black military? You got black police officers and black firefighters who go through real shit. Black armed security, hell, black unarmed security, who done some heroic shit. But when it's time to pay up, everybody gets this selective amnesia. It's not like he said, give me $1 million, just give me this loan. Motherfucker, we'll pay you back. See, I'm so glad that the shows now are not afraid to put race about it. Because sometimes I do agree race changes things. Okay? See, for all of you who don't know about this system, in the fire, police, and the military and security, it's called the oh boy fucking system. Where they're going to look out for theirs, fuck yours. Even if that person is so incompetent that he couldn't rustle his way out of a paper bag, they're going to make him look like he's the greatest, especially over you. No matter how great you are, no matter how much you accomplish, all that shit walks, skin tone talks. You got literally a man that, a one-man fucking Avenger in Isaiah Bradley, and he's jailed, mistreated, experimented on. A Baltimorean hero, like many others that I've had the pleasure of meeting, unsung heroes that we allow to make sure they're financially ruined, drug addicted, and damn near homeless, if not homeless. I'm gonna say this again, black man, you got no allies. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck who don't like it. I don't give a fuck who got a problem with it. Today's the day. If you a fucking troll, get your ass on the panel. Because we gotta hash this shit out. Because I'll be goddamn somebody gonna tell me some bullshit that you see right in front of your damn faces. Where the fuck are our allies? There's not one damn war the United States could have won without a black man being there. Hell, you were too cowardly to fight your first. It was a black man with a goddamn Bowie knife and a goddamn blunderbuss saving your asses. You were so damn cowardly. If it wasn't for black people speaking up, you would have changed the goddamn narrative because you tried. And many times you did. So you're telling me, out of all these two black soldiers or black military personnel, because to be a PJ, you're the Air Force, airman, And Isaiah being part of the army. For all the heroic shit they've done, they deserve heaven, not hell. You asked me to go rescue a motherfucker, swoop in, without going touching the propeller blades of the goddamn helicopter, rescue this motherfucker, and did it without starting an international incident. And you would think somebody in the government, oh, your family's doing real bad. You know what? Thank you. Here you go. Here's a grant. You don't have to pay it back. You know, and to Reed's know me for a minute. Mike in the chat knows me for a long time. The person who probably knows me the longest in this goddamn chat is my boy Sean Glisby. This year made what, 26 years? I still got people thanking me for putting them on with training jobs, military, police, fire, college, whatever. I don't get money back. I've been a volunteer coach for 20 years. Nameless. See, the purpose of this shit that I'm talking today, you need to start giving black men their gold and their flowers now, while they're still above ground. See, we praise a lot of our heroes when they're dead. We're the only group of people that will allow their heroes, will allow their scholars, will allow their most successful people to die poor. Truth be told, that house that you saw Isaiah Bradley in is not too uncommon for cities like a Baltimore, Philly, and others. And this is where I got to get on black people. You got a goddamn living legend living among you, and he lives like that? I swear to God, Shawnee, we need to get you another printing press because I'm trademarking some shit. One of my things I told you my last live stream, the only reason black girl magic persists because of black boy mediocrity and white boy interference. And I'm going to add another one. Black girl mediocrity only persists. A black boy mediocrity, white boy interference, and white girl subterfuge. It's a fancy word of saying lying. But yet, you got motherfuckers on here who want to be so-called liberals and fucking conservatives. You got jackasses out there like MLT. Well, what's your political party? Fuck them. Because they only use you for numbers. What has your political party? What have you done for me lately? The goddamn Democratic Party said shit on you. We're giving the women all the benefits. That's your political party. See, I've told you time and time again, an idiot votes party, a wise man votes interests. Even the Bible said God ain't a respecter of persons, nor parties. But he wanted to debate me. No, nigga, there's no debate. I only debate equals, all others I teach. But back to the story and the narrative, which I'm the hero of. I don't say this shit, I live it. How the fuck can we have all these people living in our communities among us who've done great things militaristically, educationally, scientifically, and we allow them to live in squalor. But then you wonder why other people can just mistreat us anytime they want. And then you wonder why they could come out with some hashtag stop Asian violence. Bullshit. But they don't talk about, nor will they bring up all the Asian violence that happened on the West Coast, where you're beating black women upside the head over some goddamn fake hair or some weave. I don't know about you, but how many times have they eyed you down like you're a damn thief? What was it, back in the late 80s? I forget the young lady's name, when the Asian store clerk took a fucking gun and blew her brains out from the back to the front. And she gets off of probation, but where's the fucking stop Asian violence against us? How about we start a stop Asian violence and stop siphoning our dollars? We can make, I swear to God, man, I was over my friend's friend Vince's house, and we were watching the movie Good Hair. $9 to $10 billion a year. East Asians have been getting over you. Have you ever noticed? A lot of you can barely afford to send your kids to community college. Since we're talking about Baltimore, and when super soldiers are from Baltimore, ask me how I know. We're going to talk the goddamn truth, since the book is called The Truth. It's funny how a lot of these parents can barely afford to put their kids through community college and themselves, but the same people you buy hair from, guess what? They'll be in Baltimore, same city as you, sending their kids to Loyola, Notre Dame, Johns Hopkins University, University of Maryland. A lot of you can't even go to a goddamn HBCU. But you're so goddamn busy throwing your money at other people who fucking hate you. She can't even fucking put up $3 to a fucking charity to help our fucking disabled veterans who fucking helped us. Some of your goddamn school teachers, your educators. It's a goddamn shame you let a goddamn person get their house foreclosed, but you wearing $1,000 fucking weave and wigs. We're gonna tell the goddamn truth. There's even a goddamn scene in the fucking Falcon and the Winter Soldier where the police, Baltimore police, those were very accurate. That's our patch. Hell, I think he even had our badges, or at least a really good facsimile of them. Those are the modern cars we use today. How they were stopping Falcon, and they didn't stop until they found out he was Falcon. And then, oh, we're going to arrest Mr. Bucky Barnes. Really? Really? And I'm just looking at that shit because I personally went through shit like that. We're driving. My father's driving. I'm in the passenger seat. My nephew's in the back. We're going down Pulaski Highway. For all you Baltimoreans, you know where it is. 40 East. Next thing you know, we're stopped at the stop sign. No, it was a red light. We have about 6 to 7 fucking Glock 22s pointed at us because that's what we carry. To come out the car. We're like, what the fuck's going on here? Hey, come on, get the fuck out the car. I had my badge on my belt, and I'm like, yo, what the fuck's going on? Oh, we were looking for a car in a shooting that matched the description. And I understand, but goddamn, I had another incident where I'm taking baby clothes out of a goddamn trunk. I have my gun, my rifle in his gun box, and a guy got a gun 3 inches from my head from the narcotics unit. Tells you to put my hands up. I don't know why, because you see I'm right. Like, here's my shit. How many criminals do you see actually fucking have proper fucking equipment to store and secure fucking fucking shit? Firearms. I'm just. But anyway, I'm not arrested, which means you don't have the same probable cause to search me. Which you think they did? Search my ass. They took my Espada knife. Google it, look it up from Cold Steel. 6.5 inch or 7.5 inch folding knife. They took my gun off my right hip, and they took my wallet and say Baltimore police. And they had the dick look. So this whole time you had no reason to even speak to me. You're pulling guns out. I find that funny. I find that fucking funny. But yet, we're worried about, and it's funny, right? By the way, before we get off that Asian violence shit, it's funny how they try to make black men look like we're so violent towards Asian people, but it's always Mr. Right.
Always that white guy doing the most violence to everybody. And it was those, what, excuse me, 5 to 6 white guys doing it. Funny as fuck, isn't it? Funny as fuck. It was those 5, not a black man in sight doing any of the violence. Only because they're trying to overtake what black men do for a living. But yet, what's Teray say? Can you go with what was it? Juju Chang and Michelle McCulley. Those two heifers for the main reason of pushing. See, matter of fact, Tareen, I'm gonna open it up for you. I want Tareen to come up there because I want you to speak more about this shit. Because if anything, there were a lot of black people who saved Asian lives. Y'all forget about the riots when there were black people who said, leave them alone. But no good deed goes unpunished, right? You're right. They were about to arrest him for arguing with a white man. And what's incredible is that it's almost the same damn trope 100 years later, man. 100 years later. You literally put black soldiers in the worst predicaments and the worst conditions. And we see what black men go through. And for some odd fucking reason, black men still were able to be called the liberators who rescued Jewish people who were in encampments like Auschwitz. Some of the worst. Of course, you know they're going to send us to the worst encampments because they're thinking we're going to die. there were black people who were intelligent enough to know how to properly use a Panzer tank, even though all the instructions were in fucking German. When the real life super soldier is usually the man you take to prison. Look at what they done to our
Vietnam vets. Sir Charles, and woo! Do you know what? Do you know what everything that you said equals? It equals we the best. God damn it, we the fucking best. Period. Point blank.
Yeah, you could not win. And I know, Tariq, you got your degree in journalism, right?
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm fucking wrong, but can you name a war that America couldn't win without a black man?
Is there a world that America can't win without a black man?
There are none.
Yeah, I can't think of one. I couldn't even pet it right quick.
Somebody got the YouTube boy.
Yeah.
It's not a war out there that we done fought that we done helped them motherfuckers win. And without us, they ain't shit. Remember Christmas addicts, goddammit. Remember Christmas addicts.
And I want you to go in about what you were saying in the chat, Tariq, for a second.
Oh, okay. About Juju Chang and Michelle Malcolm. This is gonna be fun. Let me start with Juju Chang first. So Juju Chang, she's a journalist. I forgot for what network it is. But I want to say ABC. I'm not sure is one of them. But right around the time I guess you can say in the infancy stages of this so-called Stop Asian Hate, which was like literally maybe now about a month ago, she was interviewing this Asian couple or something like that, and she kind of baited them into saying that it was black people attacking them, and they got on the TV and said that black people need to talk to their community leaders or something to that effect, or come together, basically putting out there that it's black people doing the attacks. And through her, what she would do is she would find one or two clips of black people maybe getting aggressive with Asian people and run those clips in a loop over and over and over again to make it seem like it was only black people that were doing it. So she ran those clips in the endless loop. I'm like, didn't you just show that like yesterday or the day before yesterday, last week, and you're still running the same clips? All the while is a whole bunch of other stuff going on where it's involving, as I like to call it, palm-colored people with Asian people. And let me say it right now. It's not, black people really aren't, if they are getting bold with Asian people, it's not because black people don't like Asian people because they're Asian. It's an underlying reason as to why. I mean, you kind of went into some examples of when, for example, when black women go into stores and they're getting followed around and they get attacked. Like I remember it was one story where this one black woman, she went into it was recent. She went into an Asian store. I don't know what kind of store it was. The Asian store owner did something that pissed her off. He followed her out the store. She kind of went back to attack him, and then he kicked her out of the store, like literally kicked her out of the store. She went to her car, and he followed her. She pulled out her gun and shot at him. She didn't hit him, but she did shoot at him. And then he backed away, and she drove off. So, and then, there's so many other things that we have seen over time and everything like that. So they use things like that, or they'll use one instance and they'll loop it over and over again to make it seem like like we're doing it. Now, let me get off of Juju Chang and focus on Michelle Malkin, because Michelle Malkin literally is the Candace Owens of Asian people, and that's not saying much because we already know how she gets down. She is literally the bed wench of the Asian community for sure. See, if y'all don't know who Michelle Malkin is, do y'all remember Daniel Holtzclaw? Do y'all remember Daniel Holtzclaw?
Yep.
Okay. Yep. The goddamn law that was raping black women and white women, and he was raping women all over Oklahoma.
Well, he was actually mainly raping black women. Those were his main victims. As I like to call him, Dirty Dick Danny, and I call him that for a reason. So we know who he is, and we know he got sentenced to hundreds of years in prison, which was rightly deserved, and that's very rare that something like that happens. She was the main one going out there saying that black women were lying, they were whores, they were this, they were that. How dare they accuse this man of doing this, that, and the third, and all types of stuff. This woman actually came out and defended a convicted, proven to be rapist. Like, they found his DNA and everything. She knew that this man did it, but she could not stand on the fact that he would dare touch a black woman or black women, because in her eyes, black women are dirty. How dare he touch something that is impure? How dare he not touch something that's not her? Mind you, Michelle Malkin is married to a white man. She also just recently wrote this.
She defended him.
I know she defended
him. She defended him like you were saying.
She's like his own. She's like his only cheerleader. And then she just recently wrote a hit piece. She recently just wrote a hit piece right before what happened in Atlanta at them spas, where she was saying, and this was the title, I kid you not, Asian. She said, Asian community, stop. She said, stop going against, stop blaming whitey. That's what she said. Basically saying to the Asian people, y'all are basically coons if you blame white people for what they're doing against you and don't blame black people. That's what she was saying.
But Jawan, did you see that other Korean woman? Willie D did a thing on her. I wanted to hit you up and see if you seen it. She fucking clowned the shit out the Asian community. She said, y'all got y'all goddamn nerve trying to clown on these black people when it's been these black people that's been defending you, protecting you, and it started with Frederick Douglass. She went on a goddamn rant so hard it was ridiculous. You got to go see that piece Willie D did on her. I think her name is Christina Warren.
See, you got to understand something. If it wasn't for black people, these motherfuckers would not even be able to fucking have their second generation in college.
Nope.
We're the reason why.
Tell them, Charles. Tell them.
So you're telling me during the riots, all around, especially in LA, a lot of them Asian stores that weren't burnt were because of black people protecting them. Have you ever noticed that every fucking immigrant society can come over to the black community and make bank?
Yep.
Where everybody else's stimulus check except for our own.
Always have, always will. You know it, Charles.
But yet, when have we been violent towards you without being provoked? I'll wait. See, women like who you were speaking of is what you would call the bid wench or the mama song of the Asian community. Why do you think those Asian women don't have loyalty? They're not even loyal to their own men. They're the number. You want to talk about interracial daters? They're the number one interracial daters.
Yep.
And they usually always end up with a white man for the most part. Like it's actually a stat behind that can actually back this up. That the number one group of interracial dating is Asian women and white men. Think about it. When that Robert Long went and shot up those spas in Atlanta, let's be real here. Them things was a cover for something else. They was running a goddamn prostitution ring. You can't tell me they weren't. And that's another thing that the Asian community don't like to talk about is those human trafficking rings that they got, that they disguise as Asians, like as spas and massage parlors. When they said that it was a massage parlor, I said, was it really? That was my first immediate reaction. I said, was it really? And then because they try to cover it up. But then I saw an article where some Asian woman wrote this piece. She said that she felt that attack was against sex workers. So you basically just admitted that they are running some kind of human trafficking, sex trafficking stuff out of those spas, but y'all mask it as a massage parlor. I mean, look at what happened with Robert Kraft was it down in Florida? What was it, last year or the year before?
Yeah. Well,
so I mean, year before.
And the thing is, those so-called massage parlors are being ran by a lot of Asian women who are pimping other Asian women and girls. Like they'll keep them in storage closets and everything, and say, they'd be like, okay, you're up next, go in here, you go, and they'd be like a revolving door.
Have you ever been inside one of them motherfuckers? They will give this woman,
let's
let's say they'll give her
Charles,
a room.
down south we call those massage parlors fuck palaces. That's what we call, because we know that's code for fuck palace. Happy ending.
If you look at it, they'll take a house like a row house. They will divide that house. Let's say the living room. They will divide it in 3 sections, big enough to put like a full-size mattress in each section, right? Horizontally. That's how much space she has. And they'll tell her, well, if you do this for us, you'll be able to get your citizenship, your papers. But since we brought you over here, you owe us money. Let's not talk about all the fucking when they want to talk about black on black crime and all this other shit. What about the Asian on Asian crime that doesn't get promoted by the triads and the fucking Yakuzas over there in the West Coast?
Oh, and I got another one. Someone sent me a story. And you know what? I said I might talk about it. I might not. I'm not sure. Someone sent me a story yesterday on Twitter about this Asian CEO. He's something, but anyway, he got caught up in this huge wire transfer fraud scheme, like a huge wire transfer fraud scheme. But they don't talk about. But they don't talk about that. Yeah, they don't talk about that. And here's another thing. Here's a stereotype about Asian people that people don't talk about, but they kind of do. Is that Asian people as a collective are some of the biggest gamblers on the planet.
Oh yeah, they are.
If you go to a casino, we won't go not to one casino and not see a group of them huddled together by that baccarat table or that poker table or anywhere that has an Asian dealer.
Mm-hmm.
And don't let them lose on the slot machine. They be ready to tear that shit up.
Oh yeah, they'll throw their house on the fucking board. See, a lot of people don't want to talk about this shit. They'll throw their fucking house on the board.
So when people talk about gambling problems, you can point them right to there. I said you might need to give them the hotline. You know, when they say Gamblers Anonymous, give the card to them. Because they gamble like
the biggest degenerate gamblers. They be playing that Martar and everything, whatever. Man, they don't give a fuck. They'll gamble on anything.
But yet, here's my shit. All the stereotypes they try to say about us are really everybody else's.
Mm-hmm.
Like I remember when they were trying to they tried to get Michael Jordan years ago, saying that I think he was in Atlantic City and he was going to the casino to gamble, and they tried to make a big deal out of it. I'm like, it's his money. And y'all make it seem like this guy ain't gonna make all that money back, and besides, you act like he gonna gamble away his entire fortune.
This motherfucker richer now than he was in the NBA actors. But once again, remember this: the Asian community. We got to stop the violence. But yet, I've noticed this. Poor Asians certainly live rent free. Let's talk about shit that doesn't make sense. How can these people actually live for years without paying taxes, almost a decade without paying taxes, and give the business to a relative? But yet, when it's talks about reparations, none of these motherfuckers want to say shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I would tell a person like MOT, why would I join a party if your party's going to exclude me?
Oh, they'll talk about reparations, but then it's not even reparations. They'll try to tell you what reparations is, what it really isn't. They'll say, oh, it's going to be, you can be able to go to college for free. You can get some kind of a housing loan. I said that no, that's not reparations, because anybody could get those things. Reparations is something that should be specifically for that intended group, not something for everybody. Like that whole thing that they try to do, I think it's called in Evanston, Illinois. If you really break that down, it's a scam. And I hope the black people up there don't fall for it.
Yeah. It's crazy because why should people be included when you were always excluded?
And I keep saying to people, I said if they were actually to give out what is truly reparations, I said you do realize that you could actually rebalance this damn decaying economy.
Hold on. And the craziness about it is that it ties into all the shit that I was talking about earlier about Isaiah Bradley.
Mm-hmm.
think about this. He was a super soldier, because a man who was scared doesn't talk shit to the Winter Soldier, does he?
Right.
He said, I even ripped off half your arm. He said, well, you mean Matt, meaning I kicked your ass. Oh, yeah, by the way, Tareen, we're hashtagging Kevin Feige and Marvel. I want to play the role of the young Isaiah Bradley for that one. I'll do it. But think about
That
it.
would be dope, especially since you already from Baltimore. You already have the military background. You're a black militant man. You already got the size. So I mean, it kind of works already.
It kind of like, hey, I get to play myself.
Real talk.
Yeah.
And think about it, right? You're going through what the average black man go through in the military during that time. How many of those soldiers were arrested for doing the most heroic shit?
A lot of them.
And here it is, because a lot of that book that if Sketch or Bruce could put it back up there, get that book, because that book is basically if the Tuskegee experiment happened in the comic books.
Yeah, like when I saw that episode, watched that episode, I said, "Oh, Marvel went there with this one."
Mm-hmm.
I said they didn't hold back. They went there with that.
But if you know anything about Marvel, and Charles will tell you, Teron, Marvel has never barred it. They go touch issues that in subjects that most other comic books and other mainstream and propaganda and whatnot, they wouldn't touch. So I credit Marvel for that.
A.L. and Tarian.
Hey, I'll turn your mic down a little bit.
Yeah.
A.L.
How
and
about now?
Tarian. Marvel
Hey,
always
up,
touches the issues. Hey, what's up, Charles? What's up, guys?
Hey.
It's like you said, Marvel touches issues no one else will touch. All right? And I've always admired them for that. I've always admired people and companies that will touch issues no one else will touch. I heard you guys when I popped through for a couple of minutes talking about that dreaded R word, reparations. Man, I have two things about that. One, there is no such fucking thing. And two, it's a scam out the ass. It's a weeding session is what it is. Because as soon as people mention the word reparations, they get excited about it. And I'm going, why are you getting excited about it when it's not going to happen? Yeah, I said that to some family members of mine back in Chicago, and you can imagine my ears hurting at their response.
Mm-hmm. And it's funny because when you think of reparations, like Tareen said earlier, it would actually rebalance this country and its fledgling economy.
Yeah, it would.
Well, nobody here, stop making excuses. Because as soon as somebody say nobody here had slaves, do you benefit from the wealth? Do you benefit from all the fucking from all the shit that slavery has brought this country?
They always have and they always will.
Preach, A.L. Preach, man.
And here's another thing. Reparations goes beyond slavery, because you got to think about the stuff that happened after it, like Reconstruction, Jim Crow, the Civil Rights Movement, redlining, stop and frisk, the what is it called? The so-called war on drugs, police brutality. It's a few laundry lists, even still to this day, that the effects of it occur. So you just can't say slavery, because the thing is, white people only go to slavery, and that's the only part that they stay at. But if you drill out there the other stuff, then now you're getting more modern, and now you're getting and touching more into their generation.
When you go into just the overall disenfranchisement of black people, you got to pay what the fuck you owe.
Like Riley said on the Boondocks.
Yep, nigga, you got to pay what you owe. And I'm like this. Think about this. Since we want to talk about Asians and reparations, they were giving each Asian person in their family, when they talk about we don't got money in this country. See, if I went to go get my degree right now, finish my degree, I would have minors in history and psychology, but my major would be criminal justice. That's how
Yeah.
badass I am. Let's talk about history for a minute. Let's talk about some goddamn history.
Go with
When
it.
they did when they had the internment camps for Asian people during World War II, each person in that family was given $25,000 a piece.
Yeah.
We barely could get $1,400.
A piece.
Do you know what $25,000 will be the equivalent? From then will be the equivalent now? That's at least almost like what? Anywhere from $150,000 to $200,000.
Yeah.
Ease.
I would guess. I would guess $250,000 would be the bottom number. I would really guess $250,000 would be
both
the
ways.
bottom number. Yep.
Both ways easy. They owe it. Period.
$250,000 would be, like I said, $250,000 would be the bottom number. If they really, how did Riley put it, pay what they owe, it wouldn't be six figures. It would be seven.
Yeah, we're talking trillions.
Yeah, it wouldn't be six figures at the very least. At the very least, it wouldn't be six figures. It would be seven.
Especially if we, and I'm gonna break this down, and I'm gonna give Serene the mic. Let's break it down, right? How many of these places would have to owe reparations to people when they fucking change a lot of these drug laws? Think about it. When you literally, if I took a case to the Supreme Court, better yet the fucking World Court, and put down just the last 40 years of how black people have been treated. Fuck slavery. 40.
40 years.
They would hold you accountable. They would hold you fucking accountable.
Why y'all keep being nice? It's not 40 years, it's 60 years, man. Let's do this shit right. For 6+ decades.
No, I'm just cheapening it out. Just the last 40 years. Since I've been living.
They didn't cheapen shit out on us, Charles. Fuck that shit. You fucked us and text us to the max. I want the same thing.
But go ahead, Terrain.
I love it. Yeah.
The same fucking thing.
Is it Taurian or Is it Taurian or Taurian? I want to get it right.
Taurian.
It's Taurian? Okay.
Yeah, we call it Terrain because I'm Baltimorean.
Gotcha. I mean, it's the nature in me as a sportscaster when I get lineups and stuff to make sure I pronounce the names right. That's why I asked.
It was a study they did like about back in 2019 where they estimated at the least what black people or the descendants of slaves, how you want to put it, would get at the least as far as reparations go, and at the least is 16 trillion.
God damn.
Yeah.
There's countries that aren't worth that much.
And you know what? They still got to pay. They got to pay the ADOS man, and don't forget about the ADOS black man that's mixed with 3 different Indians in him. That nigga finna get paid. Hooray to me! I know when it come down, I'm getting paid. Nigga pay, Indian pay, and I want that goddamn 5%. Indian pay. Them goddamn white folks lied about too. I'm 5% Indian. You're a goddamn lie. You paid that goddamn $5.
Well, I'm 100% Negro.
I want that
so
too.
give me my shit.
I want that too, Charles.
I'm 100% man. Hand it over. That's how I'm feeling. Hand it over.
Everybody's take on that. Did you feel the speak? Somebody got the thing.
Is that me?
I don't know.
That's me.
God damn it,
Come on, AL. Why you gotta blow a man's ears out? It's bad enough I have a baseball game to do tomorrow and Wednesday, and I need my ears, man. What's up with that?
Like, God damn it, man. God damn it.
Real quick, Charles, how have you been, buddy?
Styling and profiling, trying to get these legs right again.
That's good.
I hear that.
That's good.
We're doing leg presses, painfully so.
That's good.
We're working, baby.
I'm getting back in the gym next Monday. and it's going to be my workout before I start doing my show.
Oh yeah,
I've missed talking to y'all. I love talking to you guys. I got a whole new setup coming as well. Let me greet AL and Torian, AB Medina 83, Mel's in the house, and Natty Brooks. My name is Brian. I host a sports show 5 days a week. I occasionally pop on these things with Charles, but Charles took what we did 5 years ago and ran with it, and I'm very proud of him. I'm very proud of you guys.
See, for a lot of people,
well, salute to you, sir. Salute to you.
For a lot of people who don't know, before I came on Angry Man, BGS, and other people's, I started with Brian. And it's funny because we talked about heavy issues like this 6-7 years ago.
Man, didn't we? We hit all of them.
We even had Matt, who's a former college and pro wrestler, talk about the shit as a white man he goes through. And the one thing I always respected about Matt was that even as a white guy, he always knew there were two different worlds that black men had to overcome, and he never undermined that. He said, like, shit.
You did.
He even said out of his mouth, like, shit. He says what the average black guy got to deal with, man, and to still survive is incredible.
And what
I can respect that.
And what he also did on the show that Charles, Matt, and I taped and I later ran, he touched on child support and how different it is in both worlds. And we must have been on that subject for a good 90 minutes because it is different.
That was one of the biggest shows.
Yep, it was one that the three of us were so familiar with. And I've seen both sides of the coin, men and women. I've seen both sides of the coin. And there's issues with me being in an interracial marriage that my wife and I talk about on an almost daily basis. And we just make little comparisons when we see something. And Charles, I told you about the first time when I moved down here to North Carolina, about the first date we had. I may as well tell y'all because I got to pop out of here in a minute. One of the first nights we got here to North Carolina, we decided, you know what, let's leave the daughter at home and let's go have a date night. So we go to Denny's. Yeah. And then 4 black women walked in, looked at my wife, looked at me, and I will allow y'all to complete the sentence.
Ooh.
No need. We already know what happened to you.
They probably I fought you so hard you almost got pregnant.
I rose, fingers pointing. I can't believe this nigga. I can't believe he chose her over us. Well, maybe if your attitude was like a piece of concrete rock and your goddamn neck wasn't swirling like a goddamn giraffe trying to fight another male giraffe for a piece of pussy, maybe he would have looked at y'all right. But no, he went with the goddamn woman who's submissive, cooperative, a helpmate, cooperative, and nice to be around. Shit, a piece of pussy and a piece of titties is standard to the average alpha man. We know better. We ain't hooked on good looks like that. Look at here, it all work the same. My granddaddy told me, you fuck one black box, you done fucked a million. Don't you ever hold these boys in more high esteem than yourself.
And that's the same thing my grandpa told me. Because, like I said, when we got down here and we went through that, and it's the bad part is the second time we went to Denny's, the waitresses hardly talked to us. I'll give you a guess as to their color.
Yep, the you can't tell me nothing color. We already know who they is.
They were, listen, we were sitting at the table just talking and cracking up and having a good time. They would walk by our table 10 minutes at a time.
They didn't like that. They didn't like that, bro, because you was too happy. You was happy. You're not supposed to be happy. That's against the law in a black woman's. Oh, that's a Negro that's happy. I'm finna pull on the back tape. I'm finna fuck his life up.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
And it's crazy because I want to ask everybody on the panel this question. Could you relate to both Falcon in the first episode of his anguish, and Isaiah Bradley with the anguish he went through decades ago, when he said, "You know what I got for being a hero? They locked my black ass up for 30 years."
Yep.
Yeah.
Whoever was the actor who did that, he said he did a marvelous job.
That was Carl Limby. The guy from
Say,
Netflix,
Teron,
the voice of
say, Charles, say, panel. Have y'all ever thought about this? These black women want us to be their superheroes, but they want us to be their superheroes on their terms and dictate to us how we supposed to be a suit. Nah, motherfucker, it don't work like that. That's where the friction lie right there.
AL, I got a story for you, and your eyes are gonna pop out, and you're gonna laugh out loud when this happens. In 2010, I dated a black woman, the last one I dated at that time, and I got really, really sick. And it was like I got diagnosed with type 2 diabetes at the time. It was pre-diabetes at the time. I didn't have my phone with me. I didn't have any kind of communication with me. I had to stop doing games for a good month. I finally get out of the hospital. I go home. Do you know she called me, and the first thing out of her mouth was this, and I quote, "So you couldn't find time to call me?" Before I even explained what happened and why I was in the hospital in the first place. Does that answer your question, AL?
Oh man, I tell you, it's crazy because
you know what? I like to quote Kevin Hart. They are something else.
It's crazy because it's like my man Isaiah Bradley said. There's nothing you can do the most amazing shit.
Yep.
And you're in prison. It's not just your country; it's your women, it's your community. There's nothing like you literally got a journalist. You got two guys who are in journalism, one in news and one in sports.
Yeah.
You have a programmer, a police officer, an owner-operator trucker, but yet there's no good men to be found. There's no good role models. There's no heroes.
Oh no, we all ain't shit.
We not bad guys. We not risky. We not dangerous. We not exciting. We not thrilling. We not one stage away from. See what it is they want to date. They want to date dudes that they can watch be an inch and a half from their life getting took from them. That's what turns these broads on. They don't want it. They want a minute, but that's the truth. If he one step away from getting killed, that's what turn him on. If he regular, we boring as fuck. Think about it.
And it remains true to this day. And it's always gonna it always is gonna remain true, because going through high school, I was identified immediately as a class nerd. I said, that's fine by me. I don't really care what y'all think. I'm not here for you guys. I'm here for an education, because I don't want my dad putting his foot in my ass. He said, go to school, get your education, get done, get out. Okay, and I did exactly that. I had so many black females in my high school in Chicago, in a public high school, tell me they wanted to date me and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, can't. I said, well, I can't. And they go, oh, why not? Well, one, my mother would kick my ass because I broke a rule, and two, my father would kick my ass because I disappointed my mother. And I'd earn another ass whooping for disappointing both my parents. Does that answer your question? Oh, you're just a lame. I still get called a lame to this day. To this day, and I'm on the verge of turning 50. You think I care right now? Hell no.
Being called an L7 is a badge of honor to me. You goddamn right. You can call me a black Steve Urkel all motherfucking day. You goddamn right. Guess what? This shit tastes good, don't it? It's called oxygen. It's free world oxygen. And guess what? I might be a small time misdemeanor nigga throughout my life from various points, not back to back like an idiot, because a fool will bump his head up against the wall and keep thinking he can fix the problem. A wise man go hit his head up a wall and say, ooh, that shit hurt. I ain't gonna keep doing that shit. So I might be in a misdemeanor, dude, as far as him concerned, but you'll never be able to label me as a felony, brother. And guess what?
No.
In my 47 years of life, I ain't never seen a penitentiary, and I ain't never seen a federal correction institution. And the only way I'm gonna get there is on my own terms, not no other man's.
That's it. Because there was a couple times when I covered a Bulls game in Chicago, a guy that had been cyberbullying me, and yes, it is a thing. Men cyberbully men that don't like them being happy. And I think it was AL. I think it was you that said it, that people don't like men, black men in particular, to be happy. Mm-hmm. So I'm like covering a Bulls game. I'm there, shirt and tie, and dressed for the occasion. I did my post-game interview with Tom Thibodeau, and he saw me and walked up to me, and this guy says, "You have some nerve being here. You don't belong in the media." I said, "Corrección, senor. You don't belong in the media. And for everything you said about not only me, but my fiance at the time and my daughter, you're lucky I don't take you out behind the United Center and wear your punk ass out." So I'm getting ready to leave. He follows me. He keeps talking, and I had to stay true to my word. I took him behind the United Center and wore his punk ass out.
I was fitting to say that's one right there. Don't be following me, motherfucker.
Yeah, because a lot of people get this internet shit fucked up.
Yeah, they do.
They get it fucked up.
They do.
You see in the nice version of people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You don't want to see me get nasty. Okay?
You don't want the monster to come out.
Brian has one of the most unoffensive voices. So when Brian said it, he probably was like, "Hey man, this man ain't about that life for real." Brian probably had to tiger uppercut.
Yeah, that's exactly what I gave him.
Brian's not a small dude either, so not a small man. So.
I mean, he kept coming at me. He kept coming at me. And like I said, I took him behind the United Center when it was nice and dark, and I wore his punk ass out. And I said, "You take a step near me, and you're the one that's going to be locked up, not my ass." I got on the bus and went home.
Yeah, you know what you remind me of this online so-called gangster shit. Last week, man,
you know what that equal? What you did? You know what that equal?
I'm sorry, Mel. I'm sorry, Mel. When you said online gangster shit, someone had said it to me before, and it just made me crack up because I'm laughing out of understanding because I've heard it and I've seen it.
Yeah, because you're just proving, that this motherfucker talking so much shit behind a camera, but when you face to face, you see how he acts differently. Man, that's my two situations. One, let me finish. And last week, it was on Bernard Riley's channel. There was this dude named East Up, and when we try to school him on game, when it comes to the fact that, especially when it comes to older men wanting a younger woman, the way his mannerisms was talking so much, I'm like, yo, I already know, number one, you was raised by a mother. You was around too many mothers, too many females. Two, the way you constantly cursing so damn much, you know for a fact, if y'all heard that show episode, you probably know what I'm talking about.
I think I did.
I know for a fact that you would not speak to a dude like that face to face the way you would.
Oh no.
You've been spitting blood right there constantly. And stuff like that, like crazy. I'm like, yo, and I'm talking about in the situation I was in with my cousin-in-law. We went through a little debate on Facebook, and then he didn't like what I said. Then he tried to go far, like try to threaten me. I'm like, yo, you know what? You don't
want to do that.
Exactly. Talking about, yo, where my address at and that shit. I'm like, yo, you know what? I'm not gonna tell you my address. But when I see you in the street, when you least suspect it, oh yeah, it'll be a whole different ball game. So I want you to watch your back. You that much alert and still like think you is. Catch me on the surprise.
Yeah.
Like I had a couple of dudes.
Sir, I have to commend you. Hold on, Charles. I have to commend this man. I have to commend your friend. I have to commend the sports commentator because number one, he chose a profession dear and near to my heart. My major was sports communications, and my minor was gonna be kinesiology, but it just didn't pan out. So I respect everything you do, but I'm here to tell you that day what you had was you had a Huckleberry moment. He chose to think you was a huckleberry. You showed him that you wasn't, and you made it. And like Kevin Samuels said, you Kevin Samuels him. You made him famous. You made him famous. I appreciate everything you did. You stood up for yourself. You stood on your square.
So mad. I got so mad. I dropped his ass with an FU and stomped on his face and walked off.
Oh man!
Like a Frank moment. Like a Frank. Like
you didn't hit him with the boys in the hood at the end.
Wait.
You didn't hit him with the boys in the hood at the end. You didn't stop him out.
Let me get this out. Let me get this out real quick. First of all, like Eazy-E said, we dealing with studio gangsters now, but it's not studio gangsters no more. It's internet gangsters, right?
Yeah, it is.
Internet gangsters running up on the wrong niggas, talking shit to the wrong
at the
niggas
wrong
in real life.
Damn,
in real life. You don't know who these people are in real life. You think I would fight Charles in real life? I'm throwing chairs at Charles, all right? Tables and desks and chairs, and I might pop his ass if he gets too close. Okay? I know, right? Exactly.
If I had to deal with Charles in public,
I'll tell you what happened.
I'm sorry. I'm going to the trunk and I'm getting a scatter gun. I'm not playing with Charles.
I mean,
I'm
I'm gonna tell you what.
Listen,
Charles gets the scatter gun off the whip.
Charles knows, you know, how tall I am. I've lost a lot of weight since I've been here in North Carolina. But this guy that walked up on me, who I took behind the United Center, I'd say he was a good 5'10", 5'11". When I stood up, you know, I don't care how tall you are. You're going to in a few minutes. Floor is yours, Charles.
I'm gonna say this. Like, look, you know how many times I've heard that on duty? Oh, that badge of gun saving you. Nah, this badge of gun saving you from a major ass whooping. That's what it's saving you from. And I'm just like, and I'm begging people. I forget that sometimes I might be on camera. Please touch me. They're like, what you gonna do? What you gonna do if I touch you? I'm gonna give you the work of God.
Whip your ass.
Like, people be like, yo. I'm
See,
like
Charles is the type of brother. If I saw him in the South, I'm gonna look at him. I'm gonna give him a head nod, and I'm gonna walk straight past his ass. I'm not finna fuck with this dude. I'm not finna acknowledge this dude other than a grown man head nod. Have a nice day and keep it moving. Because guess what? That nigga look like his intentions are unstable. And keep it moving.
See, I'm peaceful.
That's what smart. That's what smart Negroes would do.
Just don't touch me. I tell people, whatever you do, you can say whatever you want. Don't touch me. Jesus Christ, don't touch me.
Why you just don't use this saying, Charles? Charles,
handshake.
Why you just don't use this saying? Please, don't make me angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
I've actually used that.
No, if Charles know anything about movie and TV history, he should know that line.
I already know. Sometimes you got to Bill Bixby a hoe.
Charles, don't.
Yeah, you do.
Make me angry. You would like me when I'm angry. What TV?
Said, the only that's the Incredible Hulk.
You should already know. I said Bill Bixby.
That's the Incredible. That's the Incredible Hulk, man.
Yes.
Got to Bill Bixby.
Just Bill Bixby.
Like I said, the only way I will touch Charles.
Bill Bixby played David Banner.
Salute and a handshake. I know better. I know a lot of
cops. It's funny. It's funny because I always got in fights with guys bigger than me, which is multiple people. That's the only fights I've ever been in. Like, and it's fucked up because it's like, damn, why can't we just be in the back of my mind? Like, dude, I'll be reading a book.
Oh yeah.
I'll be chilling, and I try to avoid confrontation. Mm-hmm. But some things you can't avoid, and I'm like, think about it. It's like going back to that scene in Falcon and Winter Soldier. As old as fucking Isaiah Bradley was, Bucky was not trying to take another ass whooping.
Exactly.
Yeah, you know if you walk out.
He like, yeah, I'm the Winter Soldier, but this nigga was some ill shit.
Yep.
It's just funny when he snatched his arm. I'm just.
They don't call.
Y'all keep talking. I'll be right back.
That they don't call my state they don't call my home state of Illinois the ill for nothing. All right.
I just would like to remind everyone that I'm from South Florida and we're always on the first 48.
Mr. Z,
It's
why
always crazy,
are
man.
you trying to make me laugh my head
Y'all on
off
the
right
first
now?
48 because
Right.
y'all ain't got no sense down there
We
for some
really
reason.
do.
That's what
We
I
really
summed
do
up
not.
as.
We
Y'all
really-
from the South just like we is, but y'all be
Miss-
doing some uncanny ass shit.
Hey, y'all heard what
Miss-
Trick Daddy
Mr.
said?
Z,
He said everybody
Mr. Z,
knows
what
somebody
part
that
of-
knows somebody. Go ahead.
Mr. Z, what part of South Florida, my man?
When I say, you're gonna be like, oh shit, the one that's always on the news, Miami Gardens.
Try me. Oh,
Miami
fuck.
Gardens. Yeah.
Oh, fuck. This is why I have not seen Joe Robbie Stadium in a long time.
Right? You don't even call it Joe Robbie no more. We don't even call it Joe Robbie no more.
They call it Hard Rock Stadium, but
Yeah, yep,
I'm old.
Yep.
Look,
Yep.
I'm old because
The
I got
fact that you
gray in
said
my
when you said Joe
goatee
Robbie,
now.
that let me know. I was like, God damn, like he really,
I'm old
he really know
I'm old
Dade. No,
school.
you really know Miami. No, you're right. You
Yeah.
really know Miami because you
I'm
called it
old
Joe
school
Robbie.
like that.
Yep.
It's Joe
Yeah.
Robbie. For me, I don't care if they put a roof on it. I don't care if they put a shield on it. It's Joe Robbie Stadium as far
And
as
it's
I'm
gonna be Joe
concerned.
Robbie forever.
And it's gonna be Joe Robbie Stadium forever. Okay? Don't.
What you know about Joe? What you know about Joe Robbie Stadium? What you know
Let's
about
see.
old Miami Joe, the replacement for the Orange Bowl Joe Robbie Stadium?
Ooh,
I know that
AL
the
know
Orange
shit
Bowl
too.
was
Oh, hold
host
up,
to the.
AL.
Listen, I know the Orange Bowl was the host to the Miami Hurricanes for many
Look at
years
here.
because I've watched them on
True
CBS,
indeed.
and
True.
I also
Now-
know that the Orange Bowl was
Even
host to one of the most miraculous.
Even before that,
college-
fellas, you know how many Orange Bowls host the Super Bowl?
10. The Orange
Damn.
Bowl and the Superdome. I
Do y'all know how
believe
many Super
hosted the
Bowls the
most.
Orange Bowl held?
10.
I didn't know that. That I
10.
didn't know.
Joe
And I think one.
Joe Namath got a Super Bowl in the Orange Bowl, baby.
Oh,
I
I didn't know
know.
that. Yeah. Well, I'm
Which
not a big
tells me-
football head. You gotta remember, I'm a car guy.
You're a what? Oh, you're a car guy.
Automobile. Yeah, I'm a car guy. Automobile enthusiast. For those
I'm
who
getting
need,
it.
I'm
Yeah.
straight
I'm getting
football
into
all
cars.
day, basketball second,
Oh, yeah.
I'm getting
golf
I'm getting
third,
into cars.
bowling
Oh, yeah,
fourth,
fellas.
boxing
I'm getting
fifth.
into cars.
Mhm.
I'm getting into cars being here in North Carolina. All
Well,
right. I'm
You
getting
better
to know
enjoy them
some-
now while you still got gas-powered cars going on.
Oh, I know. Listen,
You
I
only got
was
about a
getting
decade,
lunch-
maybe another 15 years of that left.
Was getting lunch with my wife, and I saw 2 Teslas in front of me. Trust me, I've been there. I already know what's coming.
God damn
I
you,
already
Elon.
know.
Damn you, Elon! But no,
You imagine one day we're gonna have like 600 horsepower cars, 700 horsepower cars, and they're gonna sound like this. Exactly.
it's like having a chick in bed and you give it a business and she says nothing. Oh my God.
That's exactly what. Imagine the Charger and the Challenger with no sound. The
the
392s
point?
and the Hellcat with no sound. Right? Toyota Supras with no sound. Right? Big
Imagine
old school
a Hyundai
You
Mustangs
know
with no
what?
sound.
If you were
Imagine
smart,
a Hyundai
if
with
you
no
were smart
sound.
and you was rich, if you were smart and you were rich, you would go get your favorite muscle car, take it to Eli Tesla and tell him, look, I need the body, I need the frame, go on and put your batteries and your electric in it so I can go win me some drag races
While
right
you
now.
bullshitting, for real.
And that's
though.
what you do.
While you
Why you
bullshitting,
bullshitting? Like,
Yep.
for me, it would be an SUV though. For me,
The track
When a car can
For
do,
me-
when a car
wait a
can do two, listen to me, fellas. Listen to me. I'm a
Yeah.
truck driver, and I know cars, and I know muscle cars. When a goddamn electric car standing still with no motor, no nothing, can do 2.3 seconds, 0 to 60. Fuck your
Mhm.
life. Fuck your life. So I'm putting my money on that goddamn Eli Tesla. Fuck your life.
See, me
And I'm a
me
muscle
the wife
car
plan
head
to
dude.
visit. Listen, me and the wife plan to visit Tesla because when I get my empire built and my show going, that's one of our first stops. Because I
Wait,
already
let me get
promised.
this out real quick, Brian, if you don't mind.
Oh,
You
go
know
ahead,
what
go
the
ahead, go
issue
ahead.
with that 2.3 seconds is? It's 2.3 seconds with a full interior. See, a bunch of those cars that we love, those drag cars, remember that's a
Mhm.
stripped out car with a big block. It got 1,500 horsepower and da 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 da.
Right.
No,
Right.
0 to 60 in 2.3, 2.5, 2.6 seconds with a car with full interior, leather, AC, that's what makes it crazy. Because you can
No
literally turn
strip
the AC
down,
on right after you
nothing.
do the
Straight
quarter mile.
factory.
Yep.
Straight
That's
factory.
what makes
You
it
can cut
scary.
the AC on while you pull up to the line to his
Yep.
ass and it's
Yep.
over.
Hey,
Oh,
hey,
somebody
AL, I'm gonna
Be
need
like,
Kareem needed the
oh, you
Model
not putting
S.
on no seatbelt for what?
Well, you know what I'll tell you. I'll end with this. The last thing I'll tell you to look up is the Model S Plaid. So Tesla's working on 1,000+ horsepower Model S.
nice.
So that's gonna be the one that does
So
the 0 to
that's
60 in 2.4,
Why?
2.3, and then they're
Why?
coming out with a
Fucking why?
Roadster that's
Fucking
supposed
why?
to do
Why?
so
250
that's
miles
That's
an hour
fucking
after that.
insane. That's
Yeah, it is.
insane. Why?
Yeah, it is.
Why?
Remember, we're talking about a car
Why?
with leather, y'all. Leather and
I'm
AC.
Why?
gonna say this. I'm gonna say this real quick. I know it's a little off the subject currently. Boy, this multifaceted shit. We need T-shirts, man. I gotta get these T-shirts.
We really
out.
do.
Hey,
It's
listen,
funny.
Charles,
It's-
I have a proposition. I have a proposition for you. Let
Hey, at
me
least
work
take me out
on
to
it.
lunch first.
I'm married, damn it.
Hey, Brian said
I bet
he's
you
married,
didn't
so that's
expect
only
that.
on the weekends.
I'm married.
Brian's like, I'm
goddammit.
married. We can only do that on the weekends, Charles.
Oh,
Brokeback
shit.
Mountain ass.
We can
Oh,
wait.
Oh, shit.
Let me take it back to the old school when me and
Wait a
Charles was
minute.
on
Wait
with
a minute.
Matt.
Wait a
Let me
minute.
take it back.
Hold up.
Let me take it back to
You
the
get
old
all this
school.
comedy and all this information, and I haven't gotten one donation yet. There's an issue with that. Go ahead, Brian.
Charles, let me take it back to the old school when you and I were on with Matt. I can only act on that proposition if it's after 9 o'clock and we're in the same area.
Yeah, we used to say some damn funny shit. We got to get mad on here.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, Charles,
And
when you
it's
get
funny
a chance,
because when I get healthy, I'm supposed to do a pro wrestling match. I think Matt wanted to set up a charity pro wrestling match with Dan to be severed with me.
now I want to see
Man,
you versus Sheed.
I
Fuck the
had
bullshit.
I had the Beast on my show in 2015, and I almost pissed myself laughing for an hour.
Dan Severed, I actually trained
Matt-
with him too. He is
Matt-
funny as shit.
Matt was on with me, and I played that interview for you, Charles. Matt was on with me. He brought on the Beast, and the next thing I know, I'm sitting in my chair, cracking up, laughing. I'm under my desk, laughing at these two fools.
Yeah, and it's funny because we were supposed to sit before I got hurt. We were supposed to set up a charity wrestling event with me
Yeah.
versus Dan to be severed, which should have been my pro wrestling debut, which should have been fun. Like, oh my gosh, like that'd have been fun because when you meet Dan Severed, as tough as he is as a 3-time UFC champion, he's that fucking funny.
Yeah, yes. If you ever do that match, let me know, because I'll come down and put a camera and my microphone on the damn thing.
Oh yeah,
I'm
you gotta do the
starting
we gotta have you at the commentating table.
I gotta have it. I gotta have that one. I'm gonna do one for Matt too. What I'm doing now is like stocking up my equipment, planning to get my SUV, my wife's truck, all kinds of stuff right now.
SUV, do I hail a Trackhawk or a 392 Jeep, maybe?
I got something better in mind.
The Durango.
I'm calling Eli Tesla and taking that idea.
Uh-oh.
Like, here's the body,
X-Type,
flip
the Tesla.
Here's the body, flip the engine. All right, and do the same for my wife's truck.
I'm gonna tell you one thing I've learned through these years.
Yeah,
What a lot of black men need to do: put themselves in positions. If you can't be a power, be right next to it.
oh yeah,
Because
Yeah.
you never ever think about it. It's like I
You-
was
you
saying
don't.
now when we talked about earlier about this crazy shit. BGS put it up, and I actually downloaded the documentation for the executive orders.
really.
I've said this all the time. Black men need to start chapters. See,
Yes.
you need to, if you really want to dominate a circuit. I've been trained to make the devil look good if I need to. Okay? A lot of people get into their pissy ass ways and say, well,
Yep.
I need to be number one. This person ain't smart all the time. This person this person that. Charles Faulkner doesn't give a damn. Have you ever noticed
I don't
I'm
give a
welcomed
fuck.
on? Have you ever noticed that I'm welcomed on almost everybody's panel?
Mm-hmm. Same with me. Same
Because,
with me.
like you said it best. I don't give a fuck. Everybody when BGS and Angry Man went through their little thing. I've seen this shit 6 years before. It's not new to me.
Yep. It's not new to me either. We did it together.
Yeah.
Charles. We did it together. Several times. I don't give a fuck. It's like I said, the first time I ever appeared on your panel, Charles, I'm almost 50. I don't give a shit. Seen it, been there, done that, got the t-shirt, burnt the sumbitch when I got done with it.
I got a new one. And see, the craziest part about power, the reason why your women are getting the power is not because they're smarter, not because they're more educated.
Right.
It's because they're on code.
Mm-hmm.
I should be able to go to Miami, and I should be hooking up with the Haitian brother here and be like, look, I need a place to stay. I need some business.
Yep.
I don't like people always say, why do you fuck with Haitians so much? You know why? Because they're not afraid to fucking fight what they believe in.
Really about it. We throw governments out every other day.
Listen, they throw governments out like fucking trash.
Look, we are the multifaceted group. All right, everybody that comes on this panel is the multifaceted manpower. There you go, Charles. There's a t-shirt.
There we go. That's a t-shirt.
Multifaceted manpower. And my proposition is this to you. I'm gonna design some t-shirts. I will design that one and put it on my website, and I'll send you the link for it.
Hashtag winner.
Whatever y'all can sell, we'll split it.
Sure,
and I gotta streak out of here because I got some baseball announcers to contact, and I got some football announcers to contact because people don't. Let me give you this. People don't expect me to talk to all the radio voices on the different teams, different professional leagues. I've had Super Bowl champions on my show. I've had NBA champions on my show. I've had Major League Baseball champions on my show. I haven't had a Stanley Cup champion yet.
Yeah, UFC champions too.
Yeah, I've had UFC champions on my show twice. I've had them. I've had all kinds on my show. Any one of you guys, when I get everything together and I relaunch my show, I'm gonna do it with video. And I'm going to do it through StreamYard. Any one of you guys that want to come on, especially when I start doing my Snowman Unfiltered.
Tell me in. I'm going to talk about old South football, hardcore football. Tell me in. I'm going to talk about old hardcore Southern football.
Good. Bring it on. I welcome all of you guys.
Definitely.
And I'm saying I'm putting the invite out there for invite out there for everybody. Drop an email if you can. I want y'all to take this email address down. Drop an email to bsnowmultimedia@gmail. I'll put it in the chat as soon as I get off of here. But contact me at bsnow@gmail.com because I'm thinking.
Put it in the back chat.
Okay, I'll put it in there now. Because I'm thinking Memorial Day weekend, I'm gonna relaunch Snowman Unfiltered, but I want to do it different. I want to do video like you guys are doing, and I want to have you guys on where we talk about any and everything, sports and more. All right.
Cool.
I would love to have you guys on. Because I'm so happy for Charles and the rest of you guys getting on this panel.
Yeah, sports is right up my alley.
I know it is. I mean, hell, I'm looking at an old game of Joe Robbie right now. But from the heart, when I relaunch Snowman Unfiltered, I'll let you guys know. Let's just have a George Carlin-like conversation about any and everything. And like you guys bring it here, I want y'all to bring it there.
Just let us know. We'll come and run it.
That's all I need to hear.
And possibly a drinking. No, that's gonna be.
I'm
sorry.
No, I'm gonna be a drinking. Shucks, I know when I'm gonna record. I know when I'm gonna record the show, and that's while the wife's at work.
Charles, okay? I'm on that. Charles, I'm on that moo cow right now.
Oh boy.
I'm on that moo cow right now.
That's shining fine, huh? That's shining fine, baby.
Shit, ain't nothing like that good old 90 proof cognac.
Oh, yeah.
Man.
Lord.
I found out that shit is 90 proof versus my Remy Morton. I was like, fuck, Remy costs too damn much anyway.
AL sounds
You know what I'm
Southern.
gonna
He
do,
speaks Southern.
guys?
I bet
You
you
know
he
what I'm.
even
You know
moves
what I'm
Southern.
gonna do? Whenever I do Snowman Unfiltered, and you guys are with me, I'm gonna have my wife bring me a drink.
Snowman like Young Jeezy Snowman? Or you talking about a whole different type of snowman, Brian?
I'm the original Snowman guy. My last name is Snow, and the kids call me Snowman when I do their games. So that's how
So you need to sue. You need to sue Young Jeezy then. Tell him stop stealing your shit. No, I'm playing.
Listen, Young Jeezy can have the nickname also.
No, he's not the original
Jeezy.
Snowman. Jeezy's not the original Snowman. Neither one of them are the original Snowman. The original Snowman is Cletus Snow. Cletus Snow from Smokey and the Bandits.
You know what?
Snowman.
You know
and it's Smokey, baby.
Listen, I love Smokey.
Yeah, y'all imitate him.
I love Smokey and the Bandit.
Was Frosty.
You know what, Mel? Shut up.
Hey, Kareem Austin in the comments asked me what is Tesla trying to do? Go to the moon? No, Elon's trying to go to the moon so he can run away from the average people. But Tesla's just trying to go really fast, 0 to 60 on your ass.
I mean, listen, Tesla's trying to be out in Los Angeles. Listen, Tesla's trying to be out in the big cities where they have where they have barriers and ride on the side of the barriers like they did in the cartoons if you want to get home quickly. Right. That's what Tesla is trying to do. And Mel, I love and Mel, I love you dearly, but I'm kicking your ass for that Frosty comment, okay?
Hey man, this is where you got it from, man. You can't call yourself the original Frosty while
I know. And Frosty and that cartoon was around before I was born, so I got to give you that one. So man, y'all make this so much fun every time I get a moment and I come on. And Charles, I really appreciate you and the rest of the crew for this.
Definitely.
Don't think this nigga fuck Charles.
A lot of people say fuck me as long as she's wet. That's all I care. That's all I care.
I'm telling you, the king of one-liners in this space
Charles
is Charles, and I gotta give you a close second, but Charles got the one-liners, bro. Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ.
Oh my God, it's like there's shit when you know you saying some shit out your mouth when your own parents look at you. I know this ain't the nigga I raised. Like, who birthed this nigga? And my mother like, oh me. Like, oh me, shit. God damn.
For real, the one-liner shit.
Man.
You know who else is really good at one-liners? Jeff Brown. Buddy Road that be with Zoe Williams.
Yeah.
Jeff Brown, Jesus, bro. No, I don't know, Charles. I don't even think you got him on one-liners. God damn, Jeff Brown one-liners is on next level.
Hey,
but he older than you by over a decade, so I guess that's why.
I mean, but still, I'm always gonna be a poor woman's dream and a rich woman's man. So I mean, I'm still gonna be shit.
You know who else had a lot of one-liners? One of my favorites of all time, George Carlin.
Oh, of course. Come on, man. That don't count. That's God level.
That's like Ultra Instinct. Like they're waiting for Goku to transform again just so it could be fair.
Me, Carlin was the white Richard Pryor.
Yeah,
they didn't talk about exactly the same things, but he was up there with Richard Pryor. He wasn't Richard Pryor, but he was up there with Richard Pryor to me. Like his level.
And Richard Pryor was his idol. And George was Richard Pryor's idol.
Yeah.
Because if y'all go back and look at the last
George
four
Carlin was alive right now.
Me too.
Oh my God, I would love to hear his commentary about Obama, about Biden, about Trump. I would have loved to hear him talk about Trump.
I would be under the table laughing so loud my wife would hear me in the other office. And she'd send me a text message, honey, I'm working. You can't laugh that loud. And I'm like, babe, it's George Carlin. I can't help it.
Like I tell you, man, it's some shit, man. It's some shit that I've seen through the years, and I mean, when it comes to comedy, man, you gotta think. I came out there to Living Color, so you already know I'm just born raunchy.
Yep.
I'm born raunchy.
Living Color.
So I'm like kind of born raunchy, you know, like fuck your couch, nigga, fuck your couch, you know, before fuck your couch.
Fuck your couch, nigga. Does
And
Wayne
I'm
Brady
like,
have to smack a bitch?
I mean,
Oh shit, it's Wayne Brady.
What I came up with, see, that's the one thing I always said. If you want racial harmony, if you want people to respect your sexual orientation, people are gonna have to joke you for it. Like
Yeah.
when you're with my gay friends, they be like, look, and I'll be like, and it's funny because he'll be like, Charles, you don't understand how to be gay. Well, I bet you it's a pain in the ass, and I'll be like, wait for it, and he's like, and he start busting out laughing, you asshole.
Oh man. Oh, that's funny too, you asshole. Well, I don't know about that.
I don't know. I mean, if we gonna, I said,
All right.
you know,
I leave you guys with a little bit of George Carlin, and he opened a show in 1990 with this. Don't you think it's kind of strange that George Bush had an operation on his middle, that Ronald Reagan had an operation on his middle finger, and George Bush had an operation on his asshole, huh?
Ooh. the one I like is the Colin Powell joke. He said something like, "This guy's name is Colin." It was like an asshole joke at the end of the day, and the shit was just hysterical. I'm like, this is an old. This is during the Desert Storm.
This is what he did. If you want to know what happened to the Persian Gulf, just remember the names of the two men who were running that war: Dick Cheney and Colin Powell. Somebody got fucked in the ass.
That's it right there. That's the joke.
Oh my god, man! This is. Oh my god!
I love Carlin.
Next time I'm gonna do a background with like just a lounge table with some leather chairs and a cigar and a couple of drinks. Like, oh my god, that is so raunchy, it's so good.
I'll give you one.
Remember,
more.
Carlin was the one that came out with what, the 7 famous words? Was it?
Yep, the 7 dirty words. The seven dirty words.
Yeah.
I'm getting his old.
How's that for my history? Remember, I was born in '86.
Yes,
I wasn't even.
I'm getting his whole discography, his whole videography of all of his specials.
It's a lot.
One of the best ones. One of the best one-liners from George Carlin. Doesn't it strike you as mildly ironic that most of the people who are against abortion are people you wouldn't want to fuck in the first place?
Yeah. Yep. I would actually ask you to download his interviews if you could find them on YouTube also while you still can. Download them shits now while you still can, because eventually they're not going to be there either. I'm telling everybody on the internet, I'm not advocating, but I'm advocating. All your favorite shit on YouTube, you better put them shit on an actual physical something, so that when they start taking this shit, there's so many videos I regret never taking off of YouTube. A bunch of shit that ended up getting deleted, or they took the person's page down.
And within about 24 months, everybody's favorites is going to be eliminated. They're going to be out. They're going to be out.
Yeah, really. One of the big main factors.
I wouldn't be surprised.
One of the biggest main factors to that is now you got celebrities coming on here making their money off of YouTube, and they want to please.
That's why everybody's favorites is going to be eliminated, because the celebrities have discovered. Yep, the celebrities have discovered what the small man has been doing. I've been with YouTube since 2008. They've discovered, the celebrities have discovered what the small man has been doing. The only reason they have more success than the small man has is because they have a name and a reputation attached to that name. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. That's it.
Exactly.
Look,
now they can take
let's remember this.
Own filming and everything. They can start filming their own shows through YouTube and everything.
Let's look at BGS, right? Look at what BGS has been able to do over the past 5 or 6 years. From Charles to Roger to Kevin, bringing all us brothers in this space.
Yes.
For those of us that started off as listeners, now we got our own channel. Nameless. I've met all. Bro, you realize we're all across the country. Nameless, not even from the US.
I want you to think about. I want you to think about this shit.
I mean, Charles and I have talked. Charles and I talk all the time about how we got started.
Namer, give it a second. Give it a second. Let Brian go and then Charles, because I really want to hear what they got to say in a second.
Because it's how Charles and I got started when we were with Matt. And we're going to have another epic conversation when I get together with Matt and Charles. That's why I invited you guys, because I want to have this kind of conversation, multifaceted, by the way. And when I'm on camera, I will have that sweatshirt with my show's logo, with a logo from Charles and how we started.
And I'm gonna tell you what, one of the biggest shows we've done was about gun rights. And how Matt said one of the most racist things Americans have done was deny gun rights to black people. He says, you didn't get your rights through Congress. You got your rights by the gun. And that's true. And think about it. In most of the cities where blacks live, you have the strictest gun laws, but you have the most violent of crimes. And it's Chicago, Baltimore, New York. I mean, the list can go on and on. But yet, when you deny a person the ability to defend themselves, you make them a subject and not a citizen.
Exactly.
And I refuse to be somebody's motherfucking subject. That's why I keep a piece of steel. As long as I have a piece of steel, I'll keep a piece of mind. As long as I got a piece of mind, I got a piece of steel. Trust.
Talking about that, I'll end with this real quick.
I don't quote Medea often, but I will. And I'm sorry about that, guys. I don't quote Medea often, but I will in this case.
Shame.
But it applies in this case. Peace be steel. Peace was steel. Peace is made of steel.
Load your steel.
That's good. That's a good line. That's good. I'll give it a pass.
The whole thing is, you see how YouTube's doing a whole strict rules now. They're doing the actual clean sweep. Especially,
let me get this out real quick because Namer been trying to speak and we ain't let him go yet. So I just wanted to say, Charles, I'm gonna send you something that Russell Brand covered about the world. I need to get your email first, but I want to send you something that Russell Brand covered about the World Economic Forum. You know, what's his name? Schmidt, the CEO of Google, was out here talking on some borderline scary dystopian technological future shit. So when you send me your email, I'll send it to you so you can watch it and maybe review it and give your commentary because the shit is getting like dystopian bad, y'all. Like name your dystopian movie that scares the shit out of you. We're getting there, and it's happening in our lifetime, people. And I'll pause right there. Go ahead, Namer.
Oh, hello, everybody. First of all, Charles, good evening, sir. Thank you for letting me into the panel.
Salute.
Brian. I believe we.
Salute,
motherfuckers. Brian, it's good to see you again, sir. The prostate motherfucker, in case you remember.
Everybody's favorite.
I do remember.
Everybody's for Eritrea.
That is right, East African. But since I am a Nordic wolf, hang on.
Love it.
And Z.
Nordic Wolf, how the hell have you been, man?
Well, let's see. My head, my mind is still twisted as ever, and I'm still great. I'm still happy.
Oh, so everything's normal.
That's all that matters. That's all that matters.
Sounds like a normal Monday to me.
So everything's in good hands.
It's everything's in good hands, pretty much. I just got a weird email earlier today because anybody here a gamer besides myself?
Yeah.
I'm playing Madden as we speak now.
Madden 2K, look, Call of Duty.
Forza and Gran Turismo over here.
Anybody? But my question. My question
hopefully
is,
tonight I
first
can
of
get
all,
some
is
Call of
anybody?
Duty.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
My question is, first of all, does anybody still own a PS3, PSP, or PS Vita?
Man, I still got my PS3.
And Nordic Wolf.
And PS4.
And Nordic
PS4
Wolf,
and Xbox One. I always buy both.
And Nordic Wolf, I got them all beat. You ready?
Ooh, you super bougie. I buy both of them at the same time looking at it.
No, wait. I didn't say at the same time. I don't got that type of money. I
was just trying to make you feel good about yourself. Right? That's all.
Hey, we all feel good about ourselves, especially with this kind of conversation. And Nordic Wolf, all I will say to you is Atari
you know what, fellas? Fellas, you know what, fellas? Can't no woman tell us nothing. Looking at
all right, guys.
When did they ever, brother? When did they ever?
Brian.
But yeah.
Right. Let me flip on out of here, you guys.
Brian, pleasure.
Hey, don't be no stranger, Brian. Bring your ass back around the scene, fam. For real. We love you, bro.
Hey, I love you guys. Thank you. I will be back. Thanks, fellas.
Oh, man.
Good seeing you, bro.
Good seeing you. Thank you.
By the
What were you
way,
saying, neighbor?
yeah. What I was is I just checked my email just now, and I just got an email from Sony. They said that they will be the rumors that were going out about they were going to be shutting down the PSN store on PS3, Vita, and PSP is true. July 22nd, they're going to be shutting down. They're going to shut down the stores on They're going to be shutting down.
Damn, I got to get my girlfriend a new PS4
PSN,
then.
PSP,
I got to get her PS4.
PS Vita, the 27th of August.
Yeah.
I already got my PS4. I got mine like last year.
No, I've been had a PS4. I've had my shit for like 3 some odd years, but my girl has a PS3, so I'm gonna have to upgrade her then.
Upgrade your boo then. Upgrade your boo.
Right? No, because we watch a bunch of stuff when I go visit her. We watch a bunch of stuff on her PS3. So I gotta upgrade her. You said by August, Namer?
Oh no, it's not the apps that's not gonna affect it. Just the store is gonna shut down. But if you have
okay, so you already have an app, then you're good to go.
Yeah.
No, they already took the PS3 off the app, but the apps and everything, if you have them already, then you're good. But if you have to purchase anything now from the store, you got to purchase them now. Anything that you already had in the past that's in your download list, they'll still be there to download. If you cross by, you got to download them onto other consoles or whatnot. So
you know what? That is so stupid. That is so stupid of Sony. They why would you kill that revenue? It's no way in hell I'm gonna kill revenue.
To force you to upgrade. To force you to upgrade, or it maybe cost them too much to keep it on a server. Maybe am I saying that right? I knew somebody that.
It's a server. It's a server.
Man, we talking about Sony, aka Michael Jackson. They got bread. I'm not hearing that. I'm not studying that.
No, but remember, they still spend money to keep that thing on the server, so that they're probably like nobody's really using PS3s like that no more. We've exhausted all of our money that we could possibly make from it, so we might as well start shutting down the servers that service PS3. You know, so I get
Understandable.
Everybody wants to get service once in a while. That's cool.
Yeah, it is. That nigga.
Anyway, what I wanted to there's a couple of things I wanted to piggyback on. First of all, we're going with Mel was saying about they changing the laws and everything. Mel, where I come from, there was a saying I used to have among my friends whenever they would change the laws on a whim. I'm not going to say it in my mother tongue, but I will say it in English. They say the laws are written in pencil. Remember that.
Easy to erase. I hear you. That's some G shit. I'm still in that. That's G shit. Goddamn.
That is some old sage knowledge right there. That's some good old sage knowledge.
Yeah.
Well, I am the only one who has a tradition to fall back from. So yeah, I guess so.
So, your tradition's what's your tradition's about 5,000 to 10,000 years old? Fuck you, nigga.
Oh, nobody care about that shit. Fuck y'all East Africans. Nobody care about no goddamn East Africans. Nigga. We don't care that you've been here since the Egyptians, motherfucker.
Yeah, we know that.
We must pay reverence to our fellow niggas king. And he come from good proper lineage, goddammit.
Fuck this nigga and his relatives back in the day.
Nigga, his relatives are your relatives, nigga. So you can't say that, niggas king.
That's the fucking reason why I didn't make the jokes funny.
God damn it! You just had to keep it going. I was trying to subdue the whole situation, but not your ass, Charles.
You know what? You know what?
You gotta understand. First of all, I admit I'm a dick by nature, and because I piss off a lot of motherfuckers. And Charles being an asshole, he always starts some shit. So we join at the hip like that. But
hey Charles, you should have been like, fuck the whole entire side of Africa over there. Somalia, Sudan, the fucking Eritreans, the Ethiopians, the Egyptians, fuck all of y'all niggas.
Speaking of Africa, shout out to Francis Ngannou for knocking out Stipe to win the heavyweight title. God damn, that was it. He hit him harder than crack in the 80s. God damn.
It was measured. He was
crack hit hard in the 80s too, for real.
I mean, it hit hard. He hit him so damn hard, his left leg did the stinky leg. Like, he like, yo, you knocked out. We not, nigga. You're not making us look bad.
Charles, he hit him so hard, Miocic thought he was back in Croatia, because everybody forgets that Miocic is actually of Croatian descent.
Yeah, he's Croatian. His parents are from Croatia, and it's like
you know what Stipe means? Stipe, you know what his name means? Stipe. It's reparations for Steve.
Oh shit.
Oh,
Well,
by
they
the way,
done
y'all.
knocked
His
him
real name
back
is
to
Stepan,
Steve.
but they call him Stipe.
By the
Stepan
way, I
is,
just want to say
Steve
this to
person.
Charles real quick. Charles, I finally watched the new Justice League, but my girl finally made me sit down and watch it. Goddamn 4 hours. I still got an hour to go. But I finally seen the clip that you always play where Superman headbutts fucking Wonder Woman into the ground.
It's for masculinity.
Bruh, that when you actually watch it in context of the movie, that shit is hysterical. But she hits him and he's like, okay, yeah, that kind of somewhat stung a teeny tiny bit. And then he hit her back. Oh my god.
No feminism in the Snyder Cut.
God damn, knocked her into the ground.
If we're gonna compare it to like pro wrestling headbutts, that'd be like if Rikishi, no, not Rikishi, if it was like Rikishi, because he used to be well against who? On who?
Fucking Haku.
No, it would be a headbutt by Haku onto I don't know, somebody. Name me a diva from like Attitude Era.
Shit. The only person who has a big old one, if you looked at the size of the cranium of the JYD back in the day, that was not a small head. That was like a size 9 hat. God damn.
China.
Oh no. Okay, that would hurt. That would hurt.
China.
She would just. She'd remember immediately that she's a woman. Right then and there.
Yeah, China had a cranium, nigga. That wasn't a head. You don't even call that a head. You call it by its official cranium.
She had a jaw back in the day. Remember before '98, she had like a jaw, and then she underwent.
She had a jaw. I mean, good God.
Yeah,
she had the jaw like she had a jawbone, but not the one men like.
Shout out to all my Bleach watchers. She Grimjaw Jagajack over here.
Grimjaw Jagajack.
Is one question.
There it goes. There it goes. God damn. What's going on?
I'm curious to ask you this question. Given you're Haitian, what do Haitians think of Martinicans, Guadeloupans, and the folks in French Guyana?
Well, we see them as relatives, kind of, sort of, somewhat. And the way we kind of see most of the Caribbean, Black Caribbean especially, we understand that our background is different, but we see them as like cousins, right? Like kind of distant, especially the French-speaking ones. We see them as distant cousins.
Yeah, that's what I mean by Martinique, Guadeloupe, because they're still, and the differences they're also still over French overseas territories.
Yeah, but the only thing that we really realize, and you see this, I think Haitians and Black Americans are two of the groups that realize this maybe more than just about any Black people in the diaspora, minus some Black British people, obviously, is that ain't no winning when you start doing business with white people. Ain't no, them niggas trying to screw you somehow, some way, and you got to be on the up and up. Right. So what I've realized with Black Americans is most Black Americans do not trust white people as they shouldn't. Same thing with Haitians. Right. So but everybody else around the diaspora, I don't know. Niggas be looking extra naive and gullible.
They go out of their way to tap. They don't even tap dance, man. They be also the Wiz, Can You Feel a Brand New Day?
Right. You know what? I forgot Jamaicans. I'm sorry to some of my Jamaican brothers. They also look. Many of them look at white people side eye. I forgot. I was about to say. Wait a minute. I know.
I was just about to side eye you when you said only Haitians and Black Americans.
No. I just was about to. I was like, wait a minute. I forgot my Jamaican brothers. I'm sorry.
What's
my
up,
Jamaican brothers and sisters.
What's up, Natty? What's up, Natty?
You see, I done woke Natty out of her sleep. She wasn't saying nothing.
You got to introduce yourself because you're new here. You're new, so you got to introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry for being rude. Hi, hello, everyone on the panel. I came on actually to talk about the Falcon and the Winter Soldier, but you guys went off on a different topic.
We're multifaceted over here, but we could go back to that. We always go back to the subject.
You guys went off on a different topic.
I didn't want to interrupt.
I didn't want to interrupt.
So where you from?
I'm Jamaican, born in Jamaica, grew up in Brooklyn, so you know.
How the fuck can you be a rude? Wait a minute. How can you be a rude girl and a rude driver? God damn.
You ain't shit for that, Charles.
But it's funny as fuck, wasn't it? It was timely as a motherfucker, wasn't it?
She a young girl and a rude girl at the same time.
Wow,
Even she laughed at that.
Right. This shit was fun.
I can say, I actually
on his paddles. I'm the like the stereotypical black female you be talking about on these panels. But don't worry, I'm not gonna get crazy like that girl did last time. I'm not here to do that. I just actually came.
We welcome women on the panel like shit. Like you'd be surprised how many women enjoy these panels, man, and it surprises me.
I enjoy listening to you guys. Sometimes when you guys talk, I'm like, oh god. I shake my head, but I listen.
And it's funny because most of the ladies, till I started doing my own shows, I didn't know there were ladies who felt the same as we did, like about other women. And we'd be like, God damn, I thought I was bad. Like,
I mean, I'm like 75% with you guys. I don't believe everything you say. You know what I mean?
Oh, trust me. We can bring up some receipts. But what would your take on the Falcon and the Winter Soldier? Because those two episodes, for being a soldier, for me, being a former military, they hit home a lot. But go ahead.
Oh my God. I'm a Marvel head. I'm one of those nerdy black girls. So when you guys have these talks, I'm like, I geek out. I loved it. I love the first two episodes. I think the Isaiah Bradley storyline is I guess they gonna lead into the new phase that Marvel's is doing about it's gonna lead into the new Avengers. They're gonna actually have his grandson. Well, I was reading about it. They're gonna have his grandson be a part of the new Avengers. It's a good storyline. I think it's very good. I like how they do the serious and then they do the action, and it's like watching a movie. It's really like watching a Marvel movie when I watch the show. So I like it.
It's funny because it's such a great day to be a fucking comic book fan, because I'm a fan of both Marvel, DC, and Image.
I'm not really into DC. I heard
that's Snyder Cut. That Snyder Cut is amazing.
It's good. Yeah, the Snyder Cut it's pretty good. I have an hour, just about an hour left. It's pretty good, but it's long. It's like 4 hours long though, Natty. Like 4 hours. You gotta sit down. Yeah, it's like 4 hours long. Yeah.
I'll watch it. I watch the original, and this is the DC superhero. What is this? What is the Snyder Cut?
The Snyder Cut is with the way Snyder imagined it
the Batman versus the Superman one.
No, this is the.
It takes place after
the whole
fact.
Justice League. It takes after that, the Justice League. So what happened was, Josh Whedon tried to marvel it up, and it does not work for that tone of the universe. Mm-hmm. So it's a much more serious,
much more dark,
much darker. And boy, it gets dark. And trust me, I'm not going to give you the last hour. It gets darker.
Yeah, wait until you see it.
I like DC for that. I like that they get very deep. Not deep, very dark. I like that they're very like dark sometimes. Like the Dark Knight was good. They have some good. They have some good movies, but they're just. I don't know. I don't think they ever get the formula right. I don't know.
Oh, they got it. They got it right. This one. They got Wonder Woman, the first Wonder Woman right. They got Aquaman right.
Yeah, the first one.
And
but Marvel is kicking DC's ass on TV on movies.
Not TV, not animated. Because that fucking Justice League Dark Side War.
I gotta see who I can get HBO Max from, because I don't have HBO Max and I'm not paying for it. I gotta see who I can finesse to get my HBO Max.
See, you gotta invoke.
Nadia about to show some ankles so she could get HBO Max.
Hold on, did she say finesse just to watch a show? Hold on.
Like, hey baby, can you give me $20? Don't you need $20 cash app it? And Natalie the type of girl, she just gonna show an ankle to the nigga and shit.
I just went with my brother and said, yo, you have HBO Max, and let me get the code and the password. That's it.
I can't talk shit, y'all. I'm using my girlfriend's HBO Max on my Xbox. I can't even talk shit.
Don't feel bad. My girl using my HBO Max on my
PlayStation 4.
Right?
Oh my God. I don't want to tell you how gangsta I am. I'm still using my ex-girlfriend's cable and fucking internet.
Oh my God.
I can literally I literally got all her codes and shit. We've been broken up for almost a year.
Say, Fuzz, you can't be that gangster, Fuzz. Fuzz, you can't be that gangster, Fuzz. You just can't.
I'm gonna tell you how gangster I am.
Actually, he can be. He can be. But then again, that's called being financially intelligent because he knows how to save
financially frugal, frugally intelligent.
Yes.
All I gotta do is
now
this,
you
folks.
see. Now you seeing it the way he does. Now you seeing how he sees it.
All you gotta do is pull one of these.
Wait, Charles, you need the other one. You need the other. You need the other gift. The one where he's like swinging his hips and everything. He's gyrating his hips.
I'm trying to find that one.
And blows the kiss.
Oh my god, it's like my thing about it is it's such a day to be a fucking comic book fan because that Isaiah Bradley shit.
Don't forget to acknowledge the sweat hogs. We gotta acknowledge the sweat hogs.
You gotta go. For all you YouTube Motor City sweat hogs, I need you to shut the fuck up right now while I show you a woman what a real YouTuber looks like. So let me stop that shit before I have all of YouTube hate. But it's funny as hell because, oh yeah, by the way, Natty and Josh, we're starting to do hashtag to send to Kevin Feige. Hashtag Charles Faulkner plays younger the young Isaiah Bradley.
I got you.
I'm down with that. Hey Charles, I got a little fun fact for you. You said it's a great time to be a comic book fan. Well, it's also a great time to be a Rocky fan too because they're about to have a director's cut of Rocky 4 coming out soon.
So Rocky's Revenge.
Oh yeah, it's loaded with deleted scenes, outtakes, bloopers, all that. I can't wait to see it.
Shit, that's like my sex.
Godfather 3 too.
Shit, that's like my sex life. God damn.
How many people remember that victory?
I heard about God.
How many of y'all remember that victory? The song with Diddy, Busta, and Biggie is actually a Rocky song originally.
Yeah, classic.
Yeah, I love that beat. That's like one of my favorite hip hop beats of all time. Is that victory beat from Diddy and Busta?
That beat
and
made me
Big.
want to whoop some ass.
Yeah, right.
Hey Josh.
Yeah.
Have you know how thorough being a Baltimore cop is? Only in Baltimore where superheroes get arrested. God damn.
Like, even Superman don't want to come to Baltimore City and work.
He's like, yo, is that the Winter Soldier? Get that fool. I got one running. White man, number 2 man. He's got a metal left arm. Like, it looks pretty fucking cool though. He's really fast. I mean, surprisingly for a white guy. It's like he's got like goddamn.
Nigga, even RoboCop
Offspring all of a sudden.
Huh?
He's quoting Offspring all of a sudden.
Yeah, for some reason. Look at this motherfucker. I mean, he literally jumped a
white guy.
He really jumped a 6-foot fence. No hands. God damn. Like, somebody give me some New Balances. The official shoe of Baltimore. Like, you ever want to get into a foot race? You know you're fast if you can catch a nigga in a white beater, some cargo shorts, and some New Balances.
Yeah,
that's
some
how you know you fast.
Some
992s, man. Why we call them 992s? Because that's the speed that motherfucker's going. God damn.
That's the speed on the speedometer.
God damn.
Oh man.
This motherfucker, like, you start seeing light bend in his waves. That's how fast he's going. Like, shit. Equals MC squared, motherfucker. Like, shit.
Oh my god! All of a sudden, damn.
Yeah, and then if you go to Amazon, they have Robert Kirkland, who did the Walking Dead, and damn, he did something else. I think was it Preacher? No, that was Guinness. He did The Walking Dead, but he also did Invincible. And I actually have the hardback copy autograph by him. Cool guy, by the way. Cool guy. So go to Amazon. The first 3, it is animated. The first 3 episodes are on Amazon. And it's drawn in the same way the comic was. Fucking incredible. If you have not read the book, get the fucking books. Charles Faulkner approved. I'm gonna start doing comic reviews my way. Like, yeah, get the fucking books. Like, did he curse? Yes, I fucking cursed. Don't question me, nigga.
Hey, parental advisory discretion, top right hand corner. Go suck
you,
one.
AL.
Explicit content.
Crooked and Big One. See, and don't say we're sexist because we have ladies here too, and they cuss just as much as we do. And is she Jamaican? Is she from Brooklyn? Oh, I know she got a fucking. She makes sailors grab their pearls.
Okay.
What part of Brooklyn we talking here?
I try to be ladylike. I try.
Excuse me. Wrong question, Natty.
Yes, what's up?
Hey, I like
What
Rob
part
from
of
Thomas
Brooklyn you in?
Explained. He's the shit. I would love to do a one-on-one.
What happened?
What part of Brooklyn you at?
What part of Brooklyn I'm from?
Yeah.
Well, I'm a part of a park called Dickens Park, Flatbush. So that's very West
Yep.
Indian. Very West
Flatbush,
Indian.
yeah, that's where Busta Rhymes was born in. That's where Busta Rhymes grew up in.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what's up. You from
Flatbush.
Brooklyn?
Flatbush.
I'm from the Bronx.
You're from the Bronx, what up?
What up?
Yeah, you can. I forget that he's from New York till he drives. Like, come on, B! God damn, dead ass! This motherfucking. He gets such road rage, man.
Oh yeah, I'm working on it.
I'm working on it like my drinking. Drink some
Right.
more. Don't be a quitter. Don't be a quitter.
The funny story about driving, I haven't drove a car in like 15 years.
What? Goddamn New Yorkers, see?
I mean,
yeah,
that's
I
not
can't
shocking.
do
You
it.
live in New York, so I mean, you don't
I
need
don't
to
need to
drive.
I don't
No,
need
but
to
the
drive.
subway.
Driving is
You know,
therapeutic for me. I need to drive. I like driving.
because that's how y'all get. That's how y'all get the cute bitches. But that's
Well,
what
that part
that's
too.
Miami. Yeah, that part
Yeah,
too. You forget to let
yeah,
that out.
I like driving because it's therapeutic, and plus, first of all, secondly, our
You
our
have to
public
drive in
transportation in
Florida.
South Florida isn't as good as the northeastern states. Y'all public
Yeah, you have
transportation
to
is on
drive.
point. Ours, not so much.
I'm
My
gonna tell
dad
you what
lives
the
in
difference.
Florida
Not
now.
Baltimore
I'll tell you this.
transportation.
I'll tell you
That
this,
shit
Z.
is garbage. Nigga, the train don't even. The train stops running after 12 out here. In
I'm
New
gonna put
York,
it to you
that
this
shit's like
way.
Oh wow.
24/7.
I'm gonna put it to you this way. In Baltimore, the difference between driving in Baltimore and New York. Well, I'll say this: the difference between living in Baltimore compared to New York is this: New York's 10 times bigger,
Mhm.
and it's like you can live on one block in New York for 20 years and didn't even know you were neighbors to somebody. In Baltimore, you can be on a block for 20 minutes and you know all your goddamn neighbors.
That's right.
Like, as soon as I went to New York, they were like, "Hey, you know such and such?" Yeah, that's my cousin. Oh shit, we lived in the same block for 30 years. I didn't know you lived there. It's so goddamn crowded. And then the bad part, I love the fashion that you can get any joint you want, especially the fake ones. But we don't do fake over here. No, we don't do that over here. But it's funny as shit because even in New York, the rats be pulling out their fucking fur, be trying to sell you gold watches and shit. That was that hot.
Yo, you stupid.
That was that
Hold on
hot.
a second. Charles,
Mm-hmm.
first of all, can you try to say it like Francis Ngannou? Can you say, no, we don't do that? No, we don't do that.
You know, Francis
No.
Ngannou, nice guy. Hit like Mack truck. Hit like Rhino. God damn, that nigga looked like he hit so hard he could stop fucking Corona. God damn, with one punch. Dude,
No, they actually measured how the force he uses to throw a punch. Broke a couple of world records, from what I understand.
And a couple of people's jawlines too.
Like, remember how he knocked out? What was it? Remember how he knocked out Alistair Overeem with that uppercut? And he was like, he left his feet.
To give y'all context for those who are not MMA fans like myself and Naaman.
Okay, there's a Dutchman. He's partially Dutchman named Alistair Overeem.
I think he's
Alistair
Jamaican
Overeem.
and Dutch.
No, he's a half Dutch and half Jamaican. He was born in the UK to a British Jamaican father. Him and his older brother, but they grew up in the Netherlands with their mother, who was Dutch.
So
he was a former Pride and former
Strike Force. He was a former Strike Force and
K1 champion and
K1 and Dream. All at the same. He had 3 heavyweight belts at the same time.
Yeah.
Alistair Overeem was also a K1 champion, which is street
K1
kickboxing. I mean, it's predicated for knockouts. That's how it is. And
the Dutch are big on that one. Ernesto Hoof is one of the biggest heroes.
Ernesto Hoofs.
What's his name? The fine gentleman. I forgot his name.
Yeah. What's his name? Bata Curry.
I think so.
He was. He's nasty. Let me put it to you this way: They made a rule in K1 not to do the flying knee because Alistair Overeem was so strong and so big and so agile. He was just getting instant knockouts because he's about 6'6" and he can reach your jaw like nothing.
6'4", 250 actually. He's 6'4", 250.
Yeah, and it was funny because Nagano, he hit him with an uppercut so fucking fast and so fucking hard. You ever seen a person look like they didn't get hit that hard, but you like obviously hit? like I mean, he hit him harder than Jim Crow. God damn.
Damn.
You know what?
I mean,
it would have been like that old if you remember like that old comedy album from by Martin Lawrence, Talking Shit. It's like, what do you do if you're the friend of the guy who just got knocked out? You'd be like, damn, did he hold you as a fucking lift, man? No, man, I ain't seen with your teeth. I don't know where them bitches went. Didn't find your teeth, man. Sorry.
Yeah, and it's funny because when he hit Stipe, and Stipe has a chin, okay? Stipe been in there with Nagano the first time and got rocked. He's been in there with
multiple times. Then who else?
He's been in there with DCW Courier, who has very deceptive power.
Yeah.
Deceptive power. And I mean, he's been in there with fucking Alistair Overeem and knocked him out. But when he
don't forget Fabrice Verdum. Fabrice Verdum, because remember Verdum, the way he knocked out Verdum. Verdum chased him, and while running backwards, he knocked him out.
Which tells you he's very accurate. But God,
he has a strong. He has great generalship. He's got ring generalship. Knows how to pace himself. Is very measured. That's what Ngannou learned in this fight. He learned how to be more measured in his strikes.
Yeah.
Because like in the first one, he was just swinging wildly, trying to knock him out.
And it's funny because when you box or do a striking art, when you box or you do a striking art, you learn very quickly not to just wind up and hit. You just touch them. Because you'll be surprised how much power you'll do with a jab compared to winding up your right hand. And I've knocked down people in sparring sessions with jabs because they would step in and I'll step into the jab and I'll snap it like a rubber band. Pop! And I would just back up.
Jab is the most powerful weapon in the boxer's toolkit, but it's the most, but very few people like really appreciate it, understand the importance of the jab.
Yeah.
It's not just you just throw that punch. It's not just throwing the lead. It's just because what you're doing is you're gauging, you're trying to check the, you're just testing the opponent, his reaction. There's a lot of things with that jab because what is it like Leonardo da Vinci would say? Simplicity is the greatest complexity.
Yeah.
Some people do not understand or appreciate the complexities of a simple move like that.
Yeah. If you actually, I wish I could find the tapes at my mother's house, and I'll try to see if I can convert them to YouTube of me wrestling.
I trained in Muay Thai, so I'm thinking, when you talk about boxing like this, I'm thinking,
yeah. They said Bruce Lee once said that don't fear the guy that knows 1,000 kicks. Fear the guy that practiced a kick 1,000 times.
Yeah, yes. that was my wrestling's mentality. Like, I can do a lot of moves. Yes, I can. I'm actually that technical. If I'm wrestling, you'll probably see 3 good moves in every position: single leg, duck under to the high crotch, maybe even an arm drag. And when I'm on bottom, people feared my bottom more than my takedowns because they knew you can't stop this switch. You either let it, and people tried. And I would just switch you so fast or so hard. If I didn't like you, I would sit down on it and let you feel the pain. And if you try to power your way out of it, I got all the leverage in the world. Imagine, I don't care how big your arms are. At the time, I'm 171 pounds. Solid as a rock. Can't say that is. But imagine 170 pounds and your elbows fully extended and locked out. Go ahead and try to power me. I'm just going to sit down really, really hard. Flop on my ass and watch this shit go snap, crackle, pop. So you're going to give me the reversal, or if you're smart, you'll just give me the reverse. You'll just tell me to stand up. But now you're in a different world because I'm a takedown artist. And the simplicity of just doing that move again, it builds the confidence. You're like, what happens is when you build confidence into that maneuver or that punch or that kick, it builds up efficiency. which builds up the confidence, so you don't burn as much energy saying, I hope. No, you just execute. And when you look at Tyson, you have to be in really good shape for the pickaboo style.
Moving around, everything. You gotta have good movement, strong legs, strong quads. Remember, he had to move around a lot.
Because he was giving up a lot of size. What Tyson was doing was unheard of for his weight class. And I mean,
he's 5'11", 220. He was like 5'10", 5'11", 220.
Yeah.
So
neck like a fucking British bulldog. Neck like a fucking it's like an English bulldog.
He worked that neck out.
And I mean, you look at Boss Rutan. Boss is not a big man. I mean, even in his prime, I mean, he was cut and lean. The most he probably weighed was 215, 225.
6'1".
But 6'1". Not the biggest guy in the world. I mean, good size. But the amount of power he could generate. When you watch his old Pancrase clips, and he would throw a palm strike like a fist. So he would twist. And you got those two wrist bones right there. And pretty much you don't feel shit when you hit somebody with a palm. Boom! And you're just winding it up, and his kicks, man. And when he does punch you, when back then, when Pancrase, you could only palm strike to the face, but you could punch to the body, he would just generate so much fucking power, he would cause your fucking liver to bleed.
Ooh.
Like, I mean, he would just,
you can see the liver shots in MMA. Yeah. He was the inventor of the liver shot.
Yeah. And I mean, Boss, I would not fight Boss now. look at, and I'm glad you said that, Bruce Almighty. This dude is definitely, I got to give him a shout out because he's definitely my number one. I got to give him the number one moderator because he kicks out a lot of trolls and puts up a lot of the Great Faulkner initiatives and the Cash App. So I definitely appreciate you. We love you here. Boss was like Ronda Rousey. People don't know this about Ronda, right? What is Ronda's mother famous for?
First female American to win.
She was a martial artist
judo.
Also, right?
She was a judo.
She's the first American to win a world title in judo, a world gold medal in judo, and she has a PhD in philosophy, in psychology. I'm sorry.
Wow.
So Ronda came out the womb doing arm bars.
Actually, she started at 8. It was after the death of her father. She picked it up after the death of her father, and her mother was trained by Jean LaBelle, judo Jean LaBelle, and Ronda also learned under him as well.
Yeah, so
they don't know that Ronda is a 3rd degree or 4th degree black belt in judo.
Her mother's a 7th. She's a 5th.
Are you sure? Yeah.
She's a 5th.
Wow.
And it's funny because when you look at the lineage of that family, for those of you who don't know judo Jean LaBelle, he's one of the pioneers of MMA and grappling. You talking about in pro wrestling. So he made a lot of the moves in pro wrestling actually legitimate again because he would use them in his little MMA fights back in the 60s and 70s. So imagine doing a legit Boston Crab, but putting your knee in the guy's small of his back or top of his neck. So he was doing the walls of Jericho 20, 25, 30 years before Chris Jericho. Imagine doing the crossface chicken wing. Shout out to Bob Backlund, former NCAA champion, Division II. So you got a lot of guys who, like Ric Flair said, like Bob Backlund was so strong and so good.
Kick his ass in real life.
Yeah, he said if I wanted to do it, he said I couldn't do shit with him. He would fuck me up. Like Bob was actually like, people don't realize, like, if you ever had to shake Bob Backlund's hand, it's like crushing. Like Danny Hodge back in the day.
Yes.
Dan Hodge, God rest his soul.
He was like what, little guy, 5'7"?
Yeah,
Danny Hodge.
Like,
never lost a point in college. Never lost a point.
Grip so strong he could crush apples even in his 80s.
Damn.
And he would just do it. Like Dan Hodge was so good. He won the AAU championship in boxing and wrestling the next week. He could have went for the Olympics for both boxing and wrestling. And the Soviets actually robbed him by 1 point from being a gold medalist. He won a silver medal in, I believe, the Helsinki Games. So when you look at the combat, you do know we doing a fucking panel on combat sports. This is the reason why I'm so pro combat sports. 3 of the fucking weight classes in the UFC are held by Africans. 5 out of 10 of the weight classes that are the 2021 NCAA wrestling is by 5 black guys. One of them from Maryland, Aaron Brooks. And it's funny because I've always said this for years, and now 20 years later, I'm getting calls and emails and text messages. Yo, Falk, you were right. If we got Africa in the MMA, they're going to dominate. Y'all heard me say that years ago in BGS's panel. Y'all heard me say this, for those who do be longer than that, you heard me say this years ago. If you got blacks, whether they're from anywhere in the diaspora into these fucking sports, we would just dominate. If you gave me an old fucking supermarket and give me the money, just say, I'm going to put this and I'm going to make this a mixed martial arts gym. We're going to do judo. We're going to do wrestling. We're going to do boxing. We're going to do MMA. Hell, we'll even do savate. We'll get poly salat. We'll do it all. I would pump out more champions. Yep, I would pump out more champions out of that one little fucking gym because one, you give boys direction.
Mm-hmm.
You'll give them somewhere to feast for. Hell, I'll bring the girls in because guess what? 2 out of 3 of the chicks last year who won world titles, 2 of them were black women. So everything I've said years ago is coming to fruition. So think about this. You put this, I mean, more than Greg Jackson. I put money on it. If I can get, you give me that gym and I'll show you what a champion looks like. Black male or black female, and both. Any sport, and people don't even know the history of Baltimore. We're a combat sports city. We got multiple world champions in boxing. We got the Chaparelli brothers, who was called the fucking NCAA champions for Iowa when Gable was coaching. The Baltimore Butcher.
Charles, pause for 1 second. Random news, y'all. Random news. The cargo ship that was blocking the Suez Canal, they finally moved it.
Great.
That's what's up.
Now we could get toilet paper, right?
Actually, sweetie, wait. Which way was it headed? Was it headed north when it got stuck, or was it headed south?
I want to say south, but I'm not sure. I might be wrong about that.
Because if it was headed south, they're heading their way to India and Indonesia, so they're crossing through my backwaters. I'm a little arrogant that way. Excuse me.
Well, it's kind of funny that she brought up toilet paper and you said backwaters because there's so many jokes in blood.
But I will say this about this. Sometimes, sometimes there's situations where it's better to use soap and water than toilet paper. One of the best times to take a dump is before you take a shower.
Of course, that's how it's supposed to be done. It's funny as hell.
I mean, shit.
It's funny as hell during the whole toilet paper shortage. You know what I got? A bunch of washcloths and soap. Like, fuck this.
I just said I never ran out of toilet paper.
I don't understand you guys when you guys had all that shit going on over there. Because over here, we didn't have that. The only thing that we had a panic buying in was hand sanitizers.
Nah, nigga. People panic bought everything. I remember this time last year, the Walmart was a ghost town.
Josh.
Shit, you got people out here buying sneakers. What the fuck does sneakers have to do with staying alive?
No,
Josh,
he's
you forgot I'm
outside.
outside the States?
Huh?
Josh, I'm in Scandinavia, dude.
Oh, no, I know.
So, yeah,
he was just telling you. He was just telling you, neighbor, how fucked up it was in Walmart.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I figured that much already. I knew because I got
posted
in the States, so I got it
bad out here, too.
It was so bad.
I can imagine.
It was so bad you could even find notebook paper. Like there's some bastard out there might find notebook paper.
Notebook paper, paper towels,
but yo, they was panic buying everything.
Even bottles of water, stuff like that.
Yo, even bikes. Like if you go to the bike section in Walmart, that's gone. Weights gone. Basketball's gone.
Yeah, because people were working out at home because remember they shut down the gyms. Like they really shut down, and especially like I live in Florida, so obviously our governor thought it was a joke. But if you lived in like New York or something like that or California, they shut shit down.
That's right, Mr. Z. That's right because
DeSantis think this shit's a joke.
But
Yeah.
not to get off the topic, but see, I wanted to ask you a question. How was the spring break this year? Where you're at?
What, me? In
Yeah,
South
because I
Florida?
know, like, yeah, in
Shit,
South Florida, you know,
man.
they were
Let's
having.
just put it this way: they had to run those young people out of there. During the day, it was a sea of white people. They came from all over the country, and at night, you know, niggas. So the shit was so bad, the cops started shooting tear gas and stuff like that because okay, the road that's adjacent to the beach is called Ocean. Ocean you could actually used to drive up and down that, but about a year or two ago they shut down Ocean, and so it's just a road where you could walk on. But that road was so packed right up until 11 something, 10 something, 8 something. Well, actually 10 and 8, 9 and 8 something. They had to start shooting tear gas to get those kids out of there, those young people, because they didn't
Because
care
of
about
COVID.
COVID. As a
I
matter of
remember,
fact,
was it like last year? You had the same shit happen, didn't you?
yeah, no, it was bad this year. It was bad.
Oh my
And
god, the
yeah,
police had to do niggas like this and shit.
seriously though, serious. Serious.
Like, get
I
the
got
fuck off the
videos.
beach.
Is it true they had a curfew in Miami? Was it Miami?
Yeah, yeah.
Yo, that's
On
crazy.
South Beach. Yeah, on South Beach.
South
Yeah.
Beach, of course. I mean, what else? Like, you know, Panama City. How far is Panama City from where you're
I'm
at?
not.
Where you're at?
It's a little. It's a little mission. It's a little mission. But South Beach. South Beach. When I say name, like I don't know how to describe it to y'all. Like it was packing sardines. Like niggas did not care about COVID. Like they just COVID. What COVID?
They were like seals during breeding season, huh? Yeah, it was
Yo,
like
it was.
seals during
It's
breeding season,
insane.
and in South Africa.
Oh,
That's how
I
I
bet
could
you
look
was
at
It
some
it.
was
breeding
insane.
going on.
Oh
I'm gonna
yeah, there
tell
was
you this.
definitely some breeding going on.
I'm gonna tell you one thing about it. I'm not ready for this shit, man. I'm gonna keep my son in the house because he'll be 14 July 28th, and I'm just wondering if all those like I like girls now shit settles in. I'm trying to prolong that shit as much as I can.
Oh man, it's coming.
I'm
Pause.
looking at.
I just hope nobody.
Hopefully he's not.
But see, I will say this.
Right?
And not to
That's
be,
not
not to
good.
be a
I forget.
dickhead.
But then again, I forget who his father is. So
Yeah, that's Whoremonger Jr. right there. So you gotta watch it.
and it's like, and he's a cute little boy with a white pit bull walking down the street to the store.
How is Precious these days, by the way? No, sorry. How is Justice, by the way? The pit bull.
She sleep right next to me. Bet you.
Yeah, that's the only bitch you have in your life, man. That's the only bitch you need in your life.
You know what though? Here's a question.
But Justice, she is in love with me. I swear to God, every time I come over there,
yeah.
How old is she?
She's got to be about 4.
Yeah, that's a grown ass female now. That's a grown.
Yeah,
female.
she's like, oh, every time Josh comes over, she be like, oh, my man's.
She come charging at me.
Oh, she'll say Uncle Charles. She'll be like Uncle Josh. She be trying to flash his ass. That's what she be trying to do.
Hysterical.
But what I wanted to
Here's
say,
a question for y'all. What is the other side of COVID gonna look like when it comes to this whole dating and mating scene?
Yeah, you better.
I got y'all thinking.
I'll put it to you this way. I know if you're a single man and you got HBO Max, Netflix, and Hulu, you the man. Girl, come over here. I got this.
The funny
this
thing
party
is, like maybe a couple of weeks right before COVID started, I just so happened to get into a relationship, and I told Charles, I was like, you know, that was the perfect time because I can't picture myself. I mean, I can picture myself being single at this point in time, but I can't picture myself dating with COVID going on. Because I'm like, shit, I don't want to catch that.
Shit. I'm going to put it to you this way. Good God almighty. 2 out of 3 of my legs still work. Found that out this COVID.
Hysterical.
I will say this, though. I have a friend, and, you know, and she understands my situation, my mental health issues, because I have OCD and shit like that. And she was like, and I remember I used to like wear a mask before this whole shit thing because, you know, with my issues. So a lot of people like, you know, used to mock me then, but when this shit happened, they just looked at me like, damn, motherfucker, you were ahead of the curve.
Right. They're like,
yeah,
you knew. They said you knew.
No sense. I was wearing because I have like there's this company called RZ. A cousin of mine hit me up about those masks. I wear those. They got filters. They're kind of cool to wear. But I remember like she was like this one friend of mine. She looked at me and she's like, you know what? I'm scared they're gonna start trying to like. You're gonna start seeing people develop like OCD type tendencies and whatnot, become total germ phobes after this shit. I was like, it's possible. It's possible. Because, you know, anything is possible. They could be gaslit into thinking like that. Who knows? They could just like take advantage of this whole COVID, say there's a fourth wave now, just to keep people in the wraps and whatnot. You never know.
I mean, it's better to be cautious than to be reckless. So,
Josh, there's a saying we have among my family. They say, hope for the best, prepare for the worst.
That's right.
That's why I'm always thinking of the worst case scenarios, because I want to make sure I have my ass covered at all times, even if I got a rocket kill to do it.
Right.
No, Nordic, I have to say that I was one of those people. I have a cousin like you, and I would make fun of her. And then when this COVID thing started, I was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Like, he was right all the time. She was just like, she has OCD to like the max. I mean, when she sleeps,
how severe is hers?
Sleeps. She sleeps with the plastic things on your hand and on your feet and like a rubber. Yeah, she's
that's
very
severe germphobe.
Yeah, she's.
You became a germaphobe during this session.
A germophobia is like it's not in every case of OCD, but there's plenty who suffer from some form of mysophobia, otherwise known as germphobia. So I remember being like that at one point, but I was like able to get, you know, I've kind of overcome that to an extent. It's just this COVID thing just made me a reason just to wear. I don't leave the house without wearing gloves at least. I wear like these like workman gloves with or batting gloves or something like that, just to protect my hands at all time. It's kind of cool.
Looks what's gonna happen when the weather's get hot and wearing all that cover shit.
Oh I got like these work. I got like these work boots. It's like where these work gloves, like the ones they have like for mechanics.
He's in Sweden.
I'm in Norway.
Yeah, you're in Norway, right? So it's not hot there, is it? I felt ignorant, but I don't.
Right now it's not hot. It's still cold. We're just entering spring now. It's just like spring just started today.
Yeah, we like one more day from
Daylight
March.
savings started last night. In fact, no, yesterday. Sorry.
Yeah, one weather season will come up in New York. But it's definitely warm right now.
It's getting warm.
It was.
Warm.
But yeah,
50 now. That's not normal.
Yeah. Z, give me Z.
What's up?
When I was talking about the whole spring break thing and the tear gas thing, I just hope none of the camera crews from Girls Gone Wild got injured severely.
Hysterical. I don't even know if that's still a thing.
They got tear gas in Florida?
Yeah, I don't even know if that's still a thing. Maybe.
Girls Gone Wild.
Right?
These girls will do anything.
Of course, that's still going on.
It's Instagram.
Hey, I need somebody to say wowzers real quick. Wowzers.
Wowzers.
I just wanted to go there.
Yeah, the girls.
I just had to go there.
Let me break it down. The Girls Gone Wild made the girls independent from their own stuff. That's why they resorted to OnlyFans.
Yeah, that was definitely the precursor to the OnlyFans.
Exactly, cutting out the middle.
What era was Girls Gone Wild again? With like 02 era,
early
like
2000s,
02,
early
yeah,
2000s.
like 02.
Early 2000s.
Between 2001 and like 05, maybe.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Let's be honest. Who needs Girls Gone Wild while you have pre-internet porn?
Right.
All them too.
You see what I'm saying?
Correction. Girls Gone Wild started in the early mid-90s. That's how I am. Yes, that's been going on forever.
Back in the
Neighbor, you got to do it again. Girls Gone Wild. Get your
Girls Gone Wild.
88.
Right. 1995.
Oh, the mid-90s.
No, Josh. Actually, I mean,
my bad.
Who the fuck these Girls Gone Wild? Well, you still got a whole stay fucking.
Well, that's true. Come down to Florida and meet our guest appearance. Meet our guest. What would the guest name be?
From B-level
Amber.
TV star.
Amber, Big Kitty Amber.
From B-level TV star from one of your favorite Fox shows that didn't get a lot of hype. Like,
oh man, I just love opening up cans of worms and whatnot.
Fellas,
yeah.
I figured it out. When they say they don't want to act and walk and talk like white women, throw Girls Gone Wild in their face. Then you go equal freaknik in the discussion.
Yep.
Well,
in the discussion. In the discussion.
Girls Gone Wild DVD, $19.99 plus tax. And after you get another copy of Girls Gone Wild Extra Cut, Director's Edition.
Oh my God! Let's not go to Freak Dick Edition.
All right,
Hey, yo. Let's not go to Freak Dick Edition. Oh
Didn't
my God!
Didn't they used to have Girls Gone Wild on pay-per-view, just like they had Jerry Springer on pay-per-view with new guests and shit?
I guess she paid $5 to see an extra side boob or titty or something. I don't know. Like, oh my God! Remember when they started putting rappers in porns, but the rappers aren't doing anything?
Somebody's mentioned Snoop in the comments. Mr. Seven just mentioned Snoop in the comments too.
I remember seeing that shit once.
Get our Girls Gone Wild DVD, and we'll throw in Snoop and the girls for $22.99. A discount of $7.
I remember that too.
Like, oh my God!
We have Snoop Doggy Dogg and Girls Gone Wild. 3 easy payments of $19.95.
Josh,
somebody send that man to a local radio station.
Right there, that's a good, bro. That's a good imitation, bro. That's a good radio voice for real.
Try that again. Do that again, Josh.
Girls Gone Wild. 3 easy payments of $19.95.
Okay, to quote Eddie Murphy, head of state. No, sorry. What was that movie where he went with Rose Conquer?
Oh man,
Distinguished Gentleman.
Distinguished Gentleman. Because like I remember when he was doing like the ads for Jeff Johnson, the name that you know, he's like, man, I sound so white, I almost scared myself.
Hey, but in other parts of the country.
You know how he pulled the stunt of the year on him in that movie, right? He just ran his name and never showed his picture. He had that all-American white boy name. That's what got him elected.
Hey, do y'all have BrandsMart in other parts of the country, or is that just down here in Florida?
Huh?
Y'all have BrandsMart USA in other parts of the country?
Nope.
Nah.
What the fuck is that?
It's like a wholesale electric, like they sell a bunch of things wholesale, and every time to me, the funniest way to say prices is the way the announcer on BrandsMart says it. He's like, $888.88, $988.88. Like, it's just the way he says it, and I love imitating that shit because it's fucking hysterical. 12 easy payments of $1288.88. Like, what? I gotta put a link in so y'all can hear it, so y'all can see why I find that shit so fucking funny. It's hysterical to me.
That was so funny. We actually had a lady, a female officer. She's a sergeant now. And her last name was Tate, and there was a car commercial that used to say, and it was funny during the graduation day. They were like, "Congratulations, y'all made it through us, and we put y'all through hell, but we know you can take it." And we just hollered out, "You know what? Nobody has what Tate has." And she just died on her. Like, she literally lost all her military burns, was on the floor laughing because of that commercial. And it was like some of these corny ass commercials just be like so timely. Like, what was another good commercial like?
There's one I know of, but unfortunately it was in Arabic. But I will tell you what happened. It's set, I think it's somewhere in the Middle East. It's a Snickers commercial where it's a bunch of guys just trying to press a bunch of girls, and I think it's in Lebanon where it's like a half pipe. You have a half pipe, and you guys do like skateboarding and whatnot. And then a couple guys, one guy tried doing it on rollerblades to impress the girls, but he kept crashing. And his boy was like, just going, come on, Khaled, just trying to convince him to try, keep trying. And everybody's like edging him, not edging, encouraging him, like, come on, do it.
Well, that's what happened later that night.
But no. Keep trying to,
No, that's what.
Do whatever it is. So, but hey, let me finish. So in Arabic, then you see that friend who was like trying to encourage his friend to keep going. Both of them were on opposite ends of the pipe on their rollerblades. They roll down, and then it says Snickers, and the screen goes black. Bam! Ooh! Everybody crashes.
I put the BrandsMart commercial I was referring to in the comments, y'all.
What is it?
Yo, I got a funny ass commercial. I remember watching. Hold on one sec. I got a funny ass.
Josh, when you get a chance, Josh, watch the commercial that I put in the comments and see if you can imitate it, because I'm pretty sure you could.
All right, bet. Yo, it was a root beer commercial back in the day where the guy he was on a job interview, and the guy's name was Dumas, but the guy kept saying Mr. Dumbass. He was like, "Oh, I'm so good for this job, Mr. Dumbass. Oh my God, I'll do whatever you want, Mr. Dumbass." And the guy was just like, "It's Dumas." And then so when the guy left, he was like, he told the secretary, "Man, what a dumbass." And it was a whole root beer commercial. It was like,
I remember one. It was like one ad.
What the hell does root beer have to do with this guy going on a job interview? But that was the funniest shit back in the day.
I remember there was a series of cheese commercials over here in Norway. Of course, Charles would laugh his ass off if he saw it, because it was like about relationships. It was like something out of the Black Phillip show.
Yeah.
So it was like basically each segment. It was like the commercial was divided into 2 segments. The first segment is like, there's a couple. The woman comes in from the store, and he asks her, "Did you get this particular cheese?" She said, "I got your regular cheese." He's like, "You didn't get what I needed?" She said, "It's all the same. It's just cheese." And the second bit, she comes back. She comes home another time, and he did something and flips the script on her and tells her, "It's all the same. It's just this so and so." First time, he got rid of her dog and replaced that little dog with a Irish wolfhound. Second one, it was like he painted the house black when it was white. Third one was he had a double gagger sleeping in their house, pretending to be him. And then the fourth one was like she just came home directly from the store the following morning with the cheese.
Yo, yeah, they be some funny ass commercials.
I gotta find that.
They got one now where like
I'll send you guys a link for it. But,
I like
they got
the
like
shit,
the ice cream. They do that shit with the ice cream. They're like, "Scoop, there it is."
That shit was funny as shit.
I
used to like the
every time, bro.
I used to like the
I remember
narrator.
was it like
I've seen them. The Scoop there it is commercials. I've seen it.
I like the narrator of Dragon Ball Z, who also was the voice of Gohan.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Like, will Frieza get to the Dragon Balls and make his evil wish? Will Goku ascend to the rank of Super Saiyan? Will a light-skinned girl text you back? Find out. Dragon Ball Z.
Hey, Charles, you know what the best part of Dragon Ball is? They spend 30 minutes staring at each other and talking shit, and then right when they're about to hit each other, next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Yo, that is the reason why I stopped watching that fucking show. Why did it take a whole season for Goku to fight Frieza? Ain't that a bitch?
Man.
Well, when you got it, see, I don't want to hear your shit. All you people who didn't have to go through Toonami.
Oh yeah, I had to go through Toonami. Yeah.
I love Toonami. I used to run home to watch that.
Matter of fact, I remember watching it before Toonami. And they used to always get stuck.
Before Toonami?
It was just syndicated.
Charles, let me read this. Bruce Almighty, Scruff McGruff, Chicago, Illinois, 61602. Take a bite out of crime.
Take a bite out of crime.
That was my shit back in the day. That was my shit.
Let me say this before Charles get pervy with it, but he will. How many licks? 1, 2.
No, you're not doing it right. You're not saying it right.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
How many licks does it take to take a bite out of a Tootsie Roll Tootsie Pop? A 1?
The world may never know.
A 3.
You gotta do the whole thing. He was like, this nigga said, "Mr. Owl, how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop?"
Yes.
Let's find out.
Let's find out, shall we?
3.
He was like, "How many licks does it take?"
Hey, you forgot how I finished when the little boy sighed. How many licks does it take to take a bite out of a Tootsie Roll Tootsie Pop? The world will never find out.
I found out in the parking lot of a Planet Fitness.
Giggity.
Giggity. All right.
No, Charles, you found out how many licks does it take to get to the center of a pussy pop.
Yes.
Well, that too. But Josh, you know, I'll put it to you this way because you know who it is when I say she who will not be named.
Yeah.
You better not be named.
Oh, she can't be named. I swear to God, she must be injected with the super soldier serum because it took an hour.
My goodness.
I couldn't walk anymore.
By the way, Josh.
Question, gentlemen. Oddball question of the day. Has anybody ever been sucked 158 miles one way without coming?
No.
I have, and it felt great.
You lucky motherfucker.
That's too funny.
Hey, Josh.
Yeah.
You said it wrong about Quagmire. It's
Giggity. All right.
All right.
No,
it's not a commercial. Here goes something for y'all. It's not a commercial. I'm just a bill. Yes, I'm only your bill. And I'm sitting here on Capitol Hill.
What your young ass know about Schoolhouse Rock? What your young ass know about Schoolhouse Rock?
Man, they used to play that for us all the time.
Junction, what's your
Hey, and while you bullshitting, Charles, I just told BGS, I said, look, man, we were talking the other night. I think you was on there. I said, look, man, this is the whole problem. They took civics out of high school. And when civics left, this was all we had to grasp onto on Saturday mornings was to find out about how to pay attention and participate in society. It was little lessons like that. You know what I'm saying?
We gotta do Mr. 7 Assaulted real quick, Ayo, because he said, "Why don't nobody sing the Klondike Bar song? What would you do for a Klondike Bar?"
Damn it, boy!
What would you do for a Klondike bar?
Right?
Would you kill a man?
Yeah, sure.
Maybe.
Okay, man. They'd be like,
Good bars, though.
would you suck a dick for a Klondike bar?
Shit.
You know what? I gotta piggyback on Josh about the whole sucking a dick thing because there's
I'm mad that you said piggyback before you talked about sucking a dick.
Right. Yeah. I have to because it's relevant. By the way, I'm hearing an echo.
Hold on.
All right.
Are we back to normal? Oh, we good.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, we're good. Yeah, we're good. There's this comic I know. He's Ethiopian American, Solomon Giorgio, gay as fuck, and he had this joke about what is the gayest thing on the planet. He looked at the crowd and he looked at them and said, "Straight men that don't eat pussy." What do you guys? What team are you guys playing for? And he brought up the fact guys try to goad each other, test each other, fuck each other, asking what would you do to suck a dick? What would you do to suck a dick? And he asked one dude, a straight dude, how much would you be willing to charge to give somebody head? And they said $1 million. Really? All right. So he had him play this scenario, and this is all on his comedy album. He says okay, I want you to come up to me. I want you to say to me $1 million to suck my dick. And then the guy goes, $1 million. What? $1 million to suck your dick. I said, oh really? You see that blonde pretty boy right there, that twink over there? He'll do it for a couple of mojitos. He'll do it for a couple of mojitos, and he'll do it well. Why would I want a punk ass, weak ass, first time newbie blowjob for $1 million? When you think about that,
because you was hard like a rock. Oh, like a rock.
Yo,
for all of those, that's the Chevy commercial. That's the '90s Chevy commercial jingle.
And you ain't shit for that one.
That's shit. Like this dumbass joke. That's like this dumbass joke my homeboy told me that was on TikTok. He asked me, he was like, what do you call a gay drive-by? And I was like, what do you call that? He said a fruit roll-up.
Oh Oh my
Speaking of which, I remember
Fucking, fucking wow, man. That one right there. That was sick and funny. That was sick and
what was
funny.
it like? What was it like? You guys remember it was something called corn nuts? They had a
I don't even want to go there.
They had a tagline, if y'all might remember. Somebody brought it up. I remember it was like a bunch of friends because they all lived in states like myself before they moved to Eritrea, and they were talking about all the commercials that just didn't sound right, and they said corn nuts, bust a nut.
Hey,
I remember that shit. I remember that shit.
What is Bruce doing? Bruce, give me a thumbs down. And
He
the
was
skulls.
He was dying. He said, "I'm dead." It basically.
Oh,
means
okay.
I'm dead.
He's down. Oh, right. My bad. I misunderstood.
Yeah,
Pause. So you're right. The pause.
cannot
No,
go
the
to
pause.
other
I let the
countries.
pause on the boondocks, motherfucker.
I could not go to other countries and listen to them say certain shit, and they be like, you know what?
We have our
Can you
own
have me
ratchets. Don't worry about that.
Can we? I need to bust a nut. Like, do you have the? do you have the chest? Do you have the nutcracker? I have to bust a nut. And I'm just like giggling to myself. And I'm like, I had to walk to the back of the fucking plane just start laughing in the bathroom. They're like, "What's wrong?" They said Charles Channel about to get clipped by that mafia, the alphabet mafia.
Charles, Z? Are you familiar with a comic named Will Sylvans?
Wait, say that again. I missed it.
Are you familiar with a comedian named Will Sylvans?
No.
Haitian American. He talks about
Will
like
Sylvans.
how
Let me see.
Haitian
Maybe?
American.
I'm looking at
Will
my
Sylvans.
right now.
Will Sylvans. He talked about like how he had these jokes about his relatives because his parents, they're Haitian and everything. His relatives are Haitian, but he speaks American. He speaks like an American because he grew up in the States. But when he hears his relatives like try to say certain words in English, they just keep sounding wrong. Like his uncle, when he wants peanuts, he keeps saying penis.
Yeah. Hey, but y'all remember when Charles used to rock the perm, right? And he used to watch the Just For Me commercials? Just for me. Y'all don't remember that?
When did Charles have hair? I don't recall
When Charles used to
having
rock
hair.
the perm back in the day. I forced that joke in because I just wanted to sing the Just For Me commercial.
Shit, I wonder.
Just like
AL.
there was no forcing you taking them Jerry curls, was it?
Oh,
actually, I'm curious. I want to know if AL ever rocked the Jerry
What was the Jerry curl commercial off of
Coming to America?
Coming to America? Just glow. The So Glow commercial. Oh my god, that shit was funny.
Who was it? It was C. Anthony Brown. Explain that. I remember because I used to watch Def Comedy.
The So Glow juice on the back of the chairs was the funniest thing in the world.
Yeah, that too. But
just down through. Oh my god!
I remember. Was it like he said? Like he said like about you always got to moisten the Jerry curls. And he was like shaking the bottle and pretend like spraying. And then the minute you look in the mirror, you're like, I'm going to need another bottle. Jerry curl juice all over the dance floor.
How you going to wear a Coogee sweater with some Jerry curls and you got to take your shit back to the cleaners? And they're like, oh, man, you got the activator.
The Koreans like, oh no. You got activator on? Oh.
You got too much activator. I'm tired
It's funny because when you do go to the dry cleaners, they do sound like a wise sage Asian man doing shit. Like he sound like he give you some sage knowledge.
Shit.
Like,
I grew up in the Middle East, and I remember I grew up in the Middle East. I grew up in the Middle East, and like most of the dry cleaners, they were run by like South Asians or Southeast Asians, specifically Filipinos. So they're like, oh no, why you do that, man? Come on, man.
Here's a question for you, Namer.
Yeah.
What was I'm gonna ask you like random man shit, how it's different in the Middle East maybe. What's the barbershop like in the Middle East? What's like a random barbershop like?
A random barbershop is usually it's mostly like run by mostly you have like Filipinos or South Asians in there. That's who the employees are, the staff and everything. And usually
is it like an American barbershop? Is like Black American barbershops?
No.
You go there, you stay. Sometimes, go ahead.
You stay like half a day.
No
lie.
That.
But not even that. No, I mean like even after you get your haircut, oftentimes you'll stay another 30 minutes just talking shit. Like
no, we don't have that.
sometimes,
No, but I
know?
recall, but back home in Eritrea, they kind of had a similar culture like that in a barbershop. Because I remember there was a barbershop that used to freaking. But the thing we would talk about was about soccer. We would talk about soccer as best as we could. But it depends on what day. If it was like on a Saturday or on a Sunday or on a certain day. It was a similar culture, but not completely the same. Because like
in Black America,
East,
we do it way different. We go in talking shit. We get our haircut. We leave talking shit. Like
we
man,
talking
and
shit
it's not
while getting the haircut.
right. And it's not just sports. It's everything. Women, politics, everything.
Yeah, but for us, it was kind of different.
It's called a rite of passage.
I understand that. I understand that, but for like my dad's generation, they did that like usually at a coffee shop or something like that. My father's coffee shop. They get whether it was like you'll see this like if you see any older Eritreans over there where you're all at, you will either find like they will be like meeting up at a coffee shop and they'll be talking politics, talking shit, talking amongst themselves like grown men do. Or drink over tea, coffee, whatever, for hours and hours and hours. Because it's like sometimes the only place they can be just to get away from the wives and everything. And most of their wives,
we call it bars.
No, they would do that in bars sometimes, but mostly it's better in a coffee shop because nobody wants to get too shit faced. There's a time for drinking and there's a time for like the other drinking. There's time for alcohol and there's time for, but usually you want to do that best shit when you're smoking and having caffeine.
Yeah.
And I remember it was like sometimes somebody would like always fly home to Eritrea and he'd be coming back with old newspaper printouts because in our traditional languages and you're like, hey, I brought some from home. You want to read something? Yeah, cool. But that was before the internet. Because on the internet you can read whatever, but before it's like in the 90s, early 2000s, you had dial up and shit, just bring the news. Anybody came home, bring newspaper. Who came back from home would bring newspapers. Let's read that shit. All right, let's read that shit. See what's up. Oh, cool. Because you want to get that nostalgia reading them something from in your native language. I mean, I remember it was like if I went to a barbershop in the Middle East, if it was a Filipino one, you would find things in Tagalog, or if it was Indian, you find some like publications in whatever language it was, either Urdu or Hindi or whatever. Pretty interesting, cool.
I think it's
but it also depends on the city you were in. Also depends on the city as well.
I think it's funny because no matter what black barbershop you go, niggas don't even know you. They'll talk shit to you and you talk shit back.
With the second you walk in the door, nigga, why your jeans so tight?
And the Filipinos, they knew how to do black hair.
Maybe that's just my struggle. My bad.
Filipinos, they knew how to do black hair.
It's funny because
then with our black asses, with East Africans, they knew how to do black hair. It was cool.
It's funny because like when I went to like Kuwait and Iraq, them motherfucking Iraqis and Arabs are lethal with a goddamn with a razor.
Yeah.
They will fucking give you a fucking shape up that came from God himself.
$50 and whatnot.
My brother says in Korea they know how to do hair too because he was stationed in Korea. He said they do hair better there than here.
Yeah.
I don't doubt it.
Like, where's the black guy y'all got hidden underneath this motherfucker? Like, goddamn.
I swear to God, all these G.I. Joes down here in Fort Hood, they swear by these Koreans. They go get that $5 high and tight G.I. Joe, the real American hero cut, quick, fast, and in a hurry.
You can keep that. If it ain't a fade, there's a difference between a high and tight and a fade. Goddamn.
What's the difference? I never knew the difference.
One has style and the other doesn't.
Well, there you go.
One has a shape up and the other doesn't. Motherfucker look like a bootleg guy off a Street Fighter.
I'm just saying, I want our next black president to look like Wesley Snipes with a box fade. I want him to be swole, dark skinned, Wesley Snipes looking ass nigga. I need our next president to look like him.
Before I make change.
Seriously, that's what I don't want. No more light skin. I don't even want brown skin like me. I want straight jet black muscle-bound, box-fade president. That's what I
There you
need
go.
for my next black
Are
president.
you serious?
I'm
You
dead ass.
know how our cousins, the Caucasoids, act. If it ain't Kablasian or Boule, they not having it. The
I
color
know.
of
I
Charles
know.
is
Said
not
Boule.
working in the White
Shit,
House.
they
The
might not have
color
a
of
choice
Charles
after a
is
while.
not working in the
They
White
might
House.
not have a choice after a while. They be like, wait a minute, this motherfucker more conservative than me. Shit, we
Yeah.
gotta vote
And
for
even
him.
if it's a black woman, if it's a black woman, I need her to look like Nina Turner.
God
I need her
damn.
to look
Damn
like
it.
Nina.
Damn.
Y'all know Nina Turner running for one of the Congress seats right now. If we have a black female president, I need her to look like Nina Turner.
I'm finna make you laugh. I'm finna make y'all laugh. Nina Turner
Go
can
ahead.
get it. Nina Turner can get it.
I see what you say. I see why you say that. I can see why you say that.
She can get it for real. And
She do
she's
got lips
smart.
for
She
days
can
though.
get it.
Yeah,
I don't think
she do
she's
got lips for days.
unattractive though. She doesn't seem
Yeah, me neither. I
unattractive.
don't think she's ugly. I
She
don't find
can
her
get
ugly.
it.
Yeah,
She can get the
yeah.
goddamn ass Texas business. I promise you. I hit her
You
with a
remember
long star home run.
what her saying is too, right? Hello somebody. Ayo said he gonna have her saying hello somebody. You know she married with a son of cop.
Oh shit.
Ayo said her son gonna be coming through trying to hit him with the goddamn nightstick. After I'm done with your mama.
She
See,
was like shit.
Oh man.
a face I ain't never been bothered with. I'm just kind of weird like that. But from the neck down, that's how I'm gonna grade you real quick. I done fuck paper bag versions before. It don't bother me. But if that
Hysterical.
goddamn body
Like
a goddamn 8 through 10, shit.
that's how you tell her. Shh. Like, can I tell my friends about you? No.
Goddamn Lone Star niggas. You see that? That's that Lone Star State shit.
Don't bark. Yeah, why I'm gonna waste my time on a high pretty Hasadidi ass talking crazy ass Megan the Stallion talking ass looking ass bro? For what?
Megan Thee Stallion isn't that damn pretty. Shit,
She's
Megan Thee
alright. She
Stallion.
ain't ugly. She's straight. She alright.
She okay.
alright.
She got as much
Hey,
testosterone as I do.
have y'all seen that other black chick that's on YouTube? She's with that group called Poor Minds. She from Texas too. Her name is Lex P. Oh my God,
I'm
man.
looking her up right now while you say Lex P.
She can get it. But if you fuck with her, she gonna tell you right now, you gotta let me fuck with that booty hole looking ass.
Oh hell no, we ain't doing nope.
The only way you can touch her is you let her play with your booty hole looking ass.
See, that's that power shit. See, that's what I'm saying. Like that's the thing. And there's nothing wrong with that. A woman want power. Okay, that's cool. But nah, go deal with the soft niggas that like that shit. Women want to take strong niggas and break them.
I mean,
right? We have to have a whole.
Why does she want to stick the finger down your ass to the second or third knuckle, man? That ain't cool. That ain't cool, man. That ain't cool at all. Like,
you know what? We have to have a real
I can
conversation
explain what
about.
the deal is.
Go ahead.
Actually.
Go ahead.
Okay, like a lot of people always say, like a man's G spot is his ass crack. That's not true. It's actually his prostate. But the only way to get to the prostate is up the finger. What do you think? Why do you think doctors, when they examine the prostate, they have to put a finger up your ass? Because
they got kinks.
Is right up against. No, because it's up against your rectal wall. Your prostate is right behind that rectal wall, so they can prod and feel that. So if a woman goes in and just she prods it, she's gonna make you just jizz like crazy.
Now that was wise sage information I just didn't want to know.
It's like you want a woman to really make you come by using her finger. Like where's Daddy? Where's Daddy? Goddamn it! Like
Lex P. I'm looking at it right now. I'm like, did she chop the hair long before? Or is her hair now long or short? Right
like
now?
what woman? And some of these women, you stay away from.
You know what that is. You know what that is. Thank you. She say it's a wig, but we call it weave in Texas.
Well, see,
she got boobies for days though. She got some boobies.
Guys.
I told
not
you.
my stuff.
Like, hold
I'm
on.
sorry. Did you just say boobies? You little
yeah, I did.
What the hell is up with women wanting to finger men now? I don't give a damn about the
Well, I
prostate
just
or not.
told you, Charles. It's a power move.
Sorry.
Like,
I'm not down with that.
Like what would you do if one of your homegirls told you that shit?
I was like, I want to eat from her. I'm very old school.
You said you're not gonna eat from
You're
her.
very conservative. Yeah,
Yeah.
I know how Jamaicans are very conservative. In fact, you know what? Jamaican Jews don't go down, from what I understand.
Yeah, that's not true. That's the biggest
That's
crock
not
of shit
true.
ever.
That's
Jamaican
not true.
niggas, Jamaican niggas be going down,
Oh,
bro.
okay.
They be going
Oh
down.
my
That
God.
that was like an 80s and 90s stereotype. Once you creep
Oh,
past the
okay, my
2000s,
bad.
that was bullshit. Yeah.
Oh
At
my
one point,
God.
that's what they were standing on, but they don't
As
stand
long
on
as
that
they
shit no
not,
more.
not to use the Tracy Morgan voice, but as long as they ain't going down the Club Brown Eye. I got
Yeah,
dibs
nah.
on Club Brown Eye. You know what I'm saying?
Nah.
This nigga here.
But
This nigga.
to answer Charles' question, we have to have a
That's a
real
healthy
conversation in our society about this idea that women don't want power. Women want power too. And a lot of that figure in the booty shit, that's that oh, I had him screaming like a bitch shit. They like that shit. They like, oh, see, I had him screaming like a bitch. And they would probably hold that over your head, right?
Of course
No
they
pun
would.
intended.
Of course
So
they
that, hey, you know, the second y'all get into an argument or something like that, bro,
They'll bring it
she
up. She'll throw it in
sprayed,
your
bro, shit. All your friends and family gonna know.
He ain't never lied. They go try to use it against you in the court of law.
Charles, I was sorry.
Bruh,
Do you remember?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Do you remember Marlon Wayans' comedy special, Wokish?
Is that the one where he tied his shirt in a knot?
Yes.
At the
Remember,
end
like
of
he
it?
talked
Yeah.
about how girls would like give
Yeah,
toss
yeah.
the salad and everything. It's like, you promise you're not gonna tell me, right? You're not gonna tell anybody, right?
Yeah.
No, because if we get an argument, we're gonna bring that up. We talks about like that space between the ball sack and the ass crack and shit.
The taint. We call that the taint in America.
The taint, like he says, looks like you know, looks like LeBron James' hair. The hair down there looks like LeBron James' hairline. In some cases, or in some
That's
cases, looks more like Kevin Durant's hairline.
Corey Holcomb
Oh,
calls
my
it the journey, the space between the balls and the ass crack. He calls it the journey, which is hysterical.
Oh my God. The long mile, as I call it.
Right.
But it's
I am the weirdest. I'm the weirdest Eritrean you'll ever come across because I'm just so open and understanding about that shit. Most people like look at me like it's too scary for you. It scares them to want to know that because our culture just like we're so traditional and tied down about that shit. Like
it took me a while to get used to sloppy head. Don't go near my ass. Like especially when it runs down your fucking nuts into your ass. You're like, oh my God, you nasty bitch. And you like, and then you have those girls who want to lick you. They're like, whoa.
I give her. I just give her a gentle damage.
Charles is reminiscing on something right now, y'all. Charles is having a nightmare moment right now, yo. Y'all gotta let him process.
It's not a nightmare moment. I almost became a damn murder scene. Like you wouldn't be able to find the body. You got to stay the fuck away from there.
Instead, I hit it. Like, what did Bruce Almighty say? Bruce Almighty said, "I almost punched a chick for going for that move. Instead, I hit it with the M Bison jump.
Right,
landed, strip.
You know, had to do the fucking the stomp. Like, God damn, no, stay the fuck out of there.
That's why you do the M Bison, Charles. He's right. But it's
No,
like,
man,
what is it like?
I'm all about the uppercut, bro. Tiger uppercut.
You
Tiger uppercut.
Right.
Like, see, girls are nastier than it's been like what 21 years since I've been in high school.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all were cool, but now y'all just nasty.
Yo, chicks will give you head. They won't even give a fuck. They'll spit right on your shit. Like, I'd be like, damn, bitch.
I mean, you can be in the shower, and she could be down in the kitchen, and she's so accurate or spit that shit would turn corners like the Omega beams. Like, what the fuck? Oh shit,
Josh. This is why I always carry plenty of lube in my cabinets,
yeah.
in my bathroom cabinet. That and also I also have like a flavored condom.
That lube.
No.
The lube that sounds like that when you put.
The lube that you use when you hitting it, it sounds like Kraft macaroni and cheese.
That too.
Not the Kraft macaroni.
It's okay. I can't eat mac and cheese anymore anyway.
Man.
What's that sound, y'all? Y'all know the sound.
It'd be like.
Oh my God. That shit was funny, nigga.
You know what? I'm gonna send y'all a picture, but it's like because like
boy, it's Namer After Dark. It's like
welcome to the Nordic Wolves after midnight.
They don't call him
the wolves are out, y'all. The wolves are out.
They don't call him the Viking Slayer for nothing.
Taking down the white Berthas all over the place. Name her.
Like, this is for my ancestors.
It's Neymar, but yeah, that too. Neymar. Not
He's
Neymar.
like,
Neymar.
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 Hey,
N-A-Y-M-A-A. That's how it's spelled.
You've been Baltimore size.
Neymar. That's not even my real name. But it's my favorite alias. It's like because like there's a nickname I have. It's Najum. In Arabic, it means star, because like my grandmother gave that to me when I was born. But she knew I was gonna be like a star sometimes, because well, of course, it's easier if you guys say Najum, because in my mother tongue it's Kohob. It'd be hard for you guys to say it.
AL said his phone's on death mode. Nigga, AL, you've been on 2 live streams all day. Your phone, I'm surprised your phone didn't explode.
Your phone is made out of kryptonite, man.
Z.
What's going on? What's going on?
In the words of Patrice, AL and his phone is a soldier.
Yo, you know what it is too? StreamYard kills batteries, bro.
Yes.
StreamYard is a battery killer. I gotta keep my phone on charge, bro. Like, I work outside, so like when I be on Roger's show, like when I press pause, it's because obviously I'm either weed eating, I'm mowing or something, so I don't want y'all to hear the shit going off. But yo, that shit kills batteries. Oh my god.
It's like child support for batteries and shit.
That's why you gotta use like a tablet or a laptop for this shit, man.
Yeah.
You done a tablet or an iPad or a PC or laptop for this shit.
No lie, like I think a full battery, if I was to take my phone off battery right now, it'd probably be, and I have a Note 9, my phone's not that old, my phone would probably be dead within 2.5 hours straight on StreamYard, which is fast as hell if you really think about it.
Wait, you charge your phone 100% all the way? To 100%?
Usually, yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, I keep my phone
I don't,
charged.
because I stopped doing it. It was like a ex of mine who's English. He explained that to me. So you have to charge your battery up to 95%, and then let it be. Because if you go to 100, it might damage the battery integrity and whatnot. Makes it last longer and whatnot.
Yeah. Well, I did used to have a HTC One, and that battery essentially blew up on my ass. It like expanded so much it cracked the case, and that was a metal casing.
What phones have you guys ever used? What phones have what are the phones you guys ever used? What brands have you used?
I use Apple. I used to have Samsung, but fuck that.
Such a Steve Jobs using phone ass.
I don't hate Samsung. I don't hate Samsung for the record.
I try to use an iPhone. My iPhone was like, fuck you too.
Yeah, no, I can't really hate on iPhone like that, but yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Z. You first.
No, it's simple. I'm an Android user. I really like Apple iPods, but they don't make iPods anymore. So I'm gonna buy an iPhone just to have music on it. So I'm not gonna use it for anything more than a MP3 player. But I love the way Apple has its music arranged and shit. I just don't like their cell phone. The way they have the way their cell phone and shit works. And
I still have a
and how it texts.
120 gig.
Hey,
120 gig.
Hey, Natty, you still having fun? I know she's like.
Well, I've had 3 iPods so far. I've had
yes, I agree.
I've had mine for like over a decade.
Android and the iPhone, and I have an iPod too. Pod.
But
so I've had an iPod 8 gig. I've had an iPod Touch 32 gig. I've had an iPod Touch 64 gig. And I really want to get a 128 gig, but they've stopped selling them like 2-3 years ago. So I'm gonna have to buy an iPhone and then use that as an MP3 player. Yeah.
I don't know, because I still have like mine. It's like 120 gigabyte iPod Classic. I've had that like for over a decade. I don't know how I kept it.
Are y'all streaming music? Do y'all use like Apple Music or YouTube Music or whatever?
Now I just played a video on my phone.
Well, shit, little fun fact. Whoever has, if you have YouTube Premium, you have YouTube Music. Yeah. If you got YouTube Premium, you got YouTube Music for free. So all you have to do is download the YouTube Music app. And let's say you want to download Biggie Smalls' "Ready to Die" or something. It's not. They're not going to give you videos from YouTube. You're actually going to get the actual album.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
If you have YouTube Premium, just download the app.
YouTube Premium.
Thanks for letting me know.
I'll look
well, y'all have to understand. I'm a YouTube junkie.
Yeah, you
Go
know,
ahead,
I got a tidbit. Well, if you mess with women of a strange character, and you might be able to download a chlamydia and some other shit. And even for the ladies, if you mess with a guy and he's having some discharge issues, you'll be able to download
Not discharge issues.
trigonometry.
Not discharge issues.
Charles, you know
If
what?
he got leakage.
You know what? I just remember. I remember a song. There's a song that popped in my head the minute he just mentioned that. Eminem featuring Obi Trice, "The Drips" from the Eminem Show album.
Oh man, but yeah, man. No, I'm a YouTube junkie, so I watch documentaries like crazy. I watch different commentary. That's how I got onto BGS. Like I watch lectures.
Wait, when did you get onto BGS?
Maybe 2015, maybe 2016, something like that. Something around there, 2015 or 2016.
How I came across him was like I was like checking I checked out his MGTOW channel because I was like going through accounts, and then this was he was like the first black MGTOW I came across.
Yeah.
Did I just like randomly search stuff like that one day and came across that? Because that's how I was. That's how I was back in 2012 when I found Tommy Sotomayor years ago.
No, actually, for me, Josh, it was like I was on Cult of Black Phillip. And while I was going through Cult of Black Phillip, I noticed Sandman's and shit. And I was like, oh, who's this character? So I looked at that shit and I understand what MGTOW was, and that led me into a lot. And that was kind of like an important thing because I was going through like a lot of personal shit in I was doing like a lot of mental.
And it's funny because that's how it always happens. That's how it always happens.
I was going through mental shit problems. I wasn't having relationship problems because I couldn't be in a relationship with my mental health.
No, I feel you, but I'm saying like but most of the time it do take for somebody to be going through something to find something good like that,
Yeah. It was, but the Black Phillip shit, that's what kept me sane and kept me from going, suicidal because like I was like listening to that shit, like especially like the way Patrice would dog some of the women in there, like how he dogged Gareth Foster, like when he he switched her intro to the intro for Sanford and Son. One of my favorite moments in that show.
Well, you know what?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go finish, Neymar. I'll go after.
I was like laughing my asses off about that shit. But Charles, what you said about the whole discharge and everything, thank you for reinforcing something that I learned from Red Fox's You Gotta Wash Your Ass.
You gotta wash your ass.
For me, I do my own laundry. I don't wear any white. I don't wear tighty whities. And I always insist that foreplay begins in the shower. So I'll take out. She wants to get on in the shower. Come on, in your hands. Got to wash your ass thoroughly. Make sure that.
Hysterical.
Fellas.
Oh man, but no, the thing
ahead,
with
fellas,
no, but,
if she's coming, and that shit looks like hog spit.
What?
She needs to wash her ass and get some penicillin. Ladies.
And get tested. That's why I say
ladies.
You get tested. Get the paperwork first. Like no contact, no contract, no contact.
Ladies.
Thank you, MVP.
Ladies.
Sorry,
if his nuts smell like a Boston baked bean, don't insert it.
Smell like some Parmesan.
With
pepper jack cheese.
When he takes off his underwear and it makes him feeling.
Y'all giving me flashbacks to horror stories that I had with nasty ass females. I remember one time.
Oh man.
I went to this chick.
You know what?
Mind you, I told her I was coming over 3 hours in advance.
Josh, what you said, it looked like Alfredo sauce? Oops.
Oh, nigga, right? I went to this chick crib. Long story short, she took her clothes off, bent over. Nigga, she had toilet paper in her butt. She talking about, I was like, what the fuck is this? She said, I used the bathroom earlier. I was like, well, go back in.
Wait, so you used the bathroom and didn't take a shower and we about to get down? Nope.
Exactly. I put my clothes on, left, and never called her again. I was like, fuck
you know what? Charles?
Her vagina looks like a.
She didn't even do a bird bath. That's disgusting. The bird bath.
You know what?
Yo, and the thing that pissed me off the most about it, I called her 3 hours in advance, yo.
And 3 hours.
Yeah.
wipe your
By the
hands.
way, this is when you need a car with some real get up and go, because you want her to hear the chirping, you want her to hear the you want her to hear the car pulling off and taking off. You
Yeah.
can't do that with a
Right.
Camry or a Maxima or something like that, right? You need something with some rumble to it.
You need at least a Hemi. Get a
Right,
goddamn Hemi.
exactly.
Like,
Something
fellas,
fast.
if her vagina looks like a project window,
Not the project window. No, you got to explain that. Not the project
probably
window.
a broken one with no glass.
Broken, no glass, and chipped. Say no.
Just say no to Alfredo sauce.
Ladies,
Charles,
if his
Charles.
shit looks like a loaf of moldy bread, just say no.
This nigga said moldy bread.
Just say no.
Just say no.
Charles.
Oh my god. Yep.
BGS. I remember BGS in one of his earlier hangouts. He talked about this one took the cake about how he got one chick, and the minute she dropped the drawers, he's like, "Oh, hold on. Let's get you out of here. Your next rock's on me." You remember that
Alexa,
back in the
cue
day?
up the "Oh my God, please."
Oh my god.
Right?
Oh my god.
Bro, I'm never gonna get an Alexa, but I want one just so I can be like, cue up this sound effect, cue up that sound effect, because that's the one thing I love about what's his name is the fucking sound effects. This nigga be killing me, yeah.
He was like, yeah.
O'Shea killed me
booty
with the
clapping
sound
sillies.
effects, right?
They're talking about all this mess.
Oh man, and my girl
you
do got
remember-
Alexa at her house, and I remember one time I was joking. I was like, Alexa, cue up, because I say that to my friends all the time when it's just random shit. I'll be like, Alexa, cue up Charles talking about multifaceted man or something like that, right? And I forgot that she had an Alexa in her house, and so when I said it, you really heard the right, the Alexa chime, and I'm like,
Yeah.
oh shit, yeah, that shit's kind of scary, dude.
It's funny because
That is always listening.
I got a story for you, bro. Because I bought an Alexa not too long ago. This little bitch is a smart ass. It'd be nighttime. She'd be like, "Good night, Josh." I'd be like, "I ain't going to sleep yet, bitch." And one time I was at my girl crib. A couple of days ago. We in the bathroom. Taking a shower, whatever. So she got Pandora playing on her phone and got a JBL speaker, mind you. In her bedroom, she has Alexa. So I asked my, oh, hold on, Alexa, stop. I'm not talking to you. Anyways, I got
exactly.
Alexa was like, "Stop snitching, nigga."
Right.
But look, so I asked
Alexa said, "Jay, say that when I put on forward for you."
No, look, you stupid. So look, so I asked my girl, I was like, "Yo, how much is Pandora? Why did the music stop?" And the Pandora app was like, "It's $10.99, and no, two people cannot use it. The music will now pause in this room." And I was like, "What the fuck?" So it started playing on Alexa in the next room. No bullshit. Wow. I was like, "Yo, we living on some Skynet shit now."
No,
yeah,
Charles, I'm gonna send you. Charles, I'm gonna send you that.
Hold on, one at a time.
Oh, go ahead.
We got Z, then we got Natty.
Okay, no, but I said, Charles, when you put your email, I'm gonna send you that shit that Russell Brand was covering. Even though Russell Brand has come a long way, because remember he used to be a whole crackhead out here, but now this man that changed his whole life. You know, yeah, he changed his whole life now, and so he was reviewing the World Economic Forum. Eric Smith talking, like I was telling you earlier, and going to what Josh is saying, like we really on like the cusp of like some real Skynet crazy shit right now, bro. Like we got one more transition to go. We're transitioning to the technocracy, and then on the other side of that is full on Skynet shit, Matrix shit.
You know
bro.
what?
It's scary.
Some shit. You know what? Like when you have a girl come over, and then next thing you know, Alexa be like, "Oh shit." The next thing you know, you hear Bobby Cadwell. I just came back to I want you to know. I got a thing for you. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I'm just trying to help you get. You know, Alexa looking at me.
Wait, you said that Tevin Campbell gonna come on?
You know.
For a minute.
You know, and then just my.
No, maybe
just
sing
my
the song.
Just
Girl,
my luck.
I want to know.
Little did y'all know this man was more moist than a goddamn wet paper towel. But he could still sing though. I gotta give him his props. He could still sing.
I just hit it with hit your part. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, you talking about that time I did karaoke?
Yeah.
I came back to let you know. Got a thing for you.
Uh-oh.
And I can't let go.
Oh, Josh could sing for real though.
I have a lot of hidden talents.
Wait. We gotta have a Josh versus Nino battle off.
Oh yeah, Nino sound like he could get. Nino sound like the nigga who will untie his bow tie and throw it in the audience.
Right.
Okay. That'd be cool. But anyway, what I wanted to say was, since we're talking about this whole thing, like, this whole about all those discharge and mess and everything like that. I remember, if you remember, the response to the song "No Scrubs" by Sporty Thieves. No Pigeon.
Oh, that was a classic.
Of course,
Yes.
of course.
Yeah, well, now that Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion have been doing that wet ass pussy shit, we need somebody to give a response to that shit. Because we gotta stand.
Pussy, but I got a hard ass.
It'll be had. Ours will be had. It's gonna be called had. HAD. Hard ass dick.
No. I mean, like, no, that's not what I'm thinking. But okay. I'm thinking more like SAP. Dang ass.
Like you'd be like, I just think about it.
We gotta talk about the mishaps because, like, like Marlon Lawrence talked about, like, because some of y'all don't wash your ass. You know who you are.
You need to do both of them motherfuckers.
Wash it. No, 3-4 dishes. Wash it. Squash it.
Like, it's just
like, wait, let me get the vinegar in, grab your legs together, shake your ass.
You like hold it, just shake them like a bottle. God damn, that was a classic. Martin talking shit. I'm just thinking to myself, like, oh man. I'm just thinking to myself, man. Like, only on this channel when you talk about some multifaceted shit, the lack of genital hygiene. Hey, I got this good ass pussy. I don't cook, I don't clean, bitch. After we done, I'm leaving the scene. Shit, that's what we gonna do. Like think about that. Some WAP. I have a friend of mine. They have a daycare, right?
Okay.
And it's funny. You know how kids might have trouble, they're like 2 or 3 and they're still learning words or English, whatever language.
Uh-huh.
So she's trying to count. So she would pull out random numbers. So she would like, what's this, baby? And she's about 3. She says 2. Okay. So she pulls out one that's 6. And she pulls out the number 1. And she says, WAP.
Oh, she's trying to say 1, but she gets excited and says, "Wow!"
I had to get off the phone, and I died like 3 times before they resuscitated.
Died laughing.
I said, so that's what we teaching the kids. No. She's trying to say 1. Oh, I know what she's trying to say. Shit, you told her she ain't had to cook or clean, huh? When she get older, huh?
Come on,
bro.
Man.
Talking about rest in peace, Grams. So my cousins. They were telling me my grams, at the time my grams was like early 80s. This is before she passed. And she was trying to go to the 4th floor. And instead of saying 4th floor, she said fuck floor. Because of them.
She's Haitian, right? She's French.
And I was like,
I'm trying to get, excuse
I was
me,
like, Pat, what did y'all do to my goddamn grandma?
Like, damn, fuck the floor. Fuck it.
What y'all do to my grandma?
It's funny when you listen to country, when you talking to the country ass folks.
Grandma, can you repeat that again? What was that? What floor?
Fuck floor.
Oh shit! That's how they get down in this hospital. Shit, I can't believe I get sick.
I mean, I'm gonna have to ask him. I'd be like, I would have to do that in Creole or Haitian Creole, not Louisiana Creole. There's a big difference between those two.
Definitely.
Yeah, a lot of people get the Creole.
Yeah,
there's 2 Creoles. Remember, there's always 2 Creoles. But then again, there's another Creole I know of. But that's West African.
Solutions.
No. I said, there's another Creole I know of. It's Cape Verdean Creole. Because I met some Cape Verdeans a while back, a few years ago.
I'm going to tell you one thing about speaking of language and dialect. I had to tell you about, when it comes to different dialects, Patois scares the fuck out of me.
Patois?
And it really did scare the fuck out of me because one of my old coworkers, he has a perfect English accent, like perfect American English accent. Didn't even know he was Jamaican descent. As soon as he saw it, I'm like, who the fuck is so angry? Like, what the fuck? Like, it's funny. Like, normally when I hear, like, besides Natty, my boy who I help get in the army, they're like the nicest speaking, Jamaicans ever. Jamaicans will even speak to you nicely, harshly. Like, hey, what you doing, that boy? Like, goddamn it. Like, shit, I ain't do it. Like, goddamn it, it's Josh. Like, I was like,
you ain't
damn.
hear me when I'm bad. That's why I'm calmed down. When I'm bad, get it.
Like,
when
especially they get excited.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, like it's funny because on my panel right now we got a whole Caribbean Day parade going on and shit.
I see that, right?
I'm just waiting for some. All we need is a Puerto Rican and a got some Puerto Rican up in here.
Flags, Avatar.
Right.
Like the Avatar.
No, but I've always
the best place.
turned on
You know
by
what? Y'all
Jamaican
should
accents
be in
from
London.
women. That's a turn
Y'all
on.
should be in London right now because they have all the Africans and Caribbean folks over there, especially throughout the Commonwealth.
I can't be there. I'll be having all
So,
kinds.
Charles, the patois accent kind of scares you, but the patois accent turns women, Jamaican women, bro. I love that patois accent, bro. That shit, bro. It's a whole. I'll just put it patois when it's that time. Patois, man, bro. What homeboy said? What ox sit on belly? Make a dick stick up like a rock roller, hard like a rock roller.
Hard like a rock roller.
hard like a rock. That just had me dying.
You know what?
God.
Wait, Natty?
Oh man.
Yep.
Natty.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
You realize I'm East African, right?
Yes.
I just want to share. Do you know what I am exactly?
Yes, I know where you're from. I know exactly where you're from. I have two friends that are from Eritrea, right?
Eritrea, yeah. Right next to Ethiopia. That's our cousins.
Yep.
Yeah, shit. At least
Jamaicans have a soft spot for Ethiopians. I'll tell you that much.
Yes, we love Ethiopians. Rastafari. Yep, we love Ethiopians.
Shoot. I was like, what's funny as shit?
What?
I never got it, but Jamaican women love the fuck out of me. I don't know why. Like,
I'm sure they do.
I'm just like, I have almost no fucking accent, so I'm like, I got no redeeming qualities.
Then again, Charles, I had to save your ass. You know that last time.
What was that?
You remember that British chick that came on one time after you dealt with that ratchet chick? Remember the British chick who came on? I had to protect you. I had to protect you guys because I remember she was Sudanese, and I know how Sudanese can be very deceptively charming. I had to protect you. She's a good woman, but you guys fell for that British accent. I'm like, oh no, I gotta stop you. But because she found out I was Eritrean. She was like, oh, I got a brother here. I'm cool because everybody likes Eritrean, so I cut the tension right there. I had to protect everybody. I got your back, brother. I got your back.
So
he's like, Eritreans is like. It's like that one nigga everybody knows.
Like we have to be worldly.
But you don't like Ethiopians, do you guys? You guys don't like Ethiopians.
We have a love-hate relationship with them because we are brethren with them. We have the same ancestors, but it's just that throughout the centuries, because of the geopolitics and everything, it's because of that. But traditionally, we intermarry with one another, so we cool with each other. We speak each other's languages and whatnot.
It's kind of like DC. It's kind of like DC and Baltimore.
Or Maryland and Virginia.
We like
that whole DMV area is the same
so
to
much
me.
better. Sorry, Charles.
What is that? No, it isn't. You're talking about
Virginia is so much better. Oh my god.
You can't understand none of the motherfuckers, so it's either way.
Don't worry.
Hey, Natty, just be like, Baltimore, who?
Baltimore.
Who? Baltimore.
See, we can't.
If you don't got shit on Miami, nigga, you don't got nothing. Go ahead.
Yeah, we got less STDs.
But we got more fine women though. That's not debatable.
They come from?
That's not debatable.
I mean, all of you women, if I walk around with a pen, I'll be a serial killer. Oh my God, you killed my ass and my breast.
That's not. We got bad women with no surgery, bro. Not every woman in Miami's walking around with balloon breasts.
No, y'all worse than LA, man. Because y'all worse than LA. Y'all worse than LA because all the women that come pretty, all the women from LA and Miami are not from that area.
Fake
That's not 100% true.
That's
somewhat
85% true.
Nah, that ain't 85. It's more like 55.
It's like dating a woman from New York. dating a woman from New York is like dating a dude in a skirt, man. Sometimes.
Yo, son, hey, Charles, they talk to you like DMX. Yo,
no. It's like more like this.
We
You know what I'm
gotta change. I gotta change that reputation, boy.
Like, you know, you can be killing it from the back. Yo, that's some good dick, yo. Yeah, gonna come. That's time for me.
You realize that's Black Phillip right there. That's Black Phillip right there. How Patrice be like making impressions of his girlfriend and everything.
Oh,
how come you don't make this show make no love anymore?
Hey, that's real black love right there. You just described, Charles.
Yeah, pretty much. We're like, yo, you can't.
That's real New York love.
Like
Nancy, I gotta ask Nancy something.
Yeah, how many Timbs do you own?
I was about to end. You gotta have Timberlands on.
How many Timbs you own?
Natty.
Timbs and Jordans.
You know what, Natty? I'm gonna tell you something.
Wait, so you don't even own Timberland snow boots, the high heel snow boots that they made for women?
I have Uggs, boo-boo. I have Uggs. It's 2020.
Okay.
Nah, she
you know what?
Wait a minute.
I just realized something about her name. I just realized something about her name, Natty. Because you know.
But Natty not lying though. When I go to New York during the wintertime, every woman in New York is walking around with goddamn the Ugg boots, bro.
They're they're so comfortable and they're so warm.
I bet you she got a dirty pair of Timbs. I bet you she got a dirty pair of Timbs in her closet when she's ready to fight.
Okay,
Right.
I have some beef and broccolis. I have some beef and broccolis.
I know New York, but I see it, goddamn New York. Don't lie to me,
I need
goddamn.
some broccolis and some constructions too. I got like beige. I mean, yeah, I said beige. I got burgundy, and I got like royal blue, and then I got like this weird looking brown.
Ooh, burgundy Timbs. Ooh, I know them shit's nice. Suede too, or leather?
Fuck yeah, suede. Yeah, suede.
Ooh, yeah. Ooh, I know them shits look nice. Yeah, I would definitely rock them.
Let me tell you something. If Charles didn't already tell you, I'm a sneaker aficionado. I literally have over 70 pairs of sneakers, which include Timbs, Jordans, Nike, all types of ill shit.
Okay.
It looks like a shoe store.
Well, let me tell you something, Mr. Josh. You the reason why the black community don't got no money, all right? Because you over here trying to live your life and enjoy yourself, and you ain't trying to invest no money in these black businesses. These niggas be sounding crazy.
What up?
Good shit.
What up, Truth?
See, this is bad. See, I can tell. See, people think I've never been around the world. I know my people. God damn it. They be like, yo, what you gonna do? Like, yeah, if I date a girl from
state.
Bruh. And Charles, you know that's what be driving me crazy. Like, you see, Josh told us what he told us, but I understand like 70 pairs of sneakers ain't breaking the black community. But when you hear some of these respectable Negroes talk, they act like niggas like Josh are the reason why niggas don't got no money. No, niggas don't got no money because of racism, white supremacy, you dumbass. Not because a few
Josh,
niggas got some shoes. You know?
Yeah.
Josh?
Like,
yeah.
I don't say that to white boys when they buy Corvettes and shit.
Right? Midlife crisis. Give me 1 second, Namer. Midlife crisis. Niggas, you know, niggas. Not only that, look at the white boys when they line up for 2 days to get an iPhone, just to brag about it. They don't really care about the features that much. They just want to be one of the first people to have it. But we don't say nothing about that, right?
Bro,
we'll talk shit about somebody like Josh. Bullshit.
Let me take it back off what you just said too. I'm so glad you said that shit because guess what? In the sneakerhead community, you got culture vultures. You got all these fucking white boys with comb overs investing in bots that buy up all the sneakers, and they want you to buy the sneakers that you want for double, triple, and quadruple the price. I can't stand that shit, yo.
Yeah,
that's why I wait later. That's why I wait later. But here, let me ask you a question, Josh. What about your sneakers? You got Adidas or Pumas?
Do I have Adidas? I got Reebok. I got a
no. If you have an Adidas,
but I don't have. I actually got a I gotta get some. I've been eyeing like this certain color of Pumas. It's like red. I mean, it's like black, red, green, and some other shit. But no, I have to build up. I have to add that to my collection.
But if you ever have it, but promise me one thing. Promise me you'll keep the Adidas and the Puma separate because you know the history of those companies.
Fill me in.
Okay. It starts in Bavaria in the 1920s. They were. You have to start. It starts with two sets of brothers called the Dasslers.
Namer, give me 1 second, before you finish that. By the way, the B in BMW stands for Bavarian, also, you guys. So continue.
Bavaria. which is southeast, which is the
Very
southeastern
motor
region
vehicle.
of Germany, where you have cities
Motorworks,
like Munich
motorworks.
and
Motorworks. Okay.
we had cities like Nuremberg and Munich. Just was it like just about 15 miles outside of Nuremberg. It's a town called Herzogenaurach. It saddles the Aurach River. It was there that you had a company that was started in 1920s by two brothers, the Dassler brothers, Adolf and Rudolf. Adolf was a shoemaker. Rudolf was the business genius. Was the entrepreneur.
We guess are these dudes racist?
Not to say. Well, I'm gonna get to that. But when they started their shoe company, they started making athletic shoe wear with the spikes and everything. And what happened? In fact, one of the people that they provided the shoes for at the 36 Olympics in Berlin was Jesse Owens, and Jesse Owens ran in those shoes and won those 4 gold medals. And of course, like a lot of guys, they were part of the Nazis. But after the Nazis,
didn't them shoes fall apart or something when they cheap as hell?
Truth. Hold on. Hold up.
That's what I heard.
I'm gonna get there. All right.
My bad.
Dude, you jump in the gun just like you would bust a nut prematurely right now, son.
Oh hell nah.
Get up there, brother. When you jump, my brother. You know what my younger brother says every time somebody jumps the gun or some dumb shit? He goes, "Premature ejaculation."
Oh shit.
But anyway, the Dasslers
had to let it loose.
But the Dasslers, with their company, after they had to be involved with the Nazis like everybody else. But what happened was eventually the brothers had a falling out, and in '48 they liquidated the company and they split it to 2. Rudolph took his half and he relocated onto the north of the river. Adolf relocated his base operations in the same town, but on the southeast side. So they're divided by the river. And not only were they separated, the entire workforce had to be separated. But the entire town of Herzogenaurach was separated. And Rudolph, when Adolf started his own shoe company, he called it Adidas. Rudolph, he tried the same thing called Ruda, but he changed it to Puma afterwards. And they were rivals ever since. But both brothers would die in the 70s. The families would sell those companies eventually. Mm-hmm. In fact, the CEO of Puma the CEO of Puma is a Norwegian businessman. Adidas, their head is a Danishman. But those companies, they ended the animosity between two sides of the city in 2009. But throughout those years, the city was completely divided. If you work for one company, you stayed on that side of the city.
What?
Your children went to school. Yeah, your children went to school in that part of the town. You frequented the watering holes on that side of town. They had separate institutes, separate things. It was like 2 different cities.
Yo,
in fact,
so that's where they got that. That's where they got that idea for that episode of South Park. They had an episode of South Park that was just like that, yo.
Yeah,
I swear to God.
You guys can look at it. You can find clips on YouTube that tell the story about the whole city. In fact, there's a movie that came out in 2016. There's a movie that came out in 2016 about the whole family.
How you gonna have German Bloods and Crips, man? That's fucked up.
Yeah,
You know what they call Herzogenaurach? The city of bent necks. Why? Because people in the locals, when they see somebody, they turn their heads to look at your shoes. Because depending on what what brand of shoe you're wearing, they either greeted you or ignore you. If you're from the south, side,
hold on, Nordic.
That sounds like being in Harlem.
Hold on.
What do you want to say, True?
I just had a question to ask Charles real quick.
Okay.
What were you talking about? I was asleep during this part. What were you talking about? What did you say about the Isaiah Bradley situation?
In other words, what Isaiah Bradley went through was what a lot of black soldiers during his time went through. He was basically, if you think about it, right? If you saw the scene in Falcon Winter Soldier, did he sound like a confident man or a man fearful? When he said, "Well, you think about me, you mean I kicked your ass." And by the way, that's some shit an old Baltimore would say, by the way. He's like, well, you made me kicking your ass. Like he literally ripped off half his arm and beat him half to death with it. He barely escaped. Like so, and this is the same Winter Soldier that was handling the Avengers by himself. So this black guy, Isaiah Bradley, was probably even better than Steve Rogers at his job. But eventually, they locked him away for 30 years for his heroism. So a lot of times you go through these things as a black soldier. Guess what happens? You're gonna be in direct opposition against the powers that be a lot of times. And the fucked up about it is white boys never want to take an L. They really don't want to say, okay, this guy is just that much better. He's your better. He's your greater. So, like the super soldier serum, if you hear the book where he originally came from, the truth, the red, white, black, and they were conducting the super soldier testing on Isaiah prior to Steve Rogers.
It was the beta testing, right? When they were trying to figure out the formula. But I thought all the black men died from that shit.
No, he's still living. It's just that in the comics, it just retarded his brain to the point where he's like a 12-year-old boy. But he's young. But the super soldier serum kept him youthful and strong and muscular. So instead of giving him the treatment that would have kept his mind about him, that's what happened. So what they've done in real life, parallels to it, they used the Tuskegee experiments. A lot of shit that happened, and I guess I got to be the storyteller now, since we had Namor, with the mystical, all the fog and shit, sitting at the table with the village people and shit, and we all gathered around in the fire, But Namor does tell good stories. But it's amazing with the Tuskegee experiments where they were willingly and knowingly giving black soldiers syphilis.
Oh, damn.
During this, and by the way, it was a black nurse who knew all
Is
this.
that shit even legal?
What year was this?
This was during World War II.
Oh my God.
World War II.
Is that legal?
The 30s.
No,
I believe the 30s.
What do you mean they didn't care?
In other words, hold up. You about to be that 3-pump chump. Don't do that. Don't be the 3-pump chump. You don't want to. Oh shit, girl, pussy too wet. But no, it's the fact of the matter that many things the United States have done that was illegal and immoral. It's called a cover-up. Until years later, they found out, and the United States got the shit suit out of it. And how many people could they affect with those syphilis, giving syphilis to the soldiers, exposing their wives and their children to the disease, and other things they tested for? So think of how great you are, black man, with you don't even know if you were given syphilis by the United States government willfully, knowingly, illegal or legal. You affected them and their children's lives. How many of their children and great-grandchildren you affected with that shit? You would never know.
Probably 3-4 generations.
So if you have ailments, if you're able to walk after all this shit that's been done to your people, you're a fucking miracle. And I notice how people will say, well, we should ask for reparations. Yes, you should. Not ask, but you should demand. It's to the point where, how can I say this? It's to the point where they try to shame black men for getting a just due, which is disgusting. Why you always trying to get a handout for the government? We need to pull ourselves by our bootstraps. You'll hear black conservatives say this shit all the time. And I'm like, what nation of men pulled themselves up by their bootstraps without the support of their government? None.
America didn't even do that shit. They needed Congress and French support.
It's saddening. Yeah, it's very saddening. And that's one of the nicer stories, by the way.
Yeah, bro. Like, and Charles, earlier when we were on the panel earlier, what was your perspective on what that brother Reese was saying about what Reese was saying and Roger was saying about the 80% of the, you know what I'm talking about, of the black women? Because it looked like, from what I told you, looked like you had a little bit of a difference of opinion.
A little bit. When he said these women didn't know, like, why do you think over in my space we appreciate like a Natty and others who understands there's something different about black people in their relationships compared to everybody else? See, women know. Even the women on my panels and the women are against you will tell you. A woman knows. You know. Even though you're made a certain way, you know. Okay.
Subconsciously?
Yeah, you know subconsciously, you know consciously what you're doing.
You know what, Charles?
Yeah.
But you do agree it's 80% though.
Do you really want my real opinion?
I want your real opinion, bro. Cause
I think it's higher.
Damn. All right.
And it's not being mean. It's because you got to understand the way a lot of women have been taught. You know, when we have a Natty, Shonda H, and others, those are our rare ones. We appreciate our rare ones. We love them because they understand how the world is. A lot of them have brothers. A lot of them have sons. How can you be okay with this defranchisement of your people? There's no way in hell. It's one thing if you've done something, you made money or land off of it, you have something to show for it. But to basically exploit a people, and then once you're done exploiting them, you give them no land, you make them sharecroppers, you make them de facto slaves again.
And it shows the level of contempt. The level of contempt and animosity they still hold to you.
You almost had 60 years after you had
Reconstruction, the Great Betrayal,
the Reconstruction,
the Great Betrayal,
all
the
the
Black Codes, and then Jim Crow, and Civil Rights.
Can I say something?
Oh, by all means, lovely.
Okay, what you were saying about the syphilis study, the Tuskegee Airmen situation. Those people and their generation should definitely get reparations. I don't understand why that's not a thing. Why weren't they compensated
their families,
for?
Because how many of them are still alive?
Yeah, I think they said the study was from 1930 to 1970.
You can find their families
still alive is the question. Are those men still alive?
Maybe some family members, you know.
You gotta be some family members, but I mean that don't mean they have syphilis though. The ones that are alive.
You have no. Do you have any idea what syphilis can do to a newborn infant? If a woman has an outbreak of syphilis while she's going through childbirth,
I mean,
you can get blind. You can, if a woman has like has had like chlamydia infected with chlamydia, syphilis, or any STDs, and she has that while she's undergoing pregnancy.
According to the CDC, it's from 1932 to 1972. Some of those people are still alive. 1972 is not that long ago.
Oh my God!
So they should definitely get reparations. Yeah, it says. I mean, when you look it up, when you Google it, it says from 1932 to 1972. So
they're not going to give us no damn reparations for it, though.
And think about this, right? And we made a good point about reparations earlier. I could take out slavery for a minute. No, we're not shitting on slavery, saying it's not important. No, I'm just saying, for example, take out slavery. Right. Let's start from Reconstruction on. Reconstruction on, you have gave us the least when we produced the most. This country would not be in the fucking shithole that we're going through the economy right now if you would have gave black people their fair due through years. We'd have produced more and more scientists, more and more new ways, because the people who don't have it usually are the most have the most ingenuity. What? Nobody wants to hear that. Nobody wants to hear the fact that we fucked each other. We could have owned every genre of music damn near. We wanted to. What?
Charles, you okay?
Oh yeah.
I don't know, because you breathing, because I can hear you breathing. You're struggling with your breath, man.
No, it's just I'm stretching.
Okay.
So
because we had to talk about that sleep apnea, brother. You know.
Yeah, I thought y'all ass was gonna be not going to sleep, man. It sounded like y'all ass about to start off snoozing or something.
No, not me. I'm just stretching my lower back, so get my flexibility.
Oh, okay. Because I'm like,
because
the way he sound is like.
Like he's still talking. I know he's not tired.
I'm not tired. Like you can, when I sit up, you can hear me clear, right?
Yeah.
Sit up, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm like bending over, so it's like.
Okay.
Not in the way we talked about earlier. Not that bend over. No fingers. No fingers. No fingers.
Breaking.
No fingers, man. No prostate. No amateur prostates exams. No. But when you actually go into the history of Black America, right? It's interesting because everybody else got their resounding reparations of some sort. Asians are allowed to come over here and get stores because of what happened in World War II. The Jews pretty much own Hollywood and banking. White is going to do what white does. Even the way you think about white culture. The Irish and Italians were not considered white for the longest time, but once they were considered white, I think in the 1900s.
Especially
1900s, so the late 1800s.
Yeah, they got no Irish and no black signs and shit.
Yeah. And think about it. They got reparations of the police department, so they could hire guys from their camp or their hood to be police. And because he founded it, he probably could make himself whoever he wants as the police commissioner. So, and the Italians took over the fire department. So how many stimulus checks they got from that alone for their people? Billions and trillions of dollars. So when we as a people look at reparations, we're going to say, wait a minute. How many times when we looked over and disenfranchised just due to the way we look?
Countless times.
So that alone, then you got to look at the issues and the lynchings of civil rights, the deaths of some of the people who, unfortunately, there's going to be so many people we find in some of these trees just accidentally. And think about it. It can be 40, 50, 60 years, and this person didn't have a proper death.
Talking about people getting hanged?
Yeah.
Damn.
Charles?
Yeah.
When you brought up Tuskegee, I was thinking like, if that's what the U.S. government did to Black people, imagine what European colonialists were doing to Africans long before that, with God knows what kind of experiments.
They was
doing what kind of
Christianity. That was the experiment.
Truth. Please.
All right. One at a time. Hold up.
There's a point I'm trying to get.
We got Namer. We got Namer. Then we got Truth after you. So we got to do it one
I
at a
understand
time.
you're young and you want to say something, but you got to hear me out from it. There's something I'm trying to explain, so you can expand your mind about something really serious. Like imagine how many experiments that were being conducted by Europeans on Africans in Africa, or like how many that were being conducted in the Americas. I mean, like they talk about how many Nazis and whatnot fled to South America, especially those homesteads they established in parts of Chile and Argentina. The ones in Chile in particular, imagine what kind of experiments they were doing to some of the locals over there. Some of them were like indigenous South Americans, or those who were of like mixed race and whatnot. They experimented with them how many times? Well into the 50s. That's some scary shit right there. There's a lot of atrocities, a lot of experiments. Or like, I remember they talked about how Japanese scientists were doing experiments on U.S. POWs during World War II. Something to think about. Okay. Next.
I mean, yeah, I mean, but I feel like, yeah, from my perspective, I feel like that's definitely like there's definitely something done to the Africans during like colonialism. But from my perspective, I feel like it's a little bit different because I feel like they accepted it more. Like you get what I'm saying? Like we fought here in the U.S., but I feel like they kind of accepted it more. Nordic, like, so what do you think about that? Because that's my perspective on the issue.
I don't think we accepted it. It was just
When you say we, what do you mean?
I don't think like other groups accepted their subjugation. Like you saw what the Haitians did. I mean, if Z was back here, he'd explain that to you. There were other groups who tried numerous times to rebel against rule. Are you familiar with? I mean, in Tanzania, in mainland Tanzania, there's something called the Meiji Revolt of the 1900s. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Meiji. No. This is in Tanzania. Meiji Revolt. What happened was at that time, mainland Tanzania, not Zanzibar. Zanzibar was part of Britain, but mainland Tanzania was, or Tanganyika as it was called, was under German rule. It was a German colony. And at some point, the locals were like so sick of like the conditions that they were enduring under the German rule. Because remember, most of these countries were used as the raw material, the source of raw materials for European factories for the Industrial Revolution. The reason why slavery ended, one of the reasons why slavery ended, especially in West Africa, is because they found it more profitable to exploit black people in Africa than to take them to another world. So in the Meiji Revolt, it was based on a traditional witch doctor who said he had the magic to turn white man's bullets into water. And think about the power of belief right there. The belief that your magic is stronger than the white man's power. And with that, they tried to revolt. It was devastating, but it was not easy for the Germans to put down after that. But many other groups, they engaged in insurgency. I mean, I'm Eritrean. I remember, was it like groups like when we were under Italian colonialism? Some of our great leaders, they had to cut deals with the Italians just to keep the Ethiopians from trying to run them over. Because you have like intertribal, interethnic rivalries and whatnot. So they were stuck between a rock and a hard place. But once they made that so once they made that choice to come under Italian rule, because they realized the Italians would be keeping the Ethiopians off their back foot. When the Italians took over, they started revolting, and it was not pretty. Some of the great leaders, their bodies were left out in the open. Some of their followers would have to reclaim the bodies at night to give them a proper burial, so the hyenas wouldn't.
You talking about the Tanzanians?
No, I'm talking about my native Eritrea. But in Tanzania, it was just as messed up. The major revolutions in Tanzania, but in Eritrea.
Okay.
When they started uprising against Italian rule at the start, the Italians were so brutal that they left the bodies out to rot.
Damn,
they killed them in battle. They want the bodies that they killed, the bodies of the people they killed in the revolts. They left them out in the open because they wanted the hyenas to consume them. The survivors would disappear, only to come back at night to reclaim those bodies and give them a proper burial. When the Italians caught them doing that, they looked at them, "Why are you doing this?" Because these people deserve a proper burial. And they looked at them and said, "We admire your courage and your belief and faith. But we have to
eradicate y'all."
No, they didn't eradicate. They imprisoned them because they took them because we have like something that's similar to Alcatraz. A lot of people off the coast of Eritrea, there's one of the islands. They have a prison there that's still in use. A lot of
Still in
revolutionaries.
Egypt.
Yeah, but I'll explain. That's another story for another time. But
Yeah, that's probably
these
Myers
revolts and
corruption,
these
bro.
all over Africa. You have to admire that never say die spirit in any part of Africa, because a lot of them were fighting for their own freedom, and that kept going on. I mean, you ever seen what happened in the Congo under Belgian rule? That was brutal.
Oh, don't even talk about the Belgian rule. Where do you think you get the Rhodes Scholar and all these shits from, and all the blood diamonds?
Oh no, that's Rhodesia. Rhodesia is Cecil Rhodes was Rhodesia. That's modern day Zimbabwe, brother.
And you got to look at go ahead and look at Bacon's Rebellion, where that's the reason why you have a class system in America, where you have poor whites, usually the Irish and Italians, working and taking up arms with blacks. But once again, we'll make you white. We won't make you white, but you'll be higher than them. Racism is another form of class.
Look at apartheid in South Africa, dude.
Yeah, what do you think? What do you think about how Nelson Mandela handled his time after he was released? Like with him becoming president and kind of working more with the system. What do you think about that?
Well, he was either that or he was going to have a total bloodbath, because he knew that the blacks would want to, there were a lot of blacks who wanted to wipe out the whites.
When he wanted to bust that ass.
A lot of them wanted to bust that ass, but he realized, look, we gotta play the long game. We can't go tit for tat. That's why they had the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, dude.
Okay.
Thank you, Nolan, for your cash app. Thank you.
In fact, I mean, do you remember Dave Chappelle? He had like this one special called The Bird Revelation.
Yeah. What about
it? He talked about the truth about that the Me Too movement. They need to have like a Truth and Reconciliation, and he brought up about South Africa to explain why.
Okay. So it's just another ploy. I mean, do you think that strategy is still in play now?
Still is. I mean, but the thing is like there are people who there still needs to be justice.
Okay.
Because the thing is, if all the paths of justice are blocked, then the only path that person is going to take is the road that leads you to revenge. And that's a never-ending road. That's why Confucius had the saying, before you begin your quest for revenge, dig 2 graves, because somebody or everybody is going to get hurt.
Okay, true. But I thought we was on. I know we was on the path of revenge, because we definitely not getting that shit. I thought we was on the path of reparations.
But that's the thing. Reparations is with justice, and some people they don't want they don't think they can get justice because so they try to get revenge, which they think is easier. But that just starts a never-ending cycle of violence. I mean, shit. There are places like in the Arab world where you have like old scores, repeated cycles of revenge killings and shit going on.
Okay, and about the Arabs, since you brought them up, what do they classify as? Like white or like?
Arabs are Semites. Arabs are Semites, like Jews. They're Semitic people.
They're like an amalgamation of people. They're nomads.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Do you know what Semite means? Do you know what the word Semitic comes from?
Semite. That sounds familiar. That sounds like biblical or something.
It's a biblical. You know the 3 sons of Noah?
Yeah.
What are their names?
Oh no, bro.
Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Shem is where. So when you say you're a Semite, you're descended from Shem.
Hamites are supposed to be the Africanoids.
That would be the Cushites, I guess.
The Cushites, the Egyptians.
Because I'm ethnically Semitic.
But, okay, so if you're Semitic, so you're not like, so you're mixed. You're mixed.
Yeah. My ancestors were hybrid.
So they're like the Jews and the Jews and the Arabs are basically like nomadic people.
Semites, also the Assyrians. Also the Assyrians are also a Semitic people.
I was wondering, okay, so that's their ethnicity, but what's their classification when they come over here in this country?
White.
Brown, I guess. Middle Eastern.
White. You said brown?
They're considered white.
Oh, okay.
Like anybody in Northern Africa is considered white, unless they're, which is funny. You could be as dark as me from Northern Africa or from the Middle East.
No, that's a damn white man.
It could be considered white under the census. Now,
Charles, I know some Indians who are darker than me, and they would be considered white.
And that's because of the location. And it's weird because that's the location of where they are from. And
you know what's strange about that, Charles?
Yeah.
Like I talked about, like how West Africa, the history of slavery is with the New World. East Africa, their history of slavery is with the Middle East. Because some slaves end up as far east as India. Because there's a group of people called the Habshi, who descended from slaves who were brought in from supposedly Ethiopia. In fact, there's a story about there's a great ruler. His name was Malik Umbar. They believe he was an Ethiopian. He was an ethnic Oromo in the 16th century. Interesting story about him, how he became from a slave to a powerful warlord in India.
Mm-hmm. Well, you'd be surprised how many people are mixed around in this planet. You would never know. Like,
how about Ganibal Petrovich?
All right, so
Hannibal Petrovich. You ever heard of him?
That's an interesting name.
I've heard of him. What does he do?
Hannibal Petrovich was an African slave who was brought to Turkey.
Oh, okay.
They believe he was either from some part in Central Africa or from Ethiopia. What happened to him was he ended up. He was a slave owned by the Sultan of Turkey, by the Ottoman Sultan. But he somehow ended up in the court of Peter the Great, and he was given his freedom, and he was baptized Hannibal. So Abraham.
Oh, okay. So he basically worked his way out. Basically, got his little 12 years as slave. Okay.
But he became an important person in Russian history. But he's also descendant of. It's one of his descendants is a Russian author. I keep forgetting. I think it was.
Is it Tchaikovsky or Tchaikovsky, whatever his name is? I can't pronounce it. Yes, yeah.
Look at you all smart.
One of them.
Look at you. Look at Natty all smart and shit. Look at Daddy over there. I see you.
I told you I was a nerd.
Bro, okay.
I told you I was a
Nordic,
nerd.
How do these different ethnicities come over here and claim white on the census, but they still get our damn resources?
They're not claimed.
That's Charles who can explain that for you.
They're not claimed. They're not claimed. It's one. Let me tell you a really dirty secret people don't want you to know in the world. There's more people that look like you and me, same complexion. 2/3 of the world looks like you and me. Believe it or not. So if you look at the Aborigines in fucking Australia, they look closer to me and you than they look to a white person, right?
True.
When you go to fucking Central America, the native people there look closer to me and you than they look to Mexicans.
True. So they be lying, talking about some no black.
So what happens is when they come over here, because white people, this is not the first time white people had issues with breeding. How do you know this? Look at slavery. We outnumbered them 20-1 at the end of slavery. So they needed to import more whites, and they were giving out white privilege and white benefits.
And they were enslaving you guys 3/5 of a man in the process. Let's not forget that.
And they were taking away once we even received. They took away our land. Oh, excuse me.
40 acres in a mule.
And they not even just 40 acres of a mule. Benefits like military benefits, all kinds of shit they took away.
Oh, yeah.
And they started giving people from Northern Africa rights, because if that Northern African person marries a black woman, that child's going to be black. So what happens is if that Northern African person marries somebody white and they put them through the Prussian school system, as BGS keep telling you, that child is going to be mentally white, just like biologically my genotype is going to be African. But even though you're Negro, because you are created people but you have much more closer ties to Africa genetically than you have to white people. But you're ethnic, which is where you were taught, where what you see yourself as. You see yourself as an ethnic American, like your basis is American. Like a lot of people just need to get over that part. You're more American than anything else mentally. You're 90% white American. The only reason
that's what it means.
The only thing that keeps you from thinking totally 100% for the longest time was racism. When you look at Asian people here, and they bring up their kids in American culture, them kids may keep their culture and their language just to please their parents, but they think totally white. What's the first motherfucker they marry? A white woman or a white man. So when you come over here, it's all about a ploy about the numbers. White people always had genetic deficiencies when it came to reproduction. As a matter of fact, I wish Cerulean was here because he could break it down even better how white people, in order for black women to get pregnant by a white person, her diet has to be broken down a certain way or she would not be sired. She would not sire those white men's kids.
Not conceive. A man sires,
a woman conceives. So guess what? You have to do it a certain way. That's why when she's under stress and she's not as healthy, she's not going to conceive that baby.
Stress affects everything.
So a lot of that is the strength of numbers and to bolster up this we are a white country.
Even though they secretly don't like okay, what's the deeper game at that though? Because you know they don't like each other.
The deeper game is to hold what you got. Number one, the reason why they're okay with interracial dating is because they're trying to become a homogenous people. They're trying to get back. They're trying to do it where, hey, we're going to get Hispanics, but we're going to make the Hispanics think white. You already have, and you got one person from East Africa, you have one person who's Jamaican. Yeah, she may be where she's raised up as Jamaican. She still keeps a lot of her Jamaican traditions, but she's American. She's born there and has her traditions, but she's American. So she's like what you call a baby of two worlds. But guess what? If she has a child and she raises her child in America, that baby's American. That baby's going to be 100% thinking American.
American, which is basically 100% thinking
That's
white.
very true. No, that's very true because my daughter is not. I have a daughter. She's not. Her parents are Jamaican. Her whole family is Jamaican. But if you see her, she's very American.
Yeah, and it's crazy because.
Nati, how's her patois?
My daughter.
Yeah, can she speak patois?
My daughter, she understands it, and she'll make fun of you if you say certain things, but she doesn't speak it. She's American. She grew up here.
And how old is she?
She's 10.
No. So
hey,
yeah, exactly.
Has she ever been to Jamaica?
True.
Yeah,
I mean, Charles.
She's been to Jamaica.
Bro, why can't we just isolate the damn? Well, I don't know if there's a better term for it, but the Aryan, the specific Aryan race in the white race. Why can't we just isolate that?
You want me to give you the real truth?
Let me get that.
Okay, because secretly black people love white people.
What?
That's true, actually.
When they liberated the slaves, guess what? You had Libya, okay? You could have moved to you people could have lived in Libya, but for fucking 300-400 years, this is the only land you knew.
You mean Liberia?
I mean Liberia. Thank you for being.
Black people are, but
Liberia.
Liberia.
Black people are lazy though.
No, we're not lazy. You're never lazy. How the fuck can we be lazy if you built the country off our backs?
Hold on.
In other words, right? Where were you born?
Atlanta.
Huh?
Atlanta.
Where were you raised?
Sacramento.
So, if I took you out of Sacramento and put you in, and put you in Munich, Germany.
Okay.
Would you feel a little out of place, or would you, where there's ever so humble, it'll be no place like home? You feel me?
There wouldn't be no place like home, but I feel like I'd be able to operate.
No, you wouldn't, because you're a stranger. Would you rather deal with the devil you know or the devil you don't?
The former, obviously.
True, but the devil I know is sentient in itself.
So in other words, you're going to be a super stranger. You know nothing of the land. You know nothing of the terrain. You know nothing of the currency. You know nothing of the culture. Here, even as a slave, you know the culture. You're brought up in it, whether you like it or not. This is your home. Is it nice to also have places that you can network? Sure, but it's always good to have a home base. One of the many issues is that a lot of Black people do not get over the fact that this is your home.
Well, we can't. This is a corrupt home base.
Show me a non-corrupt base, and I'll show you a bunch of liars.
I mean, I could show you. We could talk about.
Show me one place that's not corrupt.
Now, but we can talk about periods and places
anytime in history. I'll give
All right, the Haitians during the Haitian Revolution.
Haiti, Saint-Domingue, as it was known at the time.
But guess what? They had to kill the fucking traitors first. So that was corruption. They just dealt with it a different way.
Okay, they just removed it. Okay.
You want to go to Mesopotamia? We can go to Mesopotamia. We could go to Kemet. We could go to fucking ancient China. We could go to We could go to ancient Judah and Israel.
Judea.
Oh yeah. We'll go to the 12 tribes. We'll go to Britannia. We'll go to Wales. We'll go to Scotland, Ireland, Northern Ireland.
You said Britannia?
We'll go to that.
But Charles, you telling me we had the opportunity to go build our own country.
You built it already.
How did we build it? Most of us are the majority of the Black community that's here is still here. So
would you leave? I'm putting it to you this way, right? Did all the Jews leave Germany?
9.
Which is no.
Yeah.
When Nagasaki and Hiroshima had bombs dropped on it, did Japanese leave Japan?
No.
But they don't have white supremacists on that island. Like they don't have.
You think they don't have supremacists? Like that. They had.
You know what I mean.
They were supremacists.
Like, they were, but
they were getting their asses chewed. They were getting their asses chewed out by the Koreans. Okay. Hell, they had to deal with white supremacy.
They were the white supremacy to the Korean though. They were
the Koreans, the Chinese, the
Malaysians. Yeah, but I was talking about specifically like
Japanese was really rough to the Koreans, man.
And guess what? That's only payback for what they did to them 5,000 years ago.
The Micronesian Islands, all over the Pacific.
And guess what? Japanese are only just Koreans who left about 10,000 years ago.
Wait, there is another group of people there.
To be honest, all the Asian people just migrated from the mainland. To be honest, they all just migrated from the mainland.
Do you want to go to the fucking Zulu Nation? We'll go to those little areas right there, those big ass areas. We'll go because we have to look at Shaka Zulu. It's either you bow or you bow to the fucking Iqua. Either way, you're gonna go down to your knees. We went through. You do know we went to multiple time periods that quick, right? Multiple different periods to the earth. Oh, you want to go to? We'll go to Russia. We'll go to Russia. We'll go to Russia while Russia was a Jewish state for 500 years. Oh, let's not even go to France with the French Revolution. The reason why those motherfuckers, they had literally rivers of blood.
Well, I know about that. That's crazy. I know about that. All that bullshit. Shit was some extra, bro. That wasn't about no damn freedom, bro. It was getting some revenge.
That's what he talked about. When you don't have justice, you go for revenge.
Well, if there's no way to justice, then the only road to take is that of revenge.
What is Batman's moniker? What is Batman's moniker? Justice, not vengeance.
Yes.
There's a reason why. People like, why don't Batman kill the Joker? Because it's too easy.
And plus,
the
if
plot
he did,
demands it,
if he
that's why.
did, Charles,
And the plot.
Charles, if he
Yo.
did, the Joker win because the Joker would prove the world that Batman is corruptible.
Yeah, and he's broken.
Yeah. He broke him like the psychopath he is. He would try to do that. He was trying to control him. But the truth was he couldn't destroy him. Even if he
couldn't
wanted
destroy
to,
his spirit.
He couldn't destroy Batman at all. His spirit, none of it.
So when you look at corruption, there is no uncorruptible place on earth. That's like saying a world without sin. Good luck with that.
Okay, but all right. So with the Japanese, they didn't have any European people over there really subjugating them and controlling what they did. So I don't understand how.
Brother,
That's a lie.
I can pull you. I can call that as bullshit. Here's how.
Okay.
Are you familiar with? Hey, what's good, Khalil? Anyway,
Assalamu alaikum.
What's good, Khalil? Anyway, are you familiar with the name Commodore Matthew Perry?
No.
All right.
That is so cool.
Yes, thank you for the reference. Last Samurai. If you ever seen The Last Samurai, it was in reference to that. It was about the modernization of Japan. What happened was during the shogunate of the Tokugawa shogunate, Japan was isolated. It was put itself in self-imposed isolation. It was the Americans who showed up in the 1850s with Commodore Matthew Perry. He told Japan, I'm going to give you some time to think about it. You have either going to open up.
With us,
it's the trade. It's the trading. It was the trading.
Open up the trade, or we'll open you up by force. So he came
we're gonna
back.
bombard your ass.
Yeah, and he left.
It was actually England.
Oh, that's
England.
No, actually, it's
England.
American.
It was England because that's when that's why they joined in, because a lot of shit that England did a lot of countries dirty. But go ahead.
England, the Dutch were also there. Let's not forget them. The Dutch, the Portuguese, the Spanish were in.
The Dutch had a better trading route. That was probably during the
actually they controlled Indonesia. They controlled Indonesia, but the British was also fighting for them for the Malay archipelago because they were controlling the vanilla trade.
Because the Edo period, they were doing a lot of trade with the Dutch.
Yes. True.
But they just okay. So this is okay. That's that colonialization and that when that you talking about the era
colonialization in this part of the world at that time. What it was
not that time. Okay.
No, at that time.
Okay. What's the era? Tell me the era.
We're talking 16th, 17th, 18th century. At that
time.
Hold on. Truth. Hold on. At that time, what you had were like trading companies who answered to the governments. I mean, if you go back to Africa during the 17th, 18th century, even into the 19th century, before they started colonialism in the 1880s, you didn't have governments. You didn't have European governments ruling those trading posts. Those were trading companies that answered to the government, or who were like proxies for the government in those areas. Same thing in Europe. Same things in Asia, and in the Americas, and then they started to colonize them.
Yeah, because you got to think about it.
Have you ever heard the British East Indies Company?
Yeah, I've heard of that.
What's the old saying about the British Empire? The sun will never set on it.
Never set.
So,
the sun will never set.
Yep. So when you actually look at this shit, right? Is America a republic, a democracy, or an empire?
Excuse me, Charles.
Empire.
No, we're a republic.
Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second.
How are we a republic?
Hold on.
We're a republic.
Hold on, name.
Okay.
I was like, what is it? Because one, we're a republic because if you actually have a democracy, you wouldn't actually need an electoral college. You would just go by the majority vote, right?
Right.
Because you talking about the direct system?
In other words, you wouldn't have 2 senators for every state if we were not a republic. Plus, we're also an empire.
Still are.
Not for long.
We'll still be an empire.
So I was right.
There's three levels of the imperialism. Okay, your religious set of power in the world is where? The Vatican. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The Pope can pretty much go any goddamn where he please, even Islamic countries. You ever notice that?
Absolutely. They
That's
have
the
to.
religious. They have to.
They have to because they know it's going to happen if they try to fuck with him.
You would set the world will go ablaze.
Call in another crusade, and they don't want that.
Here's another one. The financial empire or imperial power is where?
The financial power, the imperial power,
England.
Yeah.
London to be exact.
Aren't they on the decline though?
Nope.
Not with the London banking. No.
Not with the banking systems.
The banking system made sure that even though they lost the colonies, they did not lose control of them.
Think of this: when you look at all the Commonwealth countries.
What do you think the French are able to still have control over the French West African countries?
So that
same thing like
they
the British
basically
did. They control them financially.
Yeah. So in other words, if you look at all the Commonwealth, who's on the picture of them? All their currency.
And you know she doesn't have a passport. She don't need a pass. She can go wherever she wants to go. She doesn't have a passport.
Absolutely.
I got 10. No, any Commonwealth, she go where she wants. And
I'm sorry, guys, I missed that. Who are you talking about?
We were talking about the Emperor. We got Khalil.
I was kind of curious about this Khalil.
What's up?
Hold on.
What's up, nephew?
What's up, big dog? What's up, Uncle?
So basically, what you're saying is they sold the company, but they bought all the stocks for it.
Pretty
is that
much.
what you're saying?
The easiest, in other words, they're the majority stockholders, meaning they're the 95% owners. So when you look at it, notice all your major companies when it comes to insurance and some type of financial institution has a basis out of London.
Very true.
And this should be the easiest one.
The London Financial Center. There's 1 square mile of London called the London Financial Center. That's where you have like all those big buildings, like that one Fabergé building. It looks like a Fabergé egg.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And here's the easiest one for you, Truth. Who's the militaristic imperial power of the world?
The Pentagon.
The USA.
United States, baby.
What country can really deal with toe-to-toe the United States military power?
Nobody.
Russia. No one.
Not even
Maybe Russia.
Not even Russia.
No.
When has Russia ever fought 2 wars simultaneously?
Never.
When has the United States fought 2 wars simultaneously?
All the time.
All the time.
But hey, Charles,
here's a little secret for a lot of you civilians. The military goes through 120 conflicts a year. So, number one, let's look at geography. On the east side of the country, what ocean do you have covering it?
The Atlantic Ocean.
On the west, what do you have?
Pacific.
How big are them fucking oceans?
Huge.
Massive.
Huge as fuck.
Do you know it would be a massive trek to bring anything across either side of us?
Yes.
What country is above us?
Canada.
What country's below us?
Mexico.
Even if you went by land, most of fucking Canada is not populated.
It's very rural.
No. The thing is, most of the urban cities of Canada are set in the south, close to the border, because
so
for the longest time,
Very cold there.
Not just that. For the longest time, Canada, when it was still a British colony, had numerous forts along the border because they always thought they were going to be going to war with England, with the U.S., like another war of 1812 and whatnot.
So they was already gonna be there. Like we already on the front line just in
They're
case.
like, we're ready just in case they want to go there. We're ready to fuck them up.
So if y'all want
the nationalism in Canada is like on the left, not on the right. It's left wing.
War of 1911, my ass.
And then you got to think about this, right?
1812, dude.
Oh, 1812.
How many fucking? Most of our bases are on the coast.
Mm-hmm.
What do we have that most countries don't? A blue water navy. We could take the fight to you before you could ever get here.
Mm-hmm.
What do we have that most countries don't? Or barely have capability? We also have a fucking Coast Guard.
I was just about to say that. And naval ships.
We have a Coast Guard that goes out 20 miles from the coast.
That's how far your coastal territory is. Your coastal territory is supposed to be like 25 miles out.
Yeah. So, and then on top of that, how many? What's another advantage the United States have? We're a very gun-toting country.
Especially with your Air Force and your military and your infantry.
And notice I didn't. And you kicking the chair, goddammit. And notice I didn't even bring. Yep, you kicked the chair. I mean, the motherfucker's swinging.
Hang on, let me hold the chair. Let me get the chair back in speed.
Hold the chair. Resuscitate him. Don't let him fall easy. You got to reset the chair. Don't let the motherfucker die yet. Notice, a lot of you have over 300 million guns, 80 million gun owners.
Yes. Wait, how many?
300 million guns. 300 million guns, 80 million gun owners.
Wait, so does that mean damn near every person in America got at least 2 guns?
They have like at least 4 or 5.
You can give. There's so many, and that's just the ones we could trace.
Right.
True.
4 to 5, like 4.5.
Remember, we could probably give you 5 guns to each American citizen. Then on top of that, what's something that we have that most countries do not? Nuclear capability. You know, we have most countries are still stuck on 4th generation air.
Some countries don't even have an Air Force. Yeah.
You got to think about it. We're damn near 5th, almost into 6th generation air superiority.
Do they even have atomic weaponry like that?
You
at least that.
See, atomic weapon is like
unless they buy it from us.
Pretty much, or Russia. Okay. They either buy it from us or Russia. But yet we have ballistic and continental fucking shit. We have shit that goes from intercontinental. Okay. Well, yeah. So here's another shit that people don't understand. It's very, very hard. Do we call people to settle our military issues, or people call us?
No, people call us.
You're not calling nobody.
You know the reason why Trump could talk shit? Because if he pulls the United States out the UN, who do you got?
Nobody.
That's what happened when he did.
So like when he's trying to pull out of NATO, like all the other countries looking at him like, what the fuck?
Like, you notice how people started to act right.
Mm-hmm.
And then Ingo Savage said, "What about our bases around the planet?" You think that's why we're imperial. You don't see a Japanese military base in the United States, do you? But you see an American military base in Japan, don't you?
Okay.
You got other countries now trying to do the same thing. You know, like the Chinese, the Russians, the Turks are also starting to establishing bases in certain places, but that's mostly for like geopolitical.
They imitate our tactics from camouflage all the way to our orders, our walks. They imitate all of it's imitated by military. If you look at Myanmar,
the Russians have their own style.
I mean, everybody have their own style. You know, their own style, but a KGB is nothing but an FBI agent.
You ever seen the Koreans when they march?
CIA.
That is.
Yeah, CIA. Yeah.
KGB is like KGB, CIA.
Yeah, KGB more like CIA. I take that back, not FBI.
I mean, we got like an estimated like 800. We have an estimated 800 military bases operating overseas in multiple countries. At least last I checked, it was like what 80 countries, something like, give or take.
Charles, you know where CENTCOM is?
Well, why haven't they decided to take over then?
CENTCOM. You know where CENTCOM is? Where's it based at?
Damn it, I'm trying to think because I remember saying that. Where's that based at?
It's last time I checked, it was in Qatar.
Chad, I think.
No, Doha, Qatar. No, Africom.
Because
they have
because
this. No, that's
Africom
Africom.
is that Africom. You have shit. You have different.
It's they have operations in Ethiopia, Djibouti, and in parts of North Africa, and parts of North and Central Africa.
What's the topic, by the way? I actually just came on here to talk shit to Charles.
Well, earlier hours ago it was about the Winter Soldier and the Falcon and Winter Soldier, and they had Isaiah Bradley. And if you notice how Isaiah Bradley represents how black men,
bad motherfucker.
Yeah, he's a bad motherfucker. I'm glad he's getting the shine he's getting.
Does anybody remember him in She Hates Me?
Yeah, I do. That was a good movie, man.
Do you remember with him and Jeremy Renner in Hurt Locker?
Yeah, I like Hurt Locker a lot. Hurt Locker was good.
Oh, sorry, Charles, as you were saying.
Yeah, I was super sad, man. All my anime ended, so I was like, well, I guess I better go over here and talk shit to Charles and be sad about all my anime ended.
Yeah.
Charles,
you need a hug.
Well, I mean, I thought I was gonna have something to do after I got off work, but I was like, this is unfortunate. All my anime is done,
Come here. It's okay. Let me give you a hug.
You watch One Piece?
Okay. It's gonna be
Hey, back to the military. When I was in Morocco, only the military was allowed to have guns. I mean, unless you was like a Bedouin, and when I say Bedouin, that's more like a tribe. That means like tribes in Arabic.
Bedouin is a rule.
Yeah, they can have weapons because they kind of like outlawed. They really don't have to follow laws in a sense.
But the thing is, one thing, Khalil, one thing you gotta understand, in North Africa, they're not all Arabs. Some of them are, they call Amazigh or Berber.
I know that. My father's Moroccan.
Wait, what part of Morocco is your family from?
It's Ibn Musa, right next to Casablanca.
Okay. That's
cool. Yeah.
Why haven't they decided to take over?
I've been to Morocco 2 times.
Okay, you've been to Maghreb. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
If they have all these bases.
كلمة شوية كلمات. It's been a long time since I spoke any.
مين أنت?
Huh?
مين أنت?
Okay.
Where are you from?
I'm from Eritrea.
Eritrea, Habish.
Yeah, Habish, you could say that because we associate us with Ethiopians. We're all the same to y'all.
I mean, it's all Habish because Eritrea is like the North Korea of Africa. Y'all so strong, y'all don't need nobody.
We're the baddest motherfuckers in that sense. Yeah, self-reliance.
Y'all have y'all.
Have you been around Eritreans?
What's the
No, I would love to go, bro. I would love to go, man. But I have friends from Yemen. I have a lot of friends from Yemen, Eritrea, and Ethiopia. So I understand the culture a lot.
If you ever, let me tell you something, because Ethiopians and Eritreans were descended from people called Axumites. That's the ancient people, the Najash and everything. If you understand Islamic history.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay,
they was the ones who let Muhammad come into Africa to protect him from
his followers, like Taha and whatnot. Taha, because Muhammad went to Mecca, went to Medina. Sorry, he went to Medina and sent some of his friends on the advice of Bilal, because Bilal was originally from there.
Yeah, Bilal was originally, he was Habish brother. But I do know this: it was a king from your country that allowed Muhammad and them to come there to hide.
Yeah,
basically to hide because they were going to get killed. It was a Christian king who saved the Muslims. The same Prophet Muhammad.
Black Christians.
Real Christians.
The original black Christians.
Coptic. So that's Coptic, right?
That's the Coptic church.
We're related to
the racial situation in Morocco?
We're related to the Coptics of Egypt because they're our brethren, and so are we also related to the Armenians. But if you ever get to Eritrea, there's 2 mosques you want to check out. One is the main mosque in Asmara, the capital. But if you ever go to Massawa, if they ever let you see the ruins of the ancient ruins of the port city of Adolis nearby,
Yes,
is the masjid. There's one called the Mosque of the Companions, which is a ruins now, but it was the first mosque ever built in Africa.
I've heard of that. I've heard that story before.
Masjid
I've heard that. Do you? Well, according to the Quran, Bilal is going to be the first one to enter heaven.
He should have been, because look what he went through.
That's what it says in the Quran. A lot of people, they, due to colonization, people don't look at that. But
Let's
Bilal,
not forget racism as well. Let's not forget about racism as well. Racism, because like with the insults they have, then we still had to deal with that. Even after that, all the racism that that's the Turks, the Arabs, and the Persians had towards these Africans.
So let me ask you a question. With you being Eritrean, do you consider Yemenis Arabs, or do you consider them Africans?
I look at Yemenis as Arabs, but then some of them are mixed with us, and there's some of them who are mixed with Somalis. So it depends on that person.
Okay, the reason why I asked that question, because we know these lines was created by colonizers. So at a point in time,
ancient history with these people. Let's not forget our ancient history with these people, because remember in Yemen, you had the ancient people called the Himyarites.
Yeah. I mean, then you also have a term. You also have a term called asil. You familiar with the terminology asil, right?
I think maybe. I'm not sure.
It means like original.
Okay.
I think in Ethiopia, Eritrea, y'all say asili. I think it's called asili. But the point that I'm trying to get at, when you look at Yemenis and you look at Eritreans and Ethiopians, and pretty much in Djibouti too, you can't leave Djibouti out.
No,
y'all all have the same phenotype structure, in a sense.
For that matter.
Yes, or Somalians for that sense also.
Somalis.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm gonna
we went off topic. I'm sorry, Charles. We get I just like I get curious about these.
Nigga, what are we on topic?
We shifted on topics, man. But
when Khalil comes
I got curious about this cat here.
When Khalil comes to my house, we never on fucking topic. We'll talk about from Frankie Beverly to the Quran.
You ain't lying. You're not lying.
Y'all think I just do this on YouTube?
Khalil, I'm gonna tell you something about me. I got family who are Sudanese and everything. They're Muslim, and they're really close to me. I remember they gave me the grandmother. She gave me a Quran.
And hold on for a minute. I'm gonna just say this real quick. Okay. I'll be right back. Gotta take care of something. Everybody's an adult. We're gonna be at peace. We're gonna carry the good conversation. Normally I was gonna cut it down, but since we got a couple of people up here, we're gonna keep it going. Normally I don't do this, but party on us. All right. I'll be right back.
All right, here it is.
It's good. But hey, Khalil, I got a couple of questions for you about Africans, since you've seen well-versed on your knowledge of the phenotypes. How come I'm seeing a lot of Ethiopians are lighter skinned than other darker Africans from other places like Kenya, Ghana, Nigeria? Like,
that's the point.
How come the East Africans in general are like lighter?
Before I get off, I'll say this before Khalil.
Let me explain that for you.
I'll say this. Remember, people, let's say you date a white girl, right?
Yes.
What happens? What happens to your baby? Is your baby going to be as dark as you?
Chris Brown.
They're going to be lighter. Then on top of that, you got to also look at climate and culture.
Yes.
You got to look at climate. When you go to Ethiopia and Eritrea, those are hills. Short people are not going to do too. People are not going to do too well climbing hills being short. Okay.
You got to be long and gangly.
You got to be long and gangly, just like you'll see in the Middle East when I lived there when I was in the military. You wonder why people wear first downs and they're cooler than us, and we got long short sleeves on. Their bodies are conditioned, but I'll let everybody else go in, jump in, because it's an interesting topic.
Well, I do know this. It was a group of Indians, Dravidian-based Indians from southern India that was casted out of India because they was of a low caste, and that migrated to Ethiopia. And at the time, it wasn't called Ethiopia. Maybe brother can correct it for me. I think it was called
There's an order name.
What year? What decade? What century are we talking here?
We talking
like around pre-Islamic times. Pre-Islamic.
Okay.
Aksum. It was called Aksum.
Aksum,
Before
yes,
that,
exactly.
Aksum.
Thank you,
Before
Aksum.
that, you had there was Sheba, the kingdom of Saba or Sheba.
Well, now I know me and you're going to debate about this because me and my brothers always debate about this one.
That's cool.
My Yemeni brothers always say that Sheba, because what we're taught that Sheba was from Yemen, and you guys were taught that Sheba's from your land, right?
No, because the thing was like the Sabian Empire originates in Yemen, and they conquered parts of Eritrea and Ethiopia. So when the Sabians migrate into the region, they mix with the locals, with the local indigenous population, and then you have this Semitic hybrid who are the Axumites. From them, my people.
Mm-hmm. And then you got to remember,
Abyssinia, but Abyssinia did not come into existence until the 13th century.
Then you got to look at it. Well, you had the Queen of Sheba and David. That's where you get the Melech the First.
Melech the First.
And that's where you get.
That's Haile Selassie's great grandfather.
Like
the Solomonic
dynasty.
Solomonic dynasty.
So when you come from that, see, a lot of people when it's funny, and this is what happens when you have a bunch of people.
That's what the ethnic Amharas you have to understand.
I know I said I was going to leave. I know I said I was going to leave, but I'm going to leave. It's funny as hell. I'm doing an Edward Anderson right now, but it's funny as shit. Because
I gotta go. I'm going to stay.
I'm going to go, but I got to stay. It's funny as shit because when you look at religion. And that's why I get along. I never get in heated debates about religion because most of the people I'm talking about know their shit. Mm-hmm. The Christians can't really be mad with the Muslims, and the Muslims can't be the Jews because at some point, y'all lived very well together, and y'all actually fought together and protected each other.
Absolutely.
It's just that when
you got the same prophets.
Yeah, you got the same fucking prophets. And there's certain variations. You're under the Abrahamic religions, and it's funny because back in the day, people actually helped and supported each other. Mm-hmm. So and propaganda played a tool too, because when man interfered with God's word, you usually get corruption and confusion. Remember when we talked about that, Truth? So I've always said I don't have a problem with people's religious beliefs because God speaks to us each differently. God knows you by each one of your brain waves and your heartbeat, and it's all different. So you think the creator of the universe cannot speak to you differently than he does me? Of course. So when you get a lot of these religions and people say, oh, I got the one true God, they never had a question in that. You know why? Because they knew God spoke differently. Okay, carry on, fellas.
Okay.
I have a quick question before you guys continue.
Go ahead.
Yes.
I know a lot of Muslim people, men and women, and I noticed that a lot of their middle names are Muhammad. Do you know why?
You say a lot of what people? Muslims?
Yeah. And their middle names is Muhammad.
It's just like one of those things.
Even
like
the females.
He was a great man, so a lot of people name their children. It's kind of like like how France. A lot of people in France, not France, excuse me, England, name they children after Charles, King Henry.
Okay.
Well, to shorten up the answer, I know I'm about to go, but I'm really about to go. But to shorten up guess what the number one name in the world is?
Muhammad.
That's why.
Okay.
It's very common.
Because of the
females though, with even the females.
What's the most common name in the world?
It's not a feminine version of Muhammad.
Yeah. Oh, it's not. Okay, that's right. Okay,
it's like
a friend. She's Muslim, and her middle name is Muhammad.
It might be Ibn Muhammad. Like the daughter of Muhammad.
Binta Muhammad.
Yeah, Binta. See, I like my man.
Oh,
right
okay. Because she's Caribbean, but her middle, like her, and I was shocked to find that out because I'm like, okay, that's different.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing as somebody being. I actually was in the army with a guy named De Jesus, which if you translate to English, it means of God, of Jesus, or of God.
Oh, okay.
So it's like
Thank you for clearing it up.
So it's a very common name, just like if you say Charles to niggas my age or a little bit older, 15 niggas gonna turn their heads. If you say Muhammad in the Middle East, you're gonna have about 120 people turning their heads.
Yeah.
I'll say this. If they didn't know your name, if they didn't know anybody, because I grew up in the Middle East. I grew up in KSA. But there was anytime an Arab would look at an outsider, they just call him Muhammad just because that was like just out of respect. Because they didn't know if that person was Christian or Muslim. They just said, yo, Muhammad, I need you to help me out with something. It was just
You know how I feel about I feel like the word Arab, I compare it to the word of like black. Because neither one of them have a nationality.
It's a nationality. It's an ethnicity. It's an ethnicity kind of thing.
It's not ethnicity because Arab means it literally means a traveler, to travel.
Like the
back in the day, they never called themselves Arabs.
They just call themselves by their tribes.
A Sudani could be considered the Arab. Yeah, exactly, by their tribe. Anybody that traveled and was a merchant at that time was considered an Arab.
Oh, I see.
That was the Europeanized version of it's like I say, they put borders on everything. Back in the day, we didn't really have borders. If you look at a point in time, Yemen and Eritrea was considered Asia. Yemen and Eritrea was considered Asia.
Because we were
before
connected until the Rift, the whole Rift Valley thing. Because you look at tectonic plates and everything.
Now back to the one brother, you was asking a question about why they have different phenotypes and things like that as far as African.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you one thing that I learned that was a culture shock for me, bro. When I went to Morocco and when I grew up in St. Louis, Missouri. It's a lot of different nationalities, group of people. But at the time when Yugoslavia was having war and Ethiopia was having war, a lot of refugees came to St. Louis, Missouri. So even though I was born in this country, because of my last name, they placed me in a refugee school with the rest of the children, which was a great experience for me because I learned I can speak up to like 5 languages. I can comprehend almost 10.
That's cool.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
So, because they make you automatically take 3 languages.
You're multicultural like that. You're multifaceted, my dude.
Yeah, appreciate that, brother. And one thing that's how I got so many Ethiopian friends. So a lot of Clinton, a lot of people don't know. Clinton took in a lot of Yugoslavians, Bosnians, Ethiopians, Somalians,
Bosnians, Croats, Serbs, Albanians.
Yep, all of them. I went to school with all these guys. And one thing, and for people to be like, "Oh, America hates Muslims."
What Ethiopian languages can you speak? Can you understand?
I really don't understand Ethiopian. I know a little bit of Amharic when they say it because it's kind of similar to Arabic.
Yeah, they say, but in English it's called Amharic.
Yeah, I understand a little bit when they speak it, but they don't call it Aramaic. It's another name for one of y'all languages, but it's basically Aramaic. It's like the Kibbutz Nagas. I think the Kibbutz Nagas is written in that language.
You're talking about Giz.
Yes.
Giz. That's the writing system. We still have that.
Yes.
There's 2 different, but there's 2 different variations. You have the Eritrean form and the Ethiopian form.
Okay. So I didn't know that you're talking something like that.
Well, there's a couple. You can tell the difference, and based on there's like certain letters we write differently, so you know which is which.
Well, because this is the thing that people fail to realize is like all Semitic languages kind of like come from Aramaic in a sense, like
Aramaic.
I hate when people say like you talk about a person of Judaic culture or a Jewish person, they say you're anti-Semitic, but they talk about Muslims, who's Semitic people and is not anti-Semitic.
We've actually brought that out how many times? I brought that out how many times on Charles's panel? Like, how do you accuse somebody of being where the hell is Z? We need Z back up on this motherfucker. He would have
Ashkenazi, European, from the Kaiser Empire, Semitic when they're European, Mongolian European.
What about Sephardic? Huh? Sorry, Nash?
Sephardic, that's different. See, Morocco has a lot of Sephardic Jews. That's different. Now,
you ever been around? What about what they call what do they call them? It's
Samaritan?
No. You have the
Yazidi?
No. You have Yemeni. You also have Bukhari Jews from Central Asia. Mizrahi Jews who are indigenous to Palestine and Egypt and in the Levant.
Who's pretty much the next to the African Jews. They're the original kind of.
Mizrahi, yeah, they're the ones who are indigenous to that region. You also have the Yemenite Jews. Then you have also Beth Israel, the Ethiopian Eritrean Jews.
Now, the Yemenite Jews, I'm gonna tell you one thing about that. A lot of people don't know. That came from out of Eritrea. There was a guy that came out of either Eritrea, Ethiopia, who was, of Habish of lineage, and he went to Yemen and converted them into actually Yemeni Jews. That was originally Muslims and
Israel.
Christians.
You know
And he took
the
them all to
story of the
Israel.
Himyars? You know the story of the Himyarites?
Yes.
The Himyarites, after they fell, was it after Aksum became Christian in 350, around a century later in 450, the rivals across the Red Sea, the Himyarites or the Himyars, they converted to Judaism. They converted to Judaism. Just to stir up this shit, just to stir up shit with them. Because they were both Semitic pagans. Both groups were Semitic pagans.
Yep.
But in Aksum, you had Jews, because there were Jews coming in, who converted to. But when Christianity came, these Jews, the Ethiopian Jews, Bet Israel, they became a kingdom of their own, like around 350 AD. And the Bet Israel kingdom was around at that time. But
I think
the Himyars were like the Himyars. They and the Aksums went to war a couple times. In fact, who was it? Like the Himyarites had to bring in the what they call the Sassanid Persians to help them in that one.
And a lot of Turks too. Yeah, a lot of Turks and some not just the Persians. They brought the guys. Oh my God, they're in Iraq. They speak Assyrians.
They're Semitic as well. They're Christians.
Yeah, Assyrians. They teamed up with the Persians and came down there because they fucked Yemen up too. They came down there and it was a king of Yemen that was treating the people kind of bad,
persecuting Christians. He was a Jew but persecuting Christians.
Exactly. And the people were like, nah, we're going to fight against you. Because Yemen, one of the few countries where you can go to where they don't care, where the Jews and the Muslims are in peace with each other.
Up until that whole civil war that broke out, that was fucked up.
But that was Muslim on Muslim, man. That's Saudi Arabia.
I know, but the Jews got caught up in the crossfires, and some people just took it. And some who do have anti-Jew cynicism, sentiments, start targeting them. They got caught in the crossfire, and some people try to use them as a scapegoat.
Yep.
So they had to get them out, just like how the Syrian Christians in Iraq were scapegoated after the invasion of Iraq.
Yep. A lot of them had no choice but to flee up north. Or America. Nobody talks about that. Nobody talks about the Christians of Iraq. That's like taboo.
You ever heard of Rhonda? Do you watch MMA by any chance?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
You know a woman named Rhonda Marcos?
Yeah.
She's Chaldean. She's a Syrian.
She's a Syrian
Christian. Yeah. If you remember, this is before the whole Reebok thing. When the so-called Islamic State took over the north.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Every Christian house, they would paint the letter Nun, the Arabic letter for N, Nun, in a circle, because they want to indicate these people with Nazrun, which is like the Arabic word for Nazarene. And Rhonda Marcos, to show solidarity, because those are her brethren and everything, when she won a fight, she wore a black T-shirt with that N in white and in circle.
Yo, you gonna have me looking for that, man.
I remember because they were like, UFC was like doing a story about her family's life, how they fled Iraq to Canada.
Yeah, some of them still speak like the tongue that Yeshua spoke.
Assyrian Aramaic.
Yeah,
You ever listen to? I have listened to the Lord's Prayer in Assyrian Aramaic. It was like, wow, that was like mind blowing for me, because they
pray like Muslims. They prostrate and pray like we do, also.
Shit, you ever seen a Tawato Orthodox, Ethiopian Eritrean Orthodox?
They pray just like Muslims do.
You know how we cross ourselves twice? We get on the ground, put the head on the forehead, kiss the ground, forehead, and kiss the ground. We do that twice. I do that
we call it rock
when I pray. I pray like that in so many ways like that.
Yeah, because even though my dad Muslim, my mom's Christian. So I grew up with best of the both worlds. I was able to be. No, my mom's Spanish. My mom's Spanish.
Well, Catholic?
Like Italian Spanish, like Puerto Rican and Italian.
Okay.
Yeah.
Boricua. Oh,
Boricua.
Boricua. No, you're Boricua. She's Boricua. You are like Mieza Boricua.
I will be considered Moros.
Moros. I never understood the Moors because I live in Europe, first of all. I'm an African living in Europe, and like when they talked about the whole migrant crisis, they try to make it look like the second coming of the Moors.
That's because the Moorish Empire colonized Spain for over 700 years.
Yeah.
Then they colonized southern Britain for like 300 years. Then they colonized, well, actually, they created Sicily. Hannibal colonized Sicily for like 500 years. Southern Italy.
Siciliano.
Yeah, these are things that we teach us in school. So a lot of them still, even if you look at a lot of their family seals, like if you look at like some of the Spanish family seals or Italian family seals, you'll see a black head figure that they call Moriscos, Cabana, or they call like the black head. And it's them letting you know, like, hey, I might look white to you, but my family is actually, our family seal come from black people. And
The
they're
one of
actually,
those Sicilians got big ass dicks.
Whoa!
I had to go
I don't know
there. I had to go
about
there.
that.
Because like Italians
Damn,
brag about
bro.
being packing the biggest ones in Europe. I'm like, hey, so you got
I
some
don't
black
know
in
if
you, I
you
guess.
might have went a little bit too deep on that. Bro.
I just gotta go left like that. I do that all
Did
the
you
time.
see Nordic? Did y'all see 260?
No, I haven't seen 260.
what's
What is
that, bro?
Francis got that belt, man.
Oh, dude, yo,
Knocked that boy out. He
UFC
blasted that
260. Oh
boy.
yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Because
Yo,
I was trying to
won
make
that
Charles
man.
do an impression of
I
Charles
love him as
Ngannou.
a person,
Bro,
man.
Tyron went outside, though. I'm not
Fun
lying. That was
fact, guys,
tough.
I lived in Italy for, well, I didn't live there, but I was there for a study abroad for about 4 months.
Italy, where? What city?
I was in Florence, and then I was in Florence.
Fiorenza.
But buongiorno and tutto bien.
I don't speak Italian.
It's okay.
Oh, I love the language, man.
She was over there with the translation books and shit.
Study abroad. Not everybody spoke English.
Everybody spoke English. I got a homegirl who's in Italy.
Oh, they
I know
spoke
some
English?
people-
Okay.
Yeah, everybody speaks English. There's a lot of accents there, though.
Of course. I mean, Italy
I
is
have
the
a friend,
transit for a lot of
out there
migrants.
right now, man. I just want y'all, if y'all just could say, keep her in good faith. Her name's Emily. She's a nun. She was inaugurated, became a nun. She's born in America. She's American.
Ordained, you
She
mean?
Huh?
Inaugurated. Are nuns ordained or inaugurated?
No, they're inaugurated. Men are ordained. Nuns are inaugurated. Like, yeah,
wow.
yeah. So, she's young. She's 32, man, and she changed her life and went over there. Her third year over there is when the corona hit, man. So,
Wow.
So it's like one of them things, we put our faith, into things and I take my hat off. I take my hat off to her. Like, a lot of things I don't agree with what their belief systems is and things like that. But any person I feel like if you're willing to change your life and it makes you a better person, I'm all for it, man.
You know what, Khalil?
I
I'm
know
gonna be
they
honest
have.
with you.
Wow,
sorry.
I think that's some
ahead, Nancy.
commendable. In this day and time to actually want to be a nun. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
True.
It's so like
that's a big
I'm
commitment.
shocked.
I mean, damn.
Big
Big
commitment.
ass commitment, bro.
But when I was talking to her on Zoom, like you said, I'm thinking like everything is going to be Italian. So that's why I've been wanting to learn Italian forever. Because I had a couple of friends from Eritrea who speak Italian very well.
Yeah,
because their grandmothers, their
Italian.
grandparents were speaking Italian. Their grandparents, their parents. Because my father still speaks Italian, just like my grandmother speaks Italian.
Gamer, that was the first place I actually met a Eritrean was in Italy when I did the study abroad.
Yeah, well, we were an Italian colony, so yeah, that's like a second home for a lot of us. But Khalil, I'll be honest with you. The fact that you mentioned you were Moroccan, you're like the second dude I know who's Moroccan. Because I remember there was a bunch of cats I knew who came on an exchange program from I forgot what school it was, but one of them was a Moroccan. He was a Moroccan and Panamanian.
So he's kind of pretty much like me for
only he was like a white dude. He was like he looked white, or because on his dad's side he's Moroccan, but his family's like from Rabat. His mother's side is Panamanian, but he's French as a motherfucker. He's an American, but he's pretty francophone.
Yeah, see, and that's the thing. Like my people, going back to what the one brother was talking about, like the different demographics of like these countries. Because in Ethiopia, I'm just want to put Eritrea and Ethiopia together right now.
Okay.
You guys are separated. I want to put you guys together right now. You can, when I was speaking about phenotypes, and I'm gonna correct myself on that.
You're gonna have to be specific about the phenotypes because
because in Ethiopia you can find 3 phenotypes of groups of people. You can
Yes.
find the Twine people who look just like the Egyptian paintings that still wear their hair and like the little dreadlocks.
Nilotic, Cushitic, and Semitic.
Exactly, my man. Dude, I love talking to smart people, man.
Because in Eritrea, we have a tribe, they're a Nilotic tribe called the Kunama.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what's unique about this tribe is that they're a matrilineal and matriarchal society.
Well, all society was matriarch to a certain extent before,
But they're a Nilotic tribe, so they're like in some ways related to tribes like the Noor and the Dinka of South Sudan.
I was going to ask you that. Are they more closer to Sudani, like the Nubian?
No, South Sudanese.
South Sudanese.
But
so they're
in the
more
northern part,
like Ugandan type people.
yeah, but in the northern part of Eritrea, there are tribes like the Hidarab and whatnot. They identify as Beja. They call themselves
I've heard of
Beja.
Beja before. Yeah.
Beja means they're these Kusha ethnicities who are in parts of northern Eritrea and across the border into Sudan. So they have more ties with them. Their dress and everything is similar to that. But
Hey, bro, this is off topic, but I've been wanting to ask my friends in Eritrea about this, but like they like in St. Louis and we got real lives now, and they like, everybody professional, so we don't get a chance to talk as much as we used to. And they kind of like real like paranoid type people, so they don't even like talking about politics on the phone.
Yeah, one of them things they have to be very cautious who they talk to about that shit.
Yeah, and one of them he lives in London, so he doesn't even like to talk like that on the phone. But I've even asked like in my neighborhood, like I have Habish friends and stuff, and I'm hearing it from two different sides, right? And why are and correct me if I'm pronouncing it wrong, excuse my pronunciation, but the Tigray people, the Tigray people,
yeah.
What is going on with that situation, and why are they running to South Sudan right now? And that's excuse me. Why are they running to North Sudan right now to get away from what's going on with the killings and stuff? Why is the government going after those?
Thank you, Khalid, for asking that, because I was wanting to know that too. I heard that story.
It starts. What happened was it starts with when this COVID shit happened. It was an election in Ethiopia, right? And the prime minister,
Musa, right?
No, his name is Abiy Ahmed. He's a
Christian.
Ahmed.
Yeah.
He's Oromo. His father's a Christian. Is a Muslim Oromo. He was a Muslim Oromo, but he's a Christian because on his other side is a Christian as well. And he's an ethnic Oromo, which is a Kushite tribe, but his wife is Amhara, supposedly. That's Semitic. What happened was because of COVID, he wanted to postpone the elections in the nation throughout the country. But the problem is in Tigray, where the TPLF, the most important ruling party, the rulers of that region, were once allies but now rivals of his, were ethnic Tigrayans. They were opposed to that, and they went on and had their elections anyway. And he said no, and then what happened was things kind of escalated one way or another, and he decided, and then supposedly TPLF troops. No, I'll deal with Negros in a minute. What happened was basically, things kind of got escalated because it's the rivalry between a regional power and the national government. So in November, supposedly because the TPLF forces took over a military base, the government decided to send government troops into Tigray. And as a result, you've had humanitarian, crisis over there. Not to mention you have Eritreans in that area who are also trying to flee. Because now the government just admitted that Eritrea had sent troops into the region as well. But nobody wants to talk about it because they're afraid, of being doxxed and stuff like that. I'm risking doxxed and whatnot talking about this shit.
Yeah. I heard Sudan
they talk about this on the news though. You can find this on the news, dude.
Yeah, but it's news. We all know what propaganda is. It's like okay, like here in America, you might ask me like, "Hey, I hear the Black Lives Matter is going on. Like, what's going on?" Because a lot of people don't know this. I was actually there when Mike Brown got killed. Yeah. Wallahi.
And I don't need you to swear on that one. I hear you.
And I was driving the car, and police ran me off the road. Damn. And I was stuck in the mud, and I had to have And I was expecting the police like to help me out the mud because my tires got stuck. Because it's kind of rural St. Louis, even though it's like, it's a city, it's still we got backyards, man. It's not like the East Coast.
Honestly, dude, the only thing I know about St. Louis and Ferguson and all that is there's a place called Columbia.
Yeah, that's a different town out there. Yeah, I used to live out there.
I got folks there, so that's the only thing I know about Missouri.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I used to live out there.
A friend of mine, her in-laws are from St. Louis, are from like Missouri as well.
Yeah, that's a college town. Yeah, Columbia's a college town. But so long story short, man, two sisters, they saw what happened. So long story short, they was having everybody go either left or right because they were blocking the main street off. If I don't know if is anybody in this room from Maryland besides me?
Nah.
Okay, is anybody in this room that's from like the United States?
I'm from the United States.
Okay. I mean, I live in Brooklyn. I live in New York, so yeah.
Okay, you live in Brooklyn. I'm about to break it down to you. All right. Can you picture Utica Avenue blocked off?
No.
That's how Ferguson Street was blocked off. I mean, the street's called Florissant Avenue. It's a main street where you have 2 lanes going down, 2 lanes going up. So this is a street that runs all the way from North County to South County. So they blocked it off. So they made you have no choice but either go left or right. So when we made a left, it was blocked off with these brick things, in the middle of the street. So the police even got confused. They turned around. I thought they were going to help me. They didn't. It's okay. 2 ladies helped me out. So I'm like, I'm about to give them a piece of my mind.
Anyway, like I was saying about my story, about the thing in Tigray, it's a power struggle. It's a political power struggle that just got escalated. That's how you got to look at it.
Okay. But the story that they're telling, the point that I'm getting at, the reason why I say I wanted to ask you instead of just, personal stories is much more truthful than with the propaganda give us. Because everything that happened in Ferguson at that time, I was there, bro. It wasn't.
Mike Brown?
I mean, yeah, bro. They pumped it up. I saw Mike Brown on the ground when I went back there to be like, man, motherfuckers.
Because when you said Mike Brown, I was thinking George Floyd all of a sudden. I don't know. I wasn't registering right.
Pre George Floyd.
That was 2015. 2015.
Hands up, don't shoot. I remember.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's 2015.
I remember.
That's the start of
that was the start to do Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, that's the starting of it.
Which came out of St. Louis. Mm-hmm. So I was sitting there and I was like, hold on, man. I'm about to give these guys a piece of my mind. And I go back up there. I'm like, I got mud up to my kneecaps, and I'm a short guy. And I'm like, 5'7". I'm a short guy, man.
I'm 6'3", so I don't blame you. I know plenty of cats who are like 5. I know a lot of folks back home who are 5'8", 5'9", so don't feel bad.
Hey, look, I got a good Eritrean one for you, right? I might be short, but you can't jump over top of me.
Oh, I've done that. I've jumped.
You heard that saying before, though, right?
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, that my friend Dad used to say that, like, and over there they say, if people like me, they say you're short, but you'll never let a person jump over you.
Yeah, because the tall ones are like dumb as shit, is what they keep saying about us. That's why my mom is 5'4". She looks at me like she just like tries to outwit me at the time.
Yeah, so when they talk about Ferguson, man, they make it seem like Compton, California, bro. Ferguson is one of the most. I used to have deers in my front yard, bro.
Deers?
I was trying to catch a deer for like a whole year, and be like kind of secret about it because I didn't want my neighbor to get freaked out. Like, he's killing a deer. He's killing a deer. So I was like, I'm gonna catch him and take him in my backyard.
Try to stay not to scare them. And as soon as the deer looks at you, like, it's okay. It's okay. I'm your friend.
They're some like agile bastards, man.
Yeah.
You're not catching them.
Like the gazelles and parts of the savannah and shit. The way they be hopping and whatnot.
I mean, that's pretty much what it is. It's the Western Hemisphere gazelle.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Pete, hey, you ever met any Eritreans or Ethiopians who answered to the nickname Segan?
I've heard that before.
Segan, you know what that is?
No, I don't.
It means ostrich. So if you know a guy nicknamed Sagan, it means he's fast like an ostrich or quick like one.
Zagan, that's cool. It's cool.
No,
But you know
Sagan,
one thing too,
Segen, Sagan. That means ostrich.
like to get back on culture and stuff. One thing also I can say, the reason why I don't consider Yemenis Arabs. I mean, the further north of Yemen, I do, but in the southern peninsula, like Socotra, Aden, yeah, they're African, and I even have certain Yemenis who tell me like, nah, man, we African. I mean, like they wear the jambia. Ethiopia, Eritreans wear the jambia. Y'all,
no,
we eat.
Afars have the jambia. They have the dagger. They have the dagger.
Richard, do y'all wear the jambia too?
No.
Yeah, some of y'all do. I know y'all do. Some of y'all do wear.
The Afar in particular, the Afar specifically, they have the daggers. They're the ones who have the daggers. Everybody else, they have long swords. Because if you ever like everybody's like similar to like the folks in like the Bedja Sudan.
Yeah, y'all have like the long swords like Sudanis, right?
Yeah, but they gotta have.
I was just going, if I could ask one quick question about the actual science of it, real quick.
Yes.
I was wondering about the genetics of. So, who has the best genetics? West Africans or East Africans?
There is no best genetics because
I can't say that either.
Where there is no such thing because what you're talking. The thing is,
well, the cradle of civilization started in the East, quote unquote. If you, it's no such thing as the Middle East. That's something that was created around the 1940s.
He's asking about the best genetics, dude. I'm trying to explain about the best genetics.
You can't say that. That's what I'm saying.
You can't say that.
I'll say this about best genetics. This is genetics, right? Best genetics for what?
Exactly.
Now, unless you with Dr. Dunbar and Dr. Nicole Ali, and you fucking around with CRISPR, there's always some genetics that are going to be prominent. Now, if you look at how I'm built, 5'10",
like a machine,
and stout, I would have pretty good genetics for wrestling because, hey, you need stout limbs and a shorter center of gravity so people can't move you easily.
Hey, Uncle C, but can I say this? Uncle C, hold on. Uncle C, I'm going to have to interject on you. I saw your DNA results. Who did they say that you derived from? The Pharaoh of Egypt.
Yeah, but just my DNA did say I have genetics linking me to one of the pharaohs. Huh?
Yeah, I saw it with my own eyes.
Yeah, one of my when I took a DNA test, I derived some of my DNA from one of the pharaohs.
Yeah. And the large percentage.
So Leo, I'm gonna tell you something.
But when you
because I remember I had to protect Charles here a while back because there was a I don't know if you heard this earlier, but a while back there was a young British woman who came on, and she's Sudanese. And the minute she came in because like Charles had to deal with another woman who was on the panel, and she wanted to get too about it, but I had to protect Charles.
Sounds funny anyway. Go ahead.
I had to protect Charles from her because I knew how Sudanese. She's a good woman. She's a cool woman. Because the minute she found out I was Eritrean, she was like, oh, okay, tension's cool, tension's gone. I got
right. She's like, I'm gonna let you slide.
No, because she knew there was one of her own there, so she was like, "Oh, right, okay, cool. This girl got my back. This girl got my back." So I had to protect him from her and her from anything. But it worked out all right. But I knew, they were all gonna fall for that British accent. That's what I was scared. But she was a Nubian, and Nubians are damn.
What show is that? I'm gonna watch it. I want to watch it. What show is that one, Charles?
Oh my God, that was like probably the 11-hour show. But thank God that PK charted it, so it should be like, damn, I gotta go. Remind me tomorrow. It's one of the longer shows, but PK in the comment section actually charts it. That was a good show. I like her accent. I mean, she was enjoying my Baltimoreanese.
For the accent, the British accent. You guys are suckers for them British accents. I had to protect you, my dude. I had to protect you.
and one thing I learned,
understand the caliber of East African women you were dealing with. She was gonna charm you, and she was deadly like that, brother. I had to go there. I was a kryptonite for her.
Oh yes, but she also loved the She also loves the Baltimoreese as well.
But how come an English person can do an American accent? Like, look at these English actors and actresses, right? They can play an American role without you even a hint of England English being known. But American actors can't do that.
Well, mate, I will tell you this. First of all, a lot of them had a lot of practice to do so. Me, I myself, I've been exposed to a lot of British accents, so I'm used to it. I mean, but then again, you forgot one black man who was able to do a movie with a British accent. You know who that gentleman was?
Who?
Forrest Whitaker in The Crying Game.
That accent is chipper.
He's a very good actor.
I'm gonna have to go back on that. We look at that.
Forrest
Man.
Whitaker, yeah, but don't
Oh
forget.
my
But then
God.
again, it's from that movie. We had the scenario called The Crying Game.
But look at the impact, not the impact, but the majority. It's a lot of actors coming from England and Britain, UK. I'm just gonna throw the UK out there. That's coming down to America that Americans don't even have a clue.
Like
that they're from
Idris Elba, Daniel Kaluuya. I just mentioned Idris. Idris Elba, of course, first and foremost. But there's Daniel Kaluuya, if you remember.
Black
Get
Superman.
Out.
What's the one guy who played in Top Boy? He played in Top Boy. He was the one who he played in the 50 Cent movie also. I mean the 50
Kano.
Cent TV.
Kano is a rapper. Kano.
Just like no, it's the older guy. He has like the little grizzly beard. He plays in the movie. It's the TV series called For Life.
I'll check that out. But let's don't forget Chitwefo Ejiofor. He played
Yes.
Solomon Northrop in 12 Years a Slave.
He's in Doctor Strange.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, they go through a lot of training and a lot of classes for that shit.
I mean, it's amazing to me.
I mean, look at Henry Cavill when he played Superman, or Idris Elba.
Yes.
You know, Idris Elba sounded more Baltimore than me.
The guy that played. What's the guy that played? Then Batman, Dark Knight. What's his name again? He's English too.
Oh.
Yeah,
what's his name?
You talking about Christian Bale?
Yeah, he's English.
Christian Bale. Yes, Christian Bale. Yes, Christian Bale.
No.
Yes, he is. Look him up. Look it up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, he is. Yes, he
Hugh
is.
Jackman is Australian.
Hugh Jackman's Australian.
However,
I mean,
Nicole Kidman.
Okay,
is
he's
a US
he's
citizen.
She's Australian. She's Australian.
She is Australian. However, she's a U.S. citizen because she was born in Australia. She was born in Hawaii.
So she grew up with Obama.
So she's an Obamanite.
Yep. Nicole Kidman. Who else? Who else?
I lived in Indonesia my whole life, then I go to Hawaii and become a citizen.
Yeah, you guys know what's her name? You ever seen the show 2.5 Men?
Yeah.
The woman who played Rose, she's a New Zealander. The woman who plays Rose, she's also a New Zealander.
A trick question for everybody.
Okay.
If New Zealand is New Zealand, where is Old Zealand?
That would be Australia.
Oh God.
Hey, something to think about, man.
You know what Australia and New Zealand are, right?
Hey, look,
prison colonies.
No. To one another.
By saying burn, because we was at home, he'd be like, that whack fucking joke.
But I'm saying is like the Aussies, when they look at the Kiwis, it's the same way the English look at the Welsh.
The Welsh,
they call them
they're so like different. They're very like even
Celtic.
their language, all their names are so long, and they're not very English to me. When I think of English, I only think
the
of
Welsh
Welsh
are ethnicity
people.
all their own. They have their own language and everything.
They're just.
I mean,
the Welsh is like weird. Like, my name's John Tree Dragon Spaka Baka Baka. Like, my name's John Grass Cutter Shark Grass Cutter.
You know what the Welsh call their home? You know what the Welsh call their homeland?
What?
Cymru. They call it Cymru.
What does that mean?
Scotland. The Scottish they call Scotland in Gaelic Alba, The Irish, they call Ireland Ire. So when you ever hear a Scotland say Alba Dubra, it means Scotland forever.
Okay, well, I know a little bit from Outlander, but that's it.
You don't know nothing about Holland.
They talk about some definitely the Duncan MacLeod and the Clan MacLeod and shit.
The Clan
Hey man, Duncan's my man.
Ireland, they say Ire
They're doing
Dubra.
a reboot. They're doing
Charles,
a
what happened
reboot.
with that? What happened with that female that Roger was talking to like a month ago? She was talking about her damn, what was she talking about? Her drunk or whatever? Her drunk boyfriend?
Oh yeah, that was
What
crazy.
happened with that? What the hell?
This would happen with her.
What's going on, bro? She popping up on Brett. She trying to dox him and shit.
That's what happened to her. You know, she tried to come at people's heads like this.
What there's a crazy
hang on.
show.
Excuse me. I gotta answer somebody in the chat. N Sudata Roy, you asking about what about the surnames in Iceland? That's a trick question, dude. In Iceland, they don't have last names. Your father's name is your last name. So if you're a woman, your name will be your father's name as daughter. A man, that father's name, son. I mean, when I had to explain, when I had to explain to Norwegians, I don't have a last name. I don't really have a last name. They said, "Oh, you like the Icelanders?" I said, "Yeah, pretty much like that."
It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny when I travel abroad.
Red Bear or
Yes,
something?
we love traveling abroad.
Yeah,
it's funny.
To indicate who their father is. It's the paternal line because they're a patrilineal society in Iceland.
It's funny because when I travel abroad, and they'll be looking for Charles Lance Faulkner Jr., and then they turn around to see me, and they're like, "I was expecting some German cat or some English cat."
Yeah.
I'll be like,
your name is very European. You do have like a very European name.
Charles, if you ever met my family or something like that, I mean, my parents would have probably pronounced your name properly, Charles. But if it was like my grandmother's, they would have to call you Lorenzo because Lawrence is Lorenzo. Because Carlos would be too much for them.
It'd be just like going down south. Nobody pronounces my name right. Like shit. Like goddamn, close enough. Goddamn, close enough.
Carlos Lorenzo or Charles Laurent or.
I'm gonna change my name to Charlemagne and shit. You know.
Karl Lorenz in German.
Like it's funny.
Faulkner or Chucky Faulkner? Nah.
Chuck Faulkner. Oh hell.
Like Chuck Falk. Chuck Falk, I guess. If I change it to Chuck Falk, I'll sound like a goddamn Tekken character. Welcome to the King of Iron Fist Tournament 8. You know, like Chuck Faulkner.
Yo, have you got anybody still playing Tekken? Because they put out the newest DLC, the newest
the character who actually fights using an actual factual karate style.
Yeah.
If you ever look at the closing credits, they go to the Pancrase Association. That's where King and a lot of the submission holds are based of, and they go to the World Taekwondo and Karate Associations for Hwarong and others. They go to the World Kickboxing or K1 Association. They go to the Judo Association for different moves. And
hey, don't forget
Sambo
for Muay Thai. Muay Thai.
Bakumram.
Bruce Irving is also Muay Thai. Let's not forget Christy Montero and Eddie Gordo for Capoeira. That's my shit right there.
So they go down straight to Brazil with that shit.
Yeah, to Brazil. Was it also
we go to Jiu-Jitsu and we practice Jiu-Jitsu. And it's like it's funny because when I practice Jiu-Jitsu, I try to top people out.
Guys, sorry to cut you. I'm getting off. I just wanted to say bye to you guys. Okay. I had a great conversation, but I can't ride out with you so long.
Peace and blessings, sister. Peace and blessings.
You too. Bye.
You know, love, peace, and hair grease. Don't be a stranger. Come back aboard. He told you we don't bite.
I'm always in the clouds.
That would be in Ethiopian. He'd be hitting on her, going like, "Hey, Nachi Kunjo."
Don't worry, come back aboard because we're gonna do more of the.
Anytime you have Marvel thing, I'm gonna jump on because that's my jam. I love that. Yeah. All right. Talk to you guys later. Bye.
Peace.
All right.
Ooh, we're about to do some last words because I'm about to go meet some friends of mine.
Hey,
We're gonna start with Khalil, then Truth, then we're gonna do Namer. But go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead, Khalil.
You, Khalil.
Khalil, Rainick. Is it
Go
prayer
ahead.
time? Because I think he's getting ready for Ramadan, because Ramadan's like what, in a week?
Yeah.
About a week and a half.
Yeah. It's Ramadan always comes around my birthday time, I think.
Ramadan is like no, but it's a lunar calendar, so it
Yeah,
changes.
it changes, but it comes a lot around my birthday time, a lot of times.
Is my rich Korean brother still online?
Yeah.
Hey, what? Yeah, you're still online, brother.
Tell him I got one of my rich Korean friends right here, man.
Is he?
Hey, bro.
Is he an ethnic
My
Tigrinya?
friend from the rich right here.
Alondiam.
Say something rich here.
I am saying something Tigrinya, man. No, there's 9 languages, dude, in Eritrea. I'm
So what
speaking to
language you
my
speak?
What are they? Like, put them on speaker.
He said what language you speak.
English.
Now, what's his ethnicity? Is he an ethnic Tigrinya?
Tigrinya? He said yes.
Can he come to the phone?
Yeah, I'll let you talk to him.
I never knew my show was so international.
Hang on, Charles. Hang on.
Hello?
Hello, can I talk on? سمعنا الله? Hello?
Hello?
There's something, I don't know. I think something's wrong with Charles. I think something's wrong with Khalil's connection.
Yeah, Khalil, your connection is
Khalil?
messed up.
I understand. I'm saying Khalil because that's how they say it in Arabic. Khalil. Oh, Khalil's got a mute. Try.
Oh, my bad. I had it muted.
Yeah, I think you did. Okay. Try.
All right, there you go, bro.
Is he there? Hello?
Hello?
كم يدخل صحوي؟ سمعنا الله. I think it's a connection problem.
It's a connection problem. Where you were like 2 minutes ago, go back.
Hello. Can you hear me, bro?
I know it's not going.
Dude, you're borging out. It's a connection on your end, dude. You're borging.
Yeah, my connection is dead.
Yeah, it's all right.
It's good, but yeah, he's a good
what's
brother.
Up, Howie? Yeah.
That's funny.
It's
We're gonna go with last thoughts.
Good to hear.
We're gonna go with last thoughts. We're gonna do Khalil.
I got plenty over here though.
Khalil. We're gonna do Truth.
Okay,
hey, bro, it was a pleasure speaking to all of y'all today, man. Very, very pleasurable, man.
Hey,
I love to speak to intellectual people, man.
Yeah, Khalil, appreciate that. Truth.
Yeah, it was a pleasure. It was a pleasure speaking with y'all as well. You know what I'm saying? Learning about the knowledge of Africa and Arabic regions and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's crazy how they kind of colonialism kind of messed up the countries.
Yeah,
you learn everything.
You never get
things
this
every day, brother.
You never hear anything on any other panel like this, do you?
No.
Yeah, I look forward to like meeting Khalil coming in and we all chop it up like this again. This is cool.
Oh yeah.
Charles, one thing I know you got to have on your bucket list, and that is you smoke a couple stokies and kick back with Ray Lewis, because he's a cigar aficionado from what I understand.
Oh yeah, I've done that once.
Really?
I'm not Ray.
With Ray? No. Did you ever smoke a cigar with him?
I've never done smoked a cigar yet, but I got a couple of the cigars and I met him.
Yeah, you got to meet him up again. Have a cigar with that dude, because that dude's a cigar aficionado. He learned it from his late grandfather, his papa.
Oh yeah, he loves cigars. He even have a brand out himself.
Oh word, okay.
Very smooth.
But anyway, Charles,
I smoked the Cuban and it's overrated.
Oh, what did I tell you?
It's overrated. My buddy brought one back from Mexico. All right, fellas, I'm dropping off.
All right, man. I told you they were overrated. People
I think I smoked better ones. I smoked better ones you bought.
Yep, I'll tell you, get an LFD. Get some LFDs. They even have They even have the Arabic blend of LFDs. Those are real
I'm
smooth.
trying not to pick one up because I know Charles is a bad influence on me on that part. For a year and a half, I've had this urge to want to pick one. I don't know why. But
Just
Charles,
don't inhale.
fuck
Bill
your
Clinton
couch,
style,
nigga.
man.
Fuck your couch. No, I don't even smoke. I don't fuck with none of that. I don't even drink because I've seen too many of my friends get fucked up.
Oh,
We'll talk about that another time. Hey, somebody's got to drive the car. Somebody's got to drive the car besides the fact we all walk.
Somebody got to drive the car.
All right, fellas, another classic show today. Definitely multifaceted talk.
Love y'all.
And I'm going to go even
next
deeper.
time, fellas.
Next time for the audience, we're going to go even
Hey,
deeper
Uncle T,
about
what you
the
about to
Isaiah
do,
Bridge.
man? You chilling at the crib?
Meet up with a friend of mine. See what they're
Oh,
doing. A couple of friends.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You don't have to say no more. I understand.
see what they're doing. Oh, definitely we're gonna go more into different stuff this week. All right, everybody. Peace.
Peace.
We out.
Salam, bro.
Salam.
Selamat.